Madame Midas by Fergus Hume. Prologue. Cast up by the sea. A wild, bleak-looking coast, with huge water-worn promontories jutting out into the sea, daring the tempestuous fury of the waves, which dashed furiously in sheets of seething foam against the iron rocks. Two of these headlands ran out for a considerable distance, and at the base of each, ragged, cruel-looking rocks stretched still further out into the ocean, until they entirely disappeared beneath the heavy waste of waters, and only the sudden line of white foam, every now and then, streaking the dark green waves, betrayed their treacherous presence to the idle eye. Between these two headlands there was about half a mile of yellow sandy beach, on which the waves rolled with a dull roar, fringing the wet sands with many-coloured wreaths of seaweed and delicate shells. At the back the cliffs rose in a kind of semicircle, black and precipitous, to the height of about 100 feet, and flocks of white seagulls who had their nests therein were constantly circling round, or flying seaward with a steadily expanded wings and discordant cries. At the top of these inhospitable-looking cliffs a line of pale green betrayed the presence of vegetation, and from thence it spread inland into vast rolling pastures, ending far away at the outskirts of the bush, above which could be seen giant mountains with snow-covered ranges. Over all this strange contrast of savage arid coast and peaceful upland there was a glaring red sky, not the delicate evanescent pink of an ordinary sunset, but a fierce angry crimson which turned the wet sands and dark expanse of ocean into the colour of blood. Far away westward, where the sun, a molten ball of fire, was sinking behind the snow-clad peaks, frowned long lines of gloomy clouds, like prison bars through which the sinking orb glowed fiercely. Rising from the east to the zenith of the sky was a huge black cloud bearing a curious resemblance to a gigantic hand, the long lean fingers of which were stretched threateningly out as if to grasp the land and drag it back into the lurid sea of blood. Altogether a cruel, weird-looking scene, fantastic, unreal, and bizarre, as one of Dawes' marvellous conceptions. Suddenly, on the red waters there appeared a black speck, rising and falling with the restless waves, and ever drawing nearer and nearer to the gloomy cliffs and sandy beach. When within a quarter of a mile of the shore, the speck resolved itself into a boat, a mere shallop, painted a dingy white, and much battered by the waves as it tossed lightly on the crimson waters. It had one mast and a small sail all torn and patched, which by some miracle held together, and swelling out to the wind, drew the boat nearer to the land. In this frail craft were two men, one of whom was kneeling in the prow of the boat, shading his eyes from the sunlight with his hands and gazing eagerly at the cliffs, while the other sat in the centre with bowed head, in an attitude of sullen resignation, holding the straining sail by a stout rope twisted round his arm. Neither of them spoke a word till within a short distance of the beach, when the man at the lookout arose, tall and gaunt, and stretched out his hands to the inhospitable-looking coast with a harsh, exulting laugh. "At last," he cried, in a hoarse, strained voice, and in a foreign tongue, "freedom at last." The other man made no comment on this outburst of his companion, but kept his eyes steadfastly on the bottom of the boat, where lay a small barrel and a bag of mouldy biscuits, the remnants of their provisions on the voyage. The man who had spoken evidently did not expect an answer from his companion, for he did not even turn his head to look at him, but stood with folded arms gazing eagerly ahead, until, with a sudden rush, the boat drove up high and dry on the shore, sending him head over heels into the wet sand. He struggled to his feet quickly, and running up the beach a little way, turned to see how his companion had fared. The other had fallen into the sea, but had picked himself up, and was easily engaged in wringing the water from his coarse clothing. There was a smooth, water-worn boulder on the beach, and seeing this, the man who had spoken went up to it and sat down thereon, while his companion, evidently of a more practical turn of mind, collected the stale biscuits which had fallen out of the bag. Then, taking the barrel carefully on his shoulder, walked up to where the other was sitting, and threw both biscuits and barrel at his feet. He then flung himself wearily on the sand, and picking up a biscuit began to munch it steadily. The other drew a tin pannikin from the bosom of his shirt, and nodded his head towards the barrel, upon which the eater laid down his biscuit, and taking up the barrel, drew the bung, and let a few drops of water trickle into the tin dish. The man on the boulder drank every drop, then threw the pannikin down on the sand, while his companion, who had exhausted the contents of the barrel, looked wolfishly at him. The other, however, did not take the slightest notice of his friend's lowering looks, but began to eat a biscuit and look around him. There was a strong contrast between these two waifs of the sea, which the ocean had just thrown up on the desolate coast. The man on the boulder was a tall, slightly built young fellow, apparently about 30 years of age, with leonine masses of reddish-coloured hair and a short, stubbly beard of the same tint. His face, pale and attenuated by famine, looked sharp and clever, and his eyes, forming a strong contrast to his hair, were quite black, with thin, delicately drawn eyebrows above them. They scintillated with a peculiar light which, though not offensive, yet gave anyone looking at him an uncomfortable feeling of insecurity. The young man's hands, though hardened and discoloured, were yet finely formed, while even the coarse, heavy boots he wore could not disguise the delicacy of his feet. He was dressed in a rough blue suit of clothes, all torn and much stained by sea water, and his head was covered with a red cap of wool work, which rested lightly on his tangled masses of hair. After a time he tossed aside the biscuit he was eating, and looked down at his companion with a cynical smile. The man at his feet was a rough, heavy-looking fellow, squarely and massively built, with black hair and a heavy beard of the same sombre hue. His hands were long and sinewy, his feet, which were bare, large and ungainly, and his whole appearance was that of a man in a low station of life. No one could have told the colour of his eyes, for he looked obstinately at the ground, and the expression of his face was so sullen and forbidding that altogether he appeared to be an exceedingly unpleasant individual. His companion eyed him for a short time in a cool, calculating manner, and then rose painfully to his feet. "So," he said rapidly in French, waving his hands towards the frowning cliffs. "So, my Pierre, we are in the land of promise, though I must confess," with a disparaging shrug of the shoulders, "it certainly does not look very promising. Still, we are on dry land, and that is something after tossing about so long in that stupid boat, with only a plank between us and death. Bah!" with another expressive shrug. "Why should I call it stupid? It has carried us all the way from New Caledonia, that hell upon earth, and landed us safely in what may turn out paradise. We must not be ungrateful to the bridge that carried us over, eh, my friend?" The man addressed as Pierre nodded an assent, then pointed towards the boat. The other looked up and saw that the tide had risen, and that the boat was drifting slowly away from the land. "It goes," he said coolly, "back again to its proper owner, I suppose. Well, let it. We have no further need of it, for like Caesar, we have now crossed the Rubicon. We are no longer convicts from a French prison, my friend, but shipwrecked sailors, you hear?" With a sudden scintillation from his black eyes, "shipwrecked sailors, and I will tell the story of the wreck. Luckily, I can depend on your discretion, as you have not even a tongue to contradict, which you wouldn't do if you had." The dumb man rose slowly to his feet, and pointed to the cliffs frowning above them. The other answered his thought with a careless shrug of the shoulders. "We must climb," he said lightly, "and let us hope the top will prove less inhospitable than this place. Where we are I don't know, except that this is Australia. There is gold here, my friend, and we must get our share of it. We will match our Gallic wit against these English fools, and see who comes off best. You have strength, I have brains, so we will do great things." But, laying his hand impressively on the other's breast, "no quarter, no yielding, you see." The dumb man nodded violently, and rubbed his ungainly hands together in delight. "You don't know Balzac, my friend," went on the young man in a conversational tone, "or I would tell you that, like Rastignac, war is declared between ourselves and society, but if you have not the knowledge you have the will, and that is enough for me. Come, let us make the first step towards our wealth." And without casting a glance behind him, he turned and walked towards the nearest headland, followed by the dumb man with bent head and slouching gait. The rain and wind had been at work on this promontory, and their combined action had broken off great masses of rock, which lay in rugged confusion at the base. This offered painful but secure foothold, and the two adventurers, with much labour, for they were weak with the privations endured on the voyage from New Caledonia, managed to climb halfway up the cliff, when they stopped to take breath and look around them. They were now in a perilous position, for hanging as they were on a narrow ledge of rock midway between earth and sky, the least slip would have cost them their lives. The great mass of rock which frowned above them was nearly perpendicular, yet offered here and there certain facilities for climbing, though to do so looked like certain death. The men, however, were quite reckless, and knew if they could get to the top they would be safe, so they determined to attempt the rest of the ascent. "As we have not the wings of eagles, friend Pierre," said the younger man, glancing around, "we must climb where we can find foothold. God will protect us, if not," with a sneer, "the devil always looks after his own." He crept along the narrow ledge and scrambled with great difficulty into a niche above, holding on by the weeds and sparse grass which grew out at the crannies of the barren crag. Followed by his companion, he went steadily up, clinging to projecting rocks, long trails of tough grass, and anything else he could hold on to. Every now and then some seabird would dash out into their faces with wild cries, and nearly caused them to lose their foothold in the sudden start. Then the herbage began to get more luxurious, and the cliff to the slope is an easy incline, which made the latter part of their ascent much easier. At last, after half an hour's hard work, they managed to get to the top, and threw themselves breathlessly on the short dry grass which fringed the rough cliff. Lying there half fainting with fatigue and hunger, they could hear, as in a confused dream, the drowsy thunder of the waves below, and the discordant cries of the seagulls circling round their nests, to which they had not yet returned. The rest did them good, and in a short time they were able to rise to their feet and survey the situation. In front was the sea, and at the back the grassy undulating country, dotted here and there with clumps of trees, now becoming faint and indistinct in the rapidly falling shadows of the night. They could also see horses and cattle moving in the distant fields, which showed that there must be some human habitation near. And suddenly, from a far distant house which they had not observed, shone a bright light, which became to these weary waifs of the ocean a star of hope. They looked at one another in silence, and then the young man turned towards the ocean again. "Behind," he said, pointing to the east, "lies a French prison and 2 ruined lives, yours and mine. But in front, swinging round to the rich fields, there is fortune, food, and freedom. Come, my friend, let us follow that light, which is our star of hope, and who knows what glory may await us? The old life is dead, and we start our lives in this new world, with all the bitter experiences of the old to teach us wisdom. Come." And without another word he walked slowly down the slope towards the inland, followed by the dumb man with his head still bent and his air of sullen resignation. The sun disappeared behind the snowy ranges. Night drew a grey veil over the sky as the red light died out, and here and there the stars were shining. The sea-birds sought their nests again, and ceased their discordant cries. The boat which had brought the adventurers to shore drifted slowly out to sea, while the great black hand that rose from the eastward stretched out threateningly towards the 2 men tramping steadily onward through the dewy grass, as though it would have drawn them back again to the prison from whence they had so miraculously escaped. Part 1, Chapter 1, The Pactolus Claim. In the early days of Australia, when the gold fever was at its height, and the marvellous Melbourne of today was more like an enlarged camp than anything else, there was a man called Robert Curtis, who arrived in the new land of Ophir with many others to seek his fortune. Mr. Curtis was of good family, but having been expelled from Oxford for holding certain unorthodox opinions quite at variance with the accepted theological tenets of the university, he had added to his crime by marrying a pretty girl, whose face was her fortune, and who was born, as the story books say, of poor but honest parents. Poverty and honesty, however, were not sufficient recommendations in the eyes of Mr. Curtis Senior to excuse such a match, so he promptly followed the precedent set by Oxford, and expelled his son from the family circle. That young gentleman and his wife came out to Australia, filled with ambitious dreams of acquiring a fortune, and then of returning to heap coals of fire on the heads of those who had turned them out. These dreams, however, were destined never to be realised, for within a year after their arrival in Melbourne, Mrs. Curtis died, giving birth to a little girl, and Robert Curtis found himself once more alone in the world, with the encumbrance of a small child. He, however, was not a man who wore his heart on his sleeve, and did not show much outward grief, though, no doubt, he sorrowed deeply enough for the loss of the pretty girl for whom he had sacrificed so much. At all events, he made up his mind at once what to do, so placing his child under the care of an old lady, he went to Ballarat and set to work to make his fortune. While there his luck became proverbial, and he soon found himself a rich man, but this did not satisfy him, for being of a far-seeing nature, he saw the important part Australia would play in the world's history. So with the gold won by his pick, he bought land everywhere, and especially in Melbourne, which was even then becoming metropolitan. After 15 years of a varied life, he returned to Melbourne to settle down, and found that his daughter had grown up to be a charming young girl, the very image of his late wife. Curtis built a house, went in for politics, and soon became a famous man in his adopted country. He settled a large sum of money on his daughter absolutely, which no one, not even her future husband, could touch, and introduced her to society. Miss Curtis became the belle of Melbourne, and her charming face, together with the more substantial beauties of wealth, soon brought crowds of suitors around her. Her father, however, determined to find a husband for her whom he could trust, and was looking for one when he suddenly died of heart disease, leaving his daughter an orphan and a wealthy woman. After Mr. Curtis had been buried by the side of his dead wife, the heiress went home to her richly furnished house, and after passing a certain period in mourning, engaged a companion, and once more took her position in society. Her suitors, numerous and persistent as those of Penelope, soon returned to her feet, and she found she could choose a husband from men of all kinds, rich and poor, handsome and ugly, old and young. One of these, a penniless young Englishman called Randolph Villiers, paid her such marked attention that in the end Miss Curtis, contrary to the wishes of her friends, married him. Mr. Villiers had a handsome face and figure, a varied and extensive wardrobe, and a bad character. He, however, suppressed his real tastes until he became the husband of Miss Curtis, and holder of the purse, for such was the love his wife bore him that she unhesitatingly gave him full control of her property, excepting that which was settled on herself by her father, which was, of course, beyond marital control. In vain her friends urged some settlement should be made before marriage. Miss Curtis argued that to take any steps to protect her fortune would show a want of faith in the honesty of the man she loved, so went to the altar and reversed the marriage service by endowing Mr. Randolph Villiers with all her worldly goods. The result of this blind confidence justified the warnings of her friends, for as soon as Villiers found himself in full possession of his wife's fortune, he immediately proceeded to spend all the money he could lay his hands on. He gambled away large sums at his club, betted extensively on the turf, kept open house, and finally became entangled with a lady whose looks were much better than her morals, and whose capacity for spending money so far exceeded his own that in 2 years she completely ruined him. Mrs. Villiers put up with this conduct for some time, as she was too proud to acknowledge she had made a mistake in her choice of a husband. But when Villiers, after spending all her wealth in riotous living, actually proceeded to ill-treat her in order to force her to give up the money her father had settled on her, she rebelled. She tore off her wedding ring, threw it at his feet, renounced his name, and went off to Ballarat with her old nurse and the remnants of her fortune. Mr. Villiers, however, was not displeased at this step. In fact, he was rather glad to get rid of a wife who could no longer supply him with money, and whose presence was a constant rebuke. He sold up the house and furniture, and converted all available property into cash, which cash he then converted into drink for himself and jewellery for his lady friend. The end soon came to the fresh supply of money, and his lady friend went off with his dearest companion, to whose purse she had taken a sudden liking. Villiers, deserted by all his acquaintances, sank lower and lower in the social scale, and the once brilliant butterfly of fashion became a billiard marker, then a tout at races, and finally a bar loafer, with no visible means of support. Meantime, Mrs. Villiers was prospering in Ballarat, and gaining the respect and good opinion of everyone, while her husband was earning the contempt of not only his former friends, but even of the creatures with whom he now associated. When Mrs. Villiers went up to Ballarat, after her short but brilliant life in Melbourne, she felt crushed. She had given all the wealth of her girlish affection to her husband, and had endowed him with all kinds of chivalrous attributes, only to find out, as many a woman has done before and since, that her idol had feet of clay. The sudden shock of the discovery of his baseness altered the whole of her life, and from being a bright, trustful girl, she became a cold, suspicious woman who disbelieved in everyone and in everything. But she was too restless and ambitious a nature to be content with an idle life, and although the money she still possessed was sufficient to support her in comfort, yet she felt that she must do something, if only to keep her thoughts from dwelling on those bitter years of married life. The most obvious thing to do in Ballarat was to go in for gold mining, and chance having thrown in her way a mate of her father's, she determined to devote herself to that, being influenced in her decision by the old digger. This man, by name Archibald M'Intosh, was a shrewd, hard-headed Scotchman, who had been in Ballarat when the diggings were in the height of their fame, and who knew all about the lie of the country, and where the richest leads had been in the old days. He had told Mrs. Villiers that her father and himself had worked together on a lead then known as the Devil's Lead, which was one of the richest ever discovered in the district. It had been found by 5 men who had agreed with one another to keep silent as to the richness of the lead, and were rapidly making their fortunes when the troubles of the Eureka Stockade intervened, and in the encounter between the miners and the military, 3 of the company working the lead were killed, and only 2 men were left who knew the whereabouts of the claim and the value of it. These were M'Intosh and Curtis, who were the original holders. Mr. Curtis went down to Melbourne, and, as previously related, died of heart disease, so the only man left of the 5 who had worked the lead was Archibald M'Intosh. He had been too poor to work it himself, and having failed to induce any speculator to go in with him to acquire the land, he had kept silent about it, only staying up at Ballarat and guarding the claim lest someone else should chance on it. Fortunately, the place where it was situated had not been renowned for gold in the early days, and it had passed into the hands of a man who used it as pasture land, quite ignorant of the wealth which lay beneath. When Mrs. Villiers came up to Ballarat, this man wanted to sell the land, as he was going to Europe, so acting under the urgent advice of Mackintosh, she sold out of all the investments which she had and purchased the whole tract of country where the old miner assured her solemnly that Devil's Lead was to be found. Then she built a house near the mine, and taken her old nurse, Selina Sprotts, and Archibald Mackintosh to live with her, sunk a shaft in the place indicated by the latter. She also engaged miners, and gave Mackintosh full control over the mine, while she herself kept the books, paid the accounts, and proved herself to be a first-class woman of business. She had now been working the mine for 2 years, but as yet had not been fortunate enough to strike the lead. The gutter, however, proved remunerative enough to keep the mine going, pay all the men, and support Mrs. Villiers herself, so she was quite content to wait till fortune should smile on her, and the long-looked for Devil's Lead turned up. People who had heard of her taking the land were astonished at first, and disposed to scoff, but they soon began to admire the plucky way in which she fought down her ill luck for the first year of her venture. All at once matters changed. She made a lucky speculation in the share market, and the Pactolus claim began to pay. Mrs. Villiers became mixed up in mining matters, and bought and sold on 'change with such foresight and promptitude of action that she soon began to make a lot of money. Stockbrokers are not as a rule romantic, but one of the fraternity was so struck with her persistent good fortune that he christened her Madame Midas, after that Greek king whose touch turned everything into gold. This name tickled the fancy of others, and in a short time she was called nothing but Madame Midas all over the country, which title she accepted complacently enough as a forecast of her success in finding the Devil's Lead, which idea had grown into a mania with her as it already was with her faithful henchman Mackintosh. When Mr. Villiers therefore arrived in Ballarat, he found his wife universally respected and widely known as Madame Midas, so he went to see her, expecting to be kept in luxurious ease for the rest of his life. He soon, however, found himself mistaken, for his wife told him plainly she would have nothing to do with him, and that if he dared to show his face at the Pactolus claim, she would have him turned off by her men. He threatened to bring the law into force to make her live with him, but she laughed in his face, and said she would bring a divorce suit against him if he did so, and as Mr. Villiers' character could hardly bear the light of day, he retreated, leaving Madame in full possession of the field. He stayed, however, in Ballarat, and took up stockbroking, living a kind of hand-to-mouth existence, bragging of his former splendour, and swearing at his wife for what he was pleased to call her cruelty. Every now and then he would pay a visit to the Pactolus, and try to see her, but Mackintosh was a vigilant guard, and the miserable creature was always compelled to go back to his bohemian life, without accomplishing his object of getting money from his wife he had deserted. People talked, of course, but Madame did not mind. She had tried married life, and had been disappointed, Her old ideas of life in human nature had passed away. In short, the girl who had been Belle of Melbourne as Miss Curtis and Mrs. Villiers had disappeared, and the stern, clever, cynical woman who managed the Pactolus claim was a new being called Madame Midas. Chapter 2. Slivers. Everyone has heard of the oldest inhabitant, that wonderful piece of antiquity, with white hair, gorilla's tongue, and cast-iron memory, who was born with the present century, very often before it, and remembers George III, the Battle of Waterloo, and the invention of the steam engine. But in Australia, the oldest inhabitant is localised, and rechristened an early settler. He remembers Melbourne before Melbourne was. He distinctly recollects sailing up the Yarra Yarra with Batman, and talks wildly about the then crystalline purity of its waters, an assertion which we of today feel is open to considerable doubt. His wealth is unbounded, his memory marvellous, and his acquaintances of a somewhat mixed character, comprising, as they do, a series of persons, ranging from a Member of Parliament down to a larrikin. Ballarat, no doubt, possesses many of these precious pieces of antiquity hidden in obscure corners, but one especially was known, not only in the Golden City, but throughout Victoria. His name was Slivers, plain Slivers, as he said himself, and from a physical point of view, he certainly spoke the truth. What his Christian name was no one ever knew. He called himself Slivers, and so did everyone else, without even an esquire or a mister to it, neither a head nor a tail to add dignity to the name. Slivers was as well known in Sturt Street and at the corner as the town clock, and his tongue very much resembled that timepiece, inasmuch as it was always going. He was a very early settler, in fact, so remarkably early that it was currently reported the first white men who came to Ballarat found Slivers had already taken up his abode there, and lived in friendly relations with the local blacks. He had achieved this amicable relationship by the trifling loss of a leg, an arm, and an eye, all of which portions of his body were taken off the right side, and consequently gave him rather a lopsided appearance. But what was left of Slivers possessed an abundant vitality, and it seemed probable he would go on living in the same damaged condition for the next 20 years. The Ballarat folk were fond of pointing him out as a specimen of the healthy climate, but this was rather a flight of fancy, as Slivers was one of those exasperating individuals who, if they lived in a swamp or a desert, would still continue to feel their digestions good and their lungs strong. Slivers was reputed rich. An Arabian Night-like stories were told of his boundless wealth, but no one ever knew the exact amount of money he had, and as Slivers never volunteered any information on the subject, no one ever did know. He was a small, wizen-looking little man, who usually wore a suit of clothes a size too large for him, wherein scandal-mongers averred his body rattled like a dried pea in a pod. His hair was white, and fringed the lower portion of his yellow little scalp in a most deceptive fashion. With his hat on, Slivers looked 60. Take it off, and his bald head immediately added 10 years to his existence. His one eye was bright and sharp, of a greyish colour, and the loss of the other was replaced by a greasy black patch, which gave him a sinister appearance. He was clean shaved and had no teeth, but notwithstanding this want, his lips gripped the stem of his long pipe in a wonderfully tenacious and obstinate manner. He carried on the business of a mining agent, and knowing all about the country and the intricacies of the mines, he was one of the cleverest speculators in Ballarat. The office of Slivers was in Sturt Street, in a dirty, tumble-down cottage wedged between two handsome modern buildings. It was a remnant of old Ballarat which had survived the rage for new houses and highly ornamented terraces. Slivers had been offered money for that rickety little shanty, but he declined to sell it, averring that as a snail grew to fit his house had grown to fit him. So there it stood, a dingy shingle roof overgrown with moss, a quaint little porch, and two numerously paned windows on each side. On top of the porch a signboard, done by Slivers in the early days, and looking like it, bore the legend Slivers Mining Agent. The door did not shut. Something was wrong with it, so it always stood ajar in a hospitable sort of manner. Entering this, a stranger would find himself in a dark low-roofed passage, with a door at the end leading to the kitchen, another on the right leading to the bedroom, and a third on the left leading to the office, where most of Slivers' indoor life was spent. He used to stop here nearly all day doing business, with the small table before him covered with scrip, and the mantelpiece behind him covered with specimens of quartz, all labelled with the name of the place whence they came. The inkstand was dirty, the ink thick, and the pens rusty, yet in spite of all these disadvantages, Slivers managed to do well and make money. He used to recommend men to different mines round about, and whenever a manager wanted men, or new hands wanted work, they took themselves off to Slivers, and were sure to be satisfied there. Consequently, his office was nearly always full, either of people on business or casual acquaintances dropping in to have a drink. Slivers was generous in the whisky line, or to pump the old man about some new mine, a thing which no one ever managed to do. When the office was empty, Slivers would go on sorting the scrip on his table, drinking his whisky, or talking to Billy. Now Billy was about as well known in Ballarat as Slivers, and was equally as old and garrulous in his own way. He was one of those large white-yellow crested cockatoos who, in their captivity, pass their time like galley slaves, chained by one leg. Billy, however, never submitted to the indignity of a chain. He mostly sat on Slivers' table or on his shoulder, scratching his pole with his black claw, or chattering to Slivers in a communicative manner. People said Billy was Slivers' evil spirit, and as a matter of fact, there was something uncanny in the wisdom of the bird. He could converse fluently on all occasions, and needed no drawing out, inasmuch as he was always ready to exhibit his power of conversation. He was not a pious bird, belonging to Slivers. He could hardly be expected to be, and his language was redolent of Billingsgate. So Billy, being so clever, was quite a character in his way, and seated on Slivers' shoulder with his black bead of an eye, watching his master writing with the rusty pen, they looked a most unholy pair. The warm sunlight poured through the dingy windows of the office, and filled the dark room with a sort of sombre glory. The atmosphere of Slivers' office was thick and dusty, and the sun made long beams of light through the heavy air. Slivers had pushed all the scrip and loose papers away, and was writing a letter in the little clearing caused by their removal. On the old-fashioned inkstand was a paper full of grains of gold, and on this the sunlight rested, making it glitter in the obscurity of the room. Billy, seated on Slivers' shoulder, was astonished at this, and inspired by a spirit of adventure, he climbed down and waddled clumsily across the table to the inkstand, where he seized a small nugget in his beak and made off with it. Slivers looked up from his writing suddenly. So being detected, Billy stopped and looked at him, still carrying the nugget in his beak. "Drop it," said Slivers severely, in his rasping little voice. Billy pretended not to understand, and after eyeing Slivers for a moment or two, resumed his journey. Slivers stretched out his hand for the ruler, whereupon Billy, becoming alive to his danger, dropped the nugget, and flew down off the table with a discordant shriek. "Devil, devil, devil!" screamed this amiable bird, flopping up and down on the floor. You're a liar, Pickles!" Having delivered himself of this bad language, Billy waddled to his master's chair, and climbing up by the aid of his claws and beak, soon established himself in his old position. Slivers, however, was not attending to him, as he was leaning back in his chair, drumming in an absent sort of way with his lean fingers on the table. His cork arm hung down limply, and his one eye was fixed on a letter lying in front of him. This was a communication from the manager at the Pactolus mine requesting Slivers to get him more hands, and Slivers' thoughts had wandered away from the letter to the person who wrote it, and from thence to Madame Midas. "She's a clever woman," observed Slivers at length, in a musing sort of tone, "and she's got a good thing on in that claim if she only strikes the lead." "Devil," said Billy once more, in a harsh voice. "Exactly," answered Slivers, "the devil's lead. Oh, Lord, what a fool I was not to have collared that ground before she did. But that infernal Mackintosh never would tell me where the place was. Never mind, I'll even with him yet. Curse him." His expression of face was not pleasant as he said this, and he grasped the letter in front of him in a violent way, as if he were wishing his long fingers were round the writer's throat. Tapping with his wooden leg on the floor, he was about to recommence his musings, when he heard a step in the passage, and the door of his office being pushed violently open, a man entered without further ceremony, and flung himself down on a chair near the window. "Fire!" said Billy, on seeing this abrupt entry. "How's your mother? Ballarat and Bendigo, Bendigo and Ballarat." The newcomer was a man short and powerfully built, dressed in a shabby, genteel sort of way, with a massive head covered with black hair, heavy side whiskers and moustache, and a clean-shaved chin, which had that blue appearance common to very dark men who shave. His mouth, that is, as much as could be seen of it under the drooping moustache, was weak and undecided, and his dark eyes so shifty and restless that they seemed unable to meet a steady gaze, but always looked at some inanimate object that would not stare them out of countenance. "Well, Mr. Randolph Villiers," croaked Slivers, after contemplating his visitor for a few moments, "how's business?" "Infernally bad," retorted Mr. Villiers, pulling out a cigar and lighting it. "I've lost £20 on those Moscow shares." "More fool you," replied Slivers, courteously swinging round in his chair so as to face Villiers. "I could have told you the mine was no good, but you will go on your own bad judgment." "It's like getting blood out of a stone to get tips from you," growled Villiers, with a sulky air. "Come now, old boy," in a cajoling manner, "tell us something good. I'm nearly stone broke, and I must live." "I'm hanged if I see the necessity," malignantly returned Slivers, unconsciously quoting Voltaire. "But if you do want to get into a good thing—" "Yes, yes," said the other, eagerly bending forward. "Get an interest in the Pactolus," and the agreeable old gentleman leaned back and laughed loudly in a raucous manner at his visitor's discomfited look. "You ass," hissed Mr. Villiers, between his closed teeth. "You know as well as I do that my infernal wife won't look at me." "Ho, ho," laughed the cockatoo, raising his yellow crest in an angry manner. "Devil take her, rather." "I wish he would," muttered Villiers fervently. Then, with an uneasy glance at Billy, who sat on the old man's shoulder complacently ruffling his feathers, he went on, "I wish you'd screw that bird's neck, Slivers. He's too clever by half." Slivers paid no attention to this, but taking Billy off his shoulder, placed him on the floor, then turned to his visitor and looked at him fixedly with his bright eye in such a penetrating manner that Villiers felt it go through him like a gimlet. "I hate your wife," said Slivers after a pause. "Why the deuce should you?" retorted Villiers sulkily. "You ain't married to her." "I wish I was," replied Slivers with a chuckle. "A fine woman, my good sir. Why, if I was married to her, I wouldn't sneak away whenever I saw her. I'd go up to Pactolus Claim, and there I'd stay." "It's easy enough talking," retorted Villiers crossly, "but you don't know what a fiend she is. Why do you hate her?" "Because I do," retorted Slivers. "I hate her. I hate Mackintosh, the whole billing of them. They've got the Pactolus Claim, and if they find the Devil's Lead, they'll be millionaires." "Well," said the other, quite unmoved, "all Ballarat knows that much." "But I might have had it," shrieked Slivers, getting up in an excited manner and stumping up and down the office. "I knew Curtis, Mackintosh, and the rest were making their pile, but I couldn't find out where, and now they're all dead but Mackintosh, and the prize has slipped through my fingers. Devil take them." "Devil take them," echoed the cockatoo, who had climbed up again on the table, and was looking complacently at his master. "Why don't you ruin your wife, you fool?" said Slivers, turning vindictively on Villiers. "You ain't going to let her have all the money while you are starving, are you?" "How the deuce am I to do that?" asked Villiers, sulkily relighting his cigar. "Get the whip hand of her," snarled Slivers, viciously. "Find out if she's in love, and threaten to divorce her if she doesn't go halves." "There's no chance of her having any lovers," retorted Villiers. "She's a piece of ice." "Ice melts," replied Slivers quickly. "Wait till Mr. Right comes along, and then she'll begin to regret being married to you, and then—" "Well?" "You'll have the game in your own hands," hissed the wicked old man, rubbing his hands. "Oh," he cried, spinning round on his wooden leg, "it's a lovely idea. Wait till we meet Mr. Right. Just wait." And he dropped into his chair quite overcome by the state of excitement he had worked himself into. "If you've quite done with those gymnastics, my friend," said a soft voice near the door, "perhaps I may enter." Both the inmates of the office looked up at this, and saw that two men were standing at the half-open door, One, an extremely handsome young man of about 30, dressed in a neat suit of blue serge, and wearing a large white wide-awake hat, with a bird's-eye handkerchief twisted round it. His companion was short and heavily built, dressed somewhat the same, but with his black hat pulled down over his eyes. "Come in," growled Slivers angrily, when he saw his visitors. "What the devil do you want?" "Work," said the young man, advancing to the table. "We are new arrivals in the country, and we're told to come to you to get work." "I don't keep a factory," snarled Slivers, leaning forward. "I don't think I would come to you if you did," retorted the stranger coolly. "You would not be a pleasant master either to look at or to speak to." Villiers laughed at this, and Slivers stared dumbfounded at being spoken to in such a manner. "Devil," broke in Billy rapidly. "You're a liar, devil." "Those, I presume, are your master's sentiments towards me," said the young man, bowing gravely to the bird. "But as soon as he recovers the use of his tongue, I trust he will tell us if we can get work or not." Slivers was just going to snap out a refusal when he caught sight of Mackintosh's letter on the table, and this recalled to his mind the conversation he had with Mr. Villiers. Here was a young man handsome enough to make any woman fall in love with him, and who, moreover, had a clever tongue in his head. All Slivers' animosity revived against Madame Midas as he thought of the Devil's Lead, and he determined to use this young man as a tool to ruin her in the eyes of the world. With these thoughts in his mind, he drew a sheet of paper towards him, and dipping the rusty pen in the thick ink, prepared to question his visitors as to what they could do, with a view to sending them out to the Pactolus claim. "Names?" he asked, grasping his pen firmly in his left hand. "Mine," said the stranger, bowing, "is Gaston Vandeloup. My friends, Pierre Lemaire, both French." Slivers scrawled this down in the series of black scratches, which did duty with him for writing. "Where do you come from?" was his next question. "The story," said Monsieur Vandeloup with suavity, "is too long to repeat at present, but we came today from Melbourne." "What kind of work do you do?" asked Slivers sharply. "Anything that turns up," retorted the Frenchman. "I was addressing your companion, sir, not you," snarled Slivers, turning viciously on him. "I have to answer for him," replied the young man coolly, slipping one hand into his pocket and leaning up against the door in a negligent attitude. "My friend is dumb." "Poor devil," said Slivers harshly. "But," went on Vandeloup sweetly, "his legs, arms, and eyes are all there." Slivers glared at this fresh piece of impertinence, but said nothing. He wrote a letter to Mackintosh, recommending him to take on the two men, and handed it to Vandeloup, who received it with a bow. "The price of your services, monsieur?" he asked. "5 bob," growled Slivers, holding out his one hand. Vandeloup pulled out 2 half-crowns, and put them in the thin, claw-like fingers, which instantly closed on them. "It's the mining place you're going to," said Slivers, pocketing the money. "The Pactolus claim. There's a pretty woman there. Have a drink?" Vandeloup declined, but his companion, with a grunt, pushed past him, and filling a tumbler with the whisky, drank it off. Slivers looked ruefully at the bottle, and then hastily put it away, in case Vandeloup should change his mind and have some. Vandeloup put on his hat and went to the door, out of which Pierre had already preceded him. "I trust, gentlemen," he said, with a graceful bow, "we shall meet again, and can then discuss the beauty of this lady to whom Mr. Slivers alludes. I have no doubt he is a judge of beauty in others, though he is so incomplete himself." He went out of the door, and then Slivers sprang up and rushed to Villiers. "Do you know who that is?" he asked, in an excited manner, pulling his companion to the window. Villiers looked through the dusty panes, and saw the young Frenchman walking away, as handsome and gallant a man as he had ever seen, following by the slouching figure of his friend. "Vandeloup," he said, turning to Slivers, who was trembling with excitement. "No, you fool," retorted the other, triumphantly. "That is Mr. Right." Chapter 3. Madame Midas at Home. Madame Midas was standing on the veranda of her cottage, staring far away into the distance, where she could see the tall chimney and huge mound of white earth which marked the whereabouts of the Pactolus claim. She was a tall, voluptuous-looking woman of what is called a Junoesque type, decidedly plump, with firm white hands and well-formed feet. Her face was of a whitish tint, more like marble than flesh, and appeared as if modelled from the antique, with the straight Greek nose, high and smooth forehead, and full red mouth, with firmly closed lips. She had dark and piercing eyes, with heavy arched eyebrows above them, and her hair, of a bluish-black hue, was drawn smoothly over the forehead, and coiled in thick wreaths at the top of her small, finely formed head. Although a striking-looking woman, but with an absence of animation about her face, which had a calm, serene expression, effectually hiding any thoughts that might be passing in her mind, and which resembled nothing so much in its inscrutable look as the motionless calm which the old Egyptians gave to their sphinxes. She was dressed for coolness in a loose white dress, tied round her waist with a crimson scarf of Indian silk, and her beautifully modelled arms, bare to the elbow, and unadorned by any trinkets, were folded idly in front of her as she looked out at the landscape, which was mellowed and full of warmth under the bright yellow glare of the setting sun. The cottage, for it was nothing else, stood on a slight rise immediately in front of a dark wood of tall gum trees, and there was a long row of them on the right, forming a shelter against the winds, as if the wood had thrown a protecting arm around the cottage, and wanted to draw it closer to its warm bosom. The country was an undulating character, divided into fields of long rows of gorse hedges, all golden with blossoms, which gave out a faint, peach-like odour. Some of these meadows were yellow with corn, some a dull red with sorrel, others left in their natural condition of bright green grass, while here and there stood up, white and ghost-like, the stumps of old trees, the last remnants of the forest, which were slowly retreating before the axe of the settler. These fields, which had rather a harlequin aspect with their varied colours, all melted together in the far distance into an indescribable neutral tint, and ended in the dark haze of the bush, which grew over all the undulating hills. On the horizon, however, at intervals, a keen eye could see some tall trees standing boldly up, outlined clearly against the pale yellow of the sky. There was a white dusty road, or rather a track, between two rough fences, with a wide space of green grass on each side, and here and there could be seen the cattle wandering idly homeward, lingering every now and then to pull at a particularly tempting tuft of bush grass growing in the moist ditches which ran along each side of the highway. Scattered over this pastoral-looking country were huge mounds of white earth, looking like heaps of carded wool, and at the end of each of these invariably stood a tall, ugly skeleton of wood. These marked the positions of the mines. The towers contained the winding gear, while the white earth was the clay called mullock, brought from several hundred feet below the surface. Near these mounds were rough-looking sheds with tall red chimneys, which made a pleasant spot of colour against the white of the clay. On one of these mounds, rather isolated from the others, and standing by itself in the midst of a wide green paddock, Mrs. Villiers' eyes were fixed, and she soon saw the dark figure of a man coming slowly down the white mound, along the green field, and advancing slowly up the hill. When she saw him coming, without turning her head or raising her voice, she called out to someone inside. "Archie is coming, Selina. You had better hurry up the tea, for he will be hungry after such a long day." The person inside made no answer save by an extra clatter of some domestic utensils, and Madame apparently did not expect a reply, for without saying anything else, she walked slowly down the garden path and leaned lightly over the gate, waiting for the newcomer, who was indeed none other than Archibald Mackintosh, the manager of the Pactolus. He was a man of about medium height, rather thin than otherwise, with a long, narrow-looking head and boldly cut features, clean-shaved save for a frill of white hair which grew on his throat up the sides of his head to his ears, and which gave him rather a peculiar appearance, as if he had his jaw bandaged up. His eyes were grey and shrewd-looking. His lips were firmly compressed. In fact, the whole appearance of his face was obstinate, the face of a man who would stick to his opinions whatever else might say to the contrary. He was in a rough miner's dress, all splashed with clay, and as he came up to the gate, Madame could see he was holding something in his hand. "Do you no ken what you may be?" he said, a smile relaxing his grim features as he held up a rather large nugget. "'Tis the third in this week." Madame Midas took the nugget from him and balanced it carefully in her hand, with a thoughtful look in her face, as if she was making a mental calculation. "About 20 to 25 ounces, I should say," she observed in her soft low voice. "The last we had was 15, and the one before 20. Looks promising for the gutter, doesn't it?" "Well, I'll no say but what it might mean a deal mair," replied Mackintosh, with characteristic Scotch caution, as he followed Madame into the house. "It's no a very bad sign, anyhow. I want to say but what we might be near the Devil's Lead." "And we are," said Madame, turning with a smile. "Well, ma'am, you'll have me sillier nor you can what to do with, and 'tis be hoped you'll be making no fool of yourself." Madame laughed. She was used to Mackintosh's plain speaking, and it in no wise offended her. In fact, she preferred it very much than being flattered, as people's blame is always genuine, their praise rarely so. At all events, she was not displeased, and looked after him with a smile in her dark eyes as he disappeared into the back kitchen to make himself decent for tea. Madame herself sat down in an armchair in the bow window and watched Selina preparing the meal. Selina Jane Sprotts, who now acted as servant to Mrs. Villiers, was rather an oddity in her way. She had been Madame's nurse, and had followed her up to Ballarat with the determination of never leaving her. Selina was a spinster, as her hand had never been sought in marriage, and her personal appearance was certainly not very fascinating. Tall and gaunt, she was like a problem from Euclid, all angles, and the small quantity of grey hair she possessed was screwed into a hard lump at the back of her head. Her face was reddish in colour, and her mouth prim and pursed up, as if she was afraid of saying too much, which she need not have been, as she rarely spoke, and was as economical of her words as she was of everything else. She was much given to quoting proverbs, and hurled these prepared little pieces of wisdom on every side like pellets out of a pop-gun. Conversation, which consists mainly of proverbs, is rarely exhilarating. Consequently, Miss Sprotts was not troubled to talk much either by Madame or Mackintosh. Miss Sprotts moved noiselessly about the small room in a wonderfully dexterous manner, considering her height, and after laying the table, placed the teapot on the hob to draw, thereby disturbing a cat and a dog who were lying in front of the fire, for there was a fire in the room in spite of the heat of the day, Selina choosing to consider that the house was damp. She told Madame she knew it was damp because her bones ached, and as she was mostly bones, she certainly had a good opportunity of judging. Annoyed at being disturbed by Miss Sprotts, the dog resigned his comfortable place with a plaintive growl, but the cat, of a more irritable temperament, set up and made a sudden scratch at her hand, drawing blood therefrom. "Animals," observed Selina grimly, "should keep their place," and she promptly gave the cat a slap on the side of the head, which sent him over to Madame's feet with an angry spit. Madame picked him up and soothed his ruffled feelings so successfully that he curled himself up on her lap and went to sleep. By and by Archie, who had been making a great splashing in the back premises, came in looking clean and fresh, with a more obstinate look about his face than ever. Madame went to the tea-table and sat down, for she always had her meals with them, a fact of which they were very proud, and they always treated her with intense respect, though every now and then they were inclined to domineer. Archie, having seen that the food on the table was worth thanking God for, asked a blessing in a peremptory sort of manner, as if he thought heaven required a deal of pressing to make it attentive. Then they commenced to eat in silence, for none of the party were very given to speech, and no sound was heard save the rattling of the cups and saucers and the steady ticking of the clock. The window was open, and a faint breeze came in, cool and fragrant with the scent of the forest, and perfumed with the peach-like odour of the gorse blossoms. There was a subdued twilight through all the room, for night was coming on, and the gleam of the flickering flames of the fire danced gaily against the roof, and exaggerated all objects to an immense size. At last Archie pushed back his chair to show that he had finished, and prepared to talk. "I didn't see any new bodies coming," he said, looking at his mistress. "They feckless things that left were better than none, though they should have been scalped for their idleness." "You have written to Slivers?" said Madame, raising her eyes. "That wooden-legged body? retorted Mackintosh. "'Deed and I have, but that old tyke hasna done anything to get me what I want." "Well, well," in a resigned sort of manner, "we might be worse off than we are, and what kens but what Providence will send us men by and by?" Selina looked up at this, saw her opportunity, and let slip an appropriate proverb. "If we go by and by lane," she said sharply, "we come to the gate of never." This being undeniable, no one gave her the pleasure of contradicting her, for Archie knew it was impossible to argue with Selina, so handy was she with her proverbial wisdom, a kind of domestic tupper, whose philosophy was of the most irritating and unanswerable kind. He did the wisest thing he could under the circumstances, and started a new subject. "I say yon the day." Yon in this case meant Mr. Villiers, whose name was tabooed in the house, and was always spoken of in a half-hinting kind of way, as both her servants knew all about her unhappy life. Madame did not scruple to talk to them. "How was he looking?" she asked, smoothing the crumbs off her dress. "Brawly," replied Archie, rising. "He lost money on that Moscow mine, but he made a fine haul over the Queen of Hearts claim." "The wicked," observed Selina, "flourish like a green bay tree." "Oi, aye," retorted Mackintosh dryly, "we ken about that. Selina, old Horny looks after his ain." "I think he leads a very hand-to-mouth existence," said Madame calmly. "However rich he may become, he will always be poor, because he never was a provident man." "He's comin' to see you, mem," said Archie grimly, lighting his pipe. Madame rose to her feet and walked to the window. "He's done that before," she said complacently. "The result was not satisfactory." "Continual dropping wears away a stone," said Selina, who was now clearing away. "But not iron," replied Madame placidly. "I don't think his persistence will gain anything." Archie smiled grimly, and then went outside to smoke his pipe, while Madame sat down by the open window and looked out at the fast-fading landscape. Her thoughts were not pleasant. She had hoped to cut herself off from all the bitterness and sorrow of her past life, but this husband of hers, like an unquiet spirit, came to trouble her and remind her of a time she would willingly have forgotten. She looked calm and quiet enough sitting there, with her placid face and smooth brow, but this woman was like a slumbering volcano, and her passions were all the more dangerous from being kept in check. A bat flew high up in the air across the clear glow of the sky, disappearing into the adjacent bush, and Madame, stretching out her hand, idly plucked a fresh, dewy rose off the tree which grew round the window. "If I could only get rid of him," she thought, toying with the flower, "but it is impossible. I can't do that without money, and money I never will have till I find that lead. I must bribe him, I suppose. Oh, why can't he leave me alone now? Surely he has ruined my life sufficiently in the past to let me have a few years, if not of pleasure, at least of forgetfulness." And with a petulant gesture she hurled the rose out of the window, where it struck Archie a soft and fragrant blow on the cheek. "Yes," said Madame to herself, as she pulled down the window, "I must get rid of him, and if bribery won't do, there are other means." Chapter 4. The Good Samaritan. Is there anyone nowadays who reads Cowper, that charming domestic poet who wrote The Task, and invested even furniture with glamour of poesy. Alas, to many people, Cowper is merely a name, or is known only as the author of the delightfully quaint ballad of John Gilpin. Yet he was undoubtedly the poet laureate of domesticity, and every householder should possess a bust or picture of him, placed not amid the frigid splendours of the drawing-room, but occupying the place of honour in his own particular den, where everything is old-fashioned, cheery, and sanctified by long usage. No one wrote so pleasantly about the pleasures of a comfortable home as Cowper. And was he not right to do so? After all, every hearth is the altar of the family, whereon the sacred fire should be kept constantly burning, waxing and waning with the seasons, but never be permitted to die out altogether. Miss Sprotts, as before mentioned, was much in favour of a constant fire, because of the alleged dampness of the house, and Madame Midas did not by any means object, as she was a perfect salamander for heat. Hence, when the outward door was closed, the faded red curtains of the windows drawn, and the newly replenished fire blazed brightly in the wide fireplace, the room was one which even Cowper, sybarite in home comforts as he was, would have contemplated with delight. Madame Midas was seated now at the small table in the centre of the room, poring over a bewildering array of figures, and the soft glow of the lamp touched her smooth hair and white dress with a subdued light. Archie sat by the fire, half asleep, and there was a dead silence in the room, only broken by the rapid scratching of Madame's pen or the click of Selina's needles. At last Mrs. Villiers, with a sigh of relief, laid down her pen, put all her papers together, and tied them neatly with a bit of string. "I'm afraid I'll have to get a clerk, Archie," she said, as she put the papers away. "The office work is getting too much for me." "'Deed, mem, and 'tis the same I was thinking on," returned Mr. Mackintosh, sitting bolt upright in his chair, lest the imputation of having been asleep should be brought against him. "It's ill work, seeing ye spoiling your bonny eyes over sic a muckle lot of figures as ye had there." "Someone must do it," said Madame, resuming her seat at the table. "Then why not get a body that can dae it?" retorted Archie. "Not but what can a figure yourself, ma'am, but really you need a rest, and if I hear of anyone in town what we can trust, I'll bring him here next week." "I don't see why you shouldn't," said Madame, musingly. "The mine is fairly under way now, and if things go on as they are doing, I must have someone to assist me." At this moment a knock came to the front door, which caused Selina to drop her work with a sudden start and rise to her feet. "Not you, Selina," said Madame, in a quiet voice. "Let Archie go. It may be some tramp." "'Deed no, mum," replied Archie obstinately, as he arose from his seat. "'Tis very likely a man fra the works, saying he wants to go. There's mair talk nor sense about them. I'm thinking the yattering parrots." Selina resumed her knitting in a most phlegmatic manner, but Madame listened intently, for she was always haunted by a secret dread of her husband breaking in on her, and it was partly on this account that Mackintosh stayed in the house. She heard a murmur of voices, and then Archie returned with two men, who entered the room and stood before Madame in the light of the lamp. "'Tis two men from the wooden-legged gout as Slivers," said Archie respectfully. "Ane o' them has a wee bit o' letter for ye," turning to receive same from the foremost man. The man, however, did not take notice of Archie's gesture, but walking forward to Madame, laid the letter down before her. As he did so, she caught sight of the delicacy of his hands, and looked up suddenly with a piercing gaze. He bore the scrutiny coolly, and took a chair in silence, his companion doing the same, while Madame opened the letter and read Slivers' bad writing with a dexterity only acquired by long practice. Having finished her perusal, she looked up slowly. "A broken-down gentleman," she said to herself, as she saw the easy bearing and handsome face of the young man. Then, looking at his companion, she saw by his lumpish aspect and coarse hands that he occupied a much lower rank of life than his friend. Monsieur Vandeloup, for it was he, caught her eye as she was scrutinising them, and his face broke into a smile, a most charming smile, as Madame observed mentally, though she allowed nothing of her thoughts to appear on her face. "You want work," she said, slowly folding up the letter and placing it in her pocket. "Do you understand anything about gold mining?" "Unfortunately, no, madam," said Vandeloup coolly, "but we are willing to learn." Archie grunted in a dissatisfied manner, for he was by no means in favour of teaching people their business, and besides, he thought Vandeloup too much of a gentleman to do work. "You look hardly strong enough for such hard labour," said Mrs Villiers, doubtfully eyeing the slender figure of the young man. "Your companion, I think, will do, but you—" "I, madam, am like the lilies of the field, that neither toil nor spin," replied Vandeloup gaily, "but, unfortunately, I am now compelled by necessity to work, and though I should prefer to earn my bread in an easier manner, beggars," with a characteristic shrug which did not escape Madame's eye, "cannot be choosers." "You are French?" she asked quickly in that language. "Yes, madam," he replied in the same tongue. "Both my friend and myself are from Paris, but we have not been long out here." Madame leaned her head on her hand and thought, while Vandeloup looked at her keenly, and remembered what Slivers had said. "She is indeed a handsome woman," he observed mentally. "My lines will fall in pleasant places if I remain here." Mrs Villiers rather liked the look of this young man. There was a certain fascination about him which few women could resist, and Madame, although steeled to a considerable extent by experience, was yet a woman. His companion, however, she did not care about. He had a sullen and lowering countenance, and looked rather dangerous. "What is your name?" she asked the young man. "Gaston Vandeloup." "You are a gentleman?" He bowed, but said nothing. "And you?" asked Madame, sharply turning to the other. He looked up and touched his mouth. "Pardon him not answering, madame," interposed Vandeloup. "He has the misfortune to be dumb." "Dumb?" echoed Madame, with a glance of commiseration, while Archie looked startled, and Selina mentally observed that silence was golden. "Yes, he has been so from his birth, at least, so he gives me to understand," said Gaston, with a shrug of his shoulders, which insinuated a doubt on the subject, "but it's more likely the result of an accident, for he can hear though he cannot speak. However, he is strong and willing to work, and I also, if you will kindly give me an opportunity," adding he, with a winning smile. "You have not many qualifications," said Madame shortly, angry with herself for so taking to this young man's suave manner. "Probably not," retorted Vandeloup, with a cynical smile. "I fancy it will be more a case of charity than anything else, as we are starving." Madame started, while Archie murmured pure Dales. Surely not as bad as that, observed Mrs. Villiers in a softer tone. Why not? Retorted the Frenchman carelessly. Manna does not fall from heaven as in the days of Moses. We are strangers in a strange land, and it is hard to obtain employment. My companion Pierre can work in your mine, and if you will take me on, I can keep your books, with a sudden glance at a file of papers on the table. Thank you, I keep my own books, replied Madame shortly. What do you say to engaging them, Archie? We may give them a try, said Mackintosh cautiously. Ye do need a figure man, as I told ye, and the dour deal can work in the clam. Madame drew a long breath, and then made up her mind. Very well, she said, sharply. You are engaged, Monsieur Vandeloup, as my clerk, and your companion can work in the mine. As to wages and all that, we will settle tomorrow, but I think you will find everything satisfactory. I am sure of that, madam, returned Vandeloup with a bow. And now, said Madame Midas graciously, relaxing somewhat now that business was over, you had better have some supper. Pierre's face lighted up when he heard this invitation, and Vandeloup bowed politely. You are very kind, he said, looking at Mrs. Villiers in a friendly manner. Supper is rather a novelty to both of us. Selina meanwhile had gone out, and returned with some cold beef and pickles, a large loaf and a jug of beer. These she placed on the table, and then retired to her seat again, inwardly rebellious at having two tramps at the table, but outwardly calm. Pierre fell upon the victuals before him, with the voracity of a starving animal, and ate and drank in such a savage manner that Madame was conscious of a kind of curious repugnance, and even Archie was startled out of his Scotch phlegm. I wonna care about keeping you long, he muttered to himself. He's mair like a cannibal nor a civilised body. Vandeloup, however, ate very little and soon finished. Then filling a glass with beer, he held it to his lips and bowed again to Madame Midas. To your health, madam, he said, drinking. Mrs. Villiers bowed courteously. This young man pleased her. She was essentially a woman with social instincts, and the appearance of this young and polished stranger in the wilds of the Pactolus claim promised her a little excitement. It was true that every now and then, when she caught a glimpse from his scintillating eyes, she was conscious of a rather unpleasant sensation, but this she put down to fancy, as the young man's manners were really charming. When the supper was ended, Pierre pushed back his chair into the shadow, and once more relapsed into his former gloom. But Vandeloup stood up and looked towards Madame in a hesitating manner. I'm afraid, madam, we disturb you, he murmured vaguely, though in his heart he wished to stay in this pleasant room and talk to such a handsome woman. We had best be going. Not at all, answered Madame graciously. Sit down. You and your friend can sleep in the men's quarters tonight, and tomorrow we will see if we can't provide you with a better resting place. Vandeloup murmured something indistinctly, and then resumed his seat. Meanwhile, said Mrs. Villiers, leaning back in her chair, and regarding him fixedly, tell me all about yourselves. Alas, madam, answered Vandeloup, with a charming smile and deprecating shrug of his shoulders, there is not much to tell. I was brought up in Paris, and, getting tired of city life, I came out to India to see a little of the world. Then I went over to Borneo, and was coming down to Australia when our vessel was wrecked, and all on board were drowned but myself and this fellow. pointing to Pierre, who was one of the sailors. We managed to get a boat, and after tossing about for nearly a week, we were cast up on the coast of Queensland, and from thence came to Melbourne. I could not get work there, neither could my friend, and as we heard of Ballarat, we came up here to try to get employment, and our lines, madam, with another bow, have fallen in a pleasant place. What a dreadful chapter of accidents, said madam, coolly looking at him to see if he was speaking the truth, for experience of her husband had inspired her with an instinctive distrust of men. Vandeloup, however, bore her scrutiny without moving a muscle of his face, so madam at last withdrew her eyes, quite satisfied that his story was true. "Is there no one in Paris to whom you can write?" she asked, after a pause. "Luckily there is," returned Gaston, "and I have already sent a letter asking for a remittance, but it takes time to get an answer, and as I have lost all my books, papers, and money, I must wait for a few months, and as I have to live in the meantime, I am glad to obtain work." "Still, your consul," began Mrs. Villiers. "Alas, madam, what can I say? How can I prove to him that I am what I assert to be? My companion is dumb and cannot speak for me, and unluckily he can neither read nor write. I have no papers to prove myself, so my consul may think me what you call a scamp. No, I will wait till I receive news from home, and get to my own position again. Besides," with a shrug, "after all, it is experience." "Experience," said madam quietly, "is a good schoolmaster, but the fees are somewhat high." "Ah," said Vandeloup, with a pleased look, "you know Heine." "I perceive, madam. I did not know he was read out here." "We are not absolute barbarians, Monsieur Vandeloup," said madam, with a smile, as she arose and held out her hand to the young man. "And now good night, for I am feeling tired, and I will see you tomorrow. Mr. McIntosh will show you where you are to sleep." Vandeloup took the hand she held out to him, and pressed it to his lips with a sudden gesture. "Madam," he said passionately, "you are an angel, for today you have saved the lives of 2 men." Madam snatched her hand away quickly, and a flash of annoyance spread over her face as she saw how Selina and Archie stared. Vandeloup, however, did not wait for her answer, but went out, followed by Pierre. Archie put on his hat and walked out after them, while Madame Midas stood looking at Selina with a thoughtful expression of countenance. "I don't know if I've done a right thing, Selina," she said at length, "but as they were starving I could hardly turn them away." "Cast your bread on the waters, and it shall come back after many days buttered," said Selina, giving her own version of the text. Madame laughed. "Monsieur Vandeloup talks well," she observed. "So did he," replied Selina, with a sniff, referring to Mr. Villiers, "once bitten, twice shy." "Quite right, Selina," replied Mrs. Villiers coolly, "but you are going too fast. I'm not going to fall in love with my servant." "You're a woman," retorted Selina, undoubtedly, for she had not much belief in her own sex. "Yes, who has been tricked and betrayed by a man," said madam fiercely, "and do you think because I succour a starving human being I am attracted by his handsome face? You ought to know me better than that, Selina. I have always been true to myself," and without another word she left the room. Selina stood still for a moment, then deliberately put away her work, slapped the cat in order to relieve her feelings, and poked the fire vigorously. "I don't like him," she said, emphasizing every word with a poke. "He's too smooth and handsome. His eyes ain't true, and his tongue's too smart. I hate him." Having delivered herself of this opinion, she went to boil some water for Mackintosh, who always had some whisky hot before going to bed. Selina was right in her estimate of Vandeloup, and logically argued the case stood thus. Some animals of a fine organisation have an instinct which warns them to avoid approaching danger. Women is one of these finely organised animals. Ergo, let no woman go contrary to her instinct. Chapter 5. Mammon's Treasure House. At the foot of the huge mound of white mullock which marked the site of the Pactolus mine was a long zinc-roofed building, which was divided into two compartments. In one of these the miners left their clothes and put on rough canvas suits before going down, and here also they were searched on coming up, in order to see if they had carried away any gold. From this room a long, narrow passage led to the top of the shaft, so that any miner having gold concealed upon him could not throw it away and pick it up afterwards, but had to go right into the searching room from the cage, and could not possibly hide a particle without being found out by the searchers. The other room was the sleeping apartment of such miners as stayed on the premises, for the majority of the men went home to their families when their work was done. There were 3 shifts of men on the Pactolus during the 24 hours, and each shift worked 8 hours at a time, the first going on at midnight and knocking off at 8 in the morning, the second commencing at 8 and ending at 4 in the afternoon, and the third starting at 4 and lasting until midnight again, when the first shift of men began anew. Consequently, when Monsieur Vandeloup awoke next morning at 6 o'clock, the first shift were not yet up, and some of the miners who had to go on at 8 were sleeping heavily in their beds. The sleeping places were berths, ranging along 2 sides of the room, and divided into upper and lower compartments, like those on a shipboard. Gaston, having roused himself, naturally wanted to see where he was, so rubbing his eyes and yawning, he leaned on his elbow and took a leisurely survey of his position. He saw a rather large room lighted at regular intervals by 3 square windows, and as these were uncurtained, the cold, searching light of daybreak was slowly stealing through them into the apartment, and all the dusky objects therein were gradually revealing themselves in the still light. He could hear the heavy, monotonous breathing of the men, and the restless turning and tossing of those who could not sleep. Gaston yawned once or twice, then feeling disinclined for any more sleep, he softly put on his clothes, so as not to awake Pierre, who slept in the berth below, and descending from his sleeping place, groped his way to the door, and went out into the cool, fragrant morning. There was a chill wind blowing from the bush, bringing with it a faint aromatic odour, and on glancing downwards he saw that the grass was wet with dew. The dawn was burning redly in the east, and the vivid crimson of the sky put him in mind of that sunset under which he had landed with his companion on the Queensland coast. Suddenly a broad shaft of yellow light broke into the pale pink of the sky, and with a burst of splendour the sun rose slowly into sight from behind the dark bush, and all the delicate workings of the dawn disappeared in the flood of golden light which poured over the landscape. Vandeloup looked idly at all this beauty with an unobservant eye, being too much occupied with his thoughts to take notice of anything, and it was only when two magpies near him broke into a joyous duet, in which each strove to emulate the other's mellow notes, that he awoke from his brown study and began to walk back again to the mine. "I must let nothing stand in my way to acquire money," he said musingly. "With it one can rule the world. Without it, then how trite and bald these well-worn maxims seem. Why do I repeat them, parrot-like, when I see what I have to do so clearly before me? That woman, for instance. I must begin by making her my friend. Bah! She is that already. I saw it in her eyes, which she can't control as she does her face. Yes, I must make her my friend, my very dear friend. And then, well, to my mind, the world pivot is a woman. I will spare no one in order to attain my ends. I will make myself my own god, and consider no one but myself, and those who stand in my path must get out of it or run the chance of being crushed." This, with a cynical smile, is what some would call the devil's philosophy. At all events, it is good enough for me. He was near the mine by this time, and hearing someone calling to him, he looked up, and saw Mackintosh walking towards him. There was a stir in the men's quarters now, and he could see the door was open, and several figures were moving briskly about, while a number of others were crossing the fields. The regular beat of the machinery still continued, and the smoke was pouring out thick and black from the tall red chimney, while the wheels were spinning round in the poppet heads, as the mine slowly disgorged the men who had been working all night. Mackintosh came slowly along with his hands in his pockets, and a puzzled look on his severe face. He could not make up his mind whether to like or dislike this young man, but Madame Midas had seemed so impressed that he had half made up his mind to dislike him out of spirit of contradiction. "We men are so easy pleased, pure feckless bodies," he said to himself. "A bonny face is so fash their heads aboot, though the same may be already in the grip of old Nicky Ben. Well, well, if Madame does fancy the lad, and he's not bad looking, I'll say that she may just have her own way, and I'll keep my eye on both." He looked grimly at the young man as he came briskly forward with a gay smile. "You're a very early bird," he said, fondling his frill of white hair, and looking keenly at the tall, slim figure of the Frenchman. "Case of must, my friend," returned Vandeloup coolly. "It's only rich men can afford to be in bed, not poor devils like me." "You're no muckle like either folk," said the suspicious old Scotchman, with a condemnatory sniff. "Of that I am glad," retorted Vandeloup, with suavity, as he walked beside him to the men's quarters. "What a horrible thing to be the duplicate of half a dozen other men. By the way," breaking off into a new subject, "Madame Midas is charming." "Aye, aye," said Archie jealously. "We ken all about thy French fangled way of giving pretty words, and deal a scrap of truth in any of them." Gaston was about to protest, but he said no more than he felt, which was indeed the truth. But Archie impatiently hurried him off to breakfast at the office, as he declared himself famishing. They made a hearty meal, and, having had a smoke and a talk, prepared to go below. First of all, they arrayed themselves in underground garments, not grave clothes, though the name is certainly suggestive of the cemetery. which consisted of canvas trousers, heavy boots, blue blouses of rough woolen material, and a sou'wester each. Thus accoutred, they went along to the foot of the poppet heads, and Archie having opened a door therein, Vanderloop saw the mouth of the shaft yawning dark and gloomy at his feet. As he stood there gazing at the black hole which seemed to pierce down into the entrails of the earth, he turned round to take one last look at the sun before descending to the nether world. "This is quite a new experience to me," he said, as they stepped into the wet iron cage, which had ascended to receive them in answer to Archie's signal, and now commenced to drop down silently and swiftly into the pitchy darkness. "It puts me in mind of Jules Verne's romances." Archie did not reply, for he was too much occupied in lighting his candle to answer, and moreover knew nothing about romances, and cared still less. So they went on sliding down noiselessly into the gloom, while the water, falling from all parts of the shaft, kept splashing constantly on the top of the cage and running in little streams over their shoulders. "It's like a nightmare," thought the Frenchman, with a nervous shudder, as he saw the wet walls gleaming in the faint light of the candle. "Worthy of Dante's Inferno." At last they reached the ground, and found themselves in the main chamber, from whence the galleries branched off to east and west. It was upheld on all sides by heavy wooden supports of blue gum and stringy bark, the scarred surfaces of which made them look like the hieroglyphic pillars in old Egyptian temples. The walls were dripping with damp, and the floor of the chamber, though covered with iron plates, was nearly an inch deep with yellow-looking water, discoloured by the clay of the mine. Two miners in rough canvas clothes were waiting there, and every now and then a trolley laden with wash would roll suddenly out of one of the galleries with a candle fastened in front of it, and would be pushed into the cage and sent up to the puddlers. Round the walls, candles fastened to spikes were stuck into the woodwork, and in their yellow glimmer the great drops of water clinging to the roof and sides of the chamber shone like diamonds. "Aladdin's garden," observed Vanderloop gaily, as he lighted his candle at that of Archie's, and went towards the eastern gallery. "Only the jewels are not substantial enough." Archie showed the Frenchman how to carry his candle in the miner's manner, so that it could not go out, which consisted in holding it low down between the forefinger and third finger, so that the hollow palm of the hand formed a kind of shield, and then Vanderloop, hearing the sound of falling water close to him, asked what it was, whereupon Archie explained it was for ventilating purposes. The water fell the whole height of the mine through a pipe into a bucket, and a few feet above this another pipe was joined at right angles to the first and stretched along the gallery near the roof like a never-ending serpent right to the end of the drive. The air was driven along this by the water, and then, being released from the pipe, returned back through the gallery, so that there was a constant current circulating all through the mine. As they groped their way slowly along, their feet splashed into pools of yellow clayey water at the sides of the drive, or stumbled over the rough ground and rugged rails laid down for the trolleys. All along the gallery, at regular intervals, were posts of stringy bark in a vertical position, while beams of the same were laid horizontally across the top. but so low that Vanderloop had to stoop constantly to prevent himself knocking his head against their irregular projections. Clinging to these side posts were masses of white fungus, which the miners used to remove discolorations from their hands, and from the roof also it hung like great drifts of snow, agitated with every breath of wind as the keen air, damped and chilled by the underground darkness, rushed past them. Every now and then they would hear a faint rumble in the distance, and Archie would drag his companion to one side, while a trolley laden with white, wet-looking wash, and impelled by a runner, would roll past with the roaring and grinding of wheels. At intervals on each side of the main drive, black chasms appeared, which Archie informed his companion were drives put in to test the wash, and as these smaller galleries continued branching off, Vanderloop thought the whole mine resembled nothing so much as a herringbone. Being accustomed to the darkness and knowing every inch of the way, the manager moved forward rapidly, and sometimes Vanderloop lagged so far behind that all he could see of his guide was the candle he carried, shining like a pale yellow star in the pitchy darkness. At last Mackintosh went into one of the side galleries, and going up an iron ladder fixed to the side of the wall, they came to a second gallery 30 feet above the other, and branching off at right angles. This was where the wash was to be found, for, as Archie informed Vanderloop, the main drives of the mine were always put down 30 or 40 feet below the wash, and then they could work up to the higher levels, the reason of this being that the leads had a downward tendency, and it was necessary for the main drive to be sunk below, as before mentioned, in order to get the proper levels and judge the gutters correctly. At the top of the ladder they found some empty trucks, which had delivered their burden into a kind of chute, through which it fell to the lower level, and there another truck was waiting to take it to the main shaft, from whence it went up to the puddlers. Archie made Vanderloop get into one of these trucks, and though they were all wet and covered with clay, he was glad to do so, and be smoothly carried along, instead of stumbling over the rails and splashing among the pools of water. Every now and then, as they went along, there would be a gush of water from the dripping walls, which was taken along in pipes to the main chamber, and from thence pumped out of the mine by a powerful pump worked by a beam engine, by which means the mine was kept dry. At last, after they had gone some considerable distance, they saw the dim light of a candle, and heard the dull blows of a pick, then found themselves at the end of the drive, where a miner was working at the wash. The wash wherein the gold is found was exceedingly well defined, and represented a stratified appearance, being sandwiched in between a bed of white pipe clay and a top layer of brownish earth, interspersed with gravel. Every blow of the pick sent forth showers of sparks in all directions, and as fast as the wash was broken down, the runner filled up the trolleys with it. After asking the miner about the character of the wash, and testing some himself in a shovel, Archie left the gallery, and going back to the chute, they descended again to the main drive, and visited several other faces of wash, the journey in each instance being exactly the same in all respects. Each face had a man working at it, sometimes two, and a runner who loaded the trucks and ran them along to the chutes. In spite of the ventilation, Vanderloop felt as if he was in a Turkish bath, and the heat was in some places very great. At the end of one of the drives, Mackintosh called Vanderloop, and on going towards him the young man found him seated on a truck with the plan of the mine before him, as he wanted to show him all the ramifications of the workings. The plan looked more like a map of a city than anything else, with the main drive doing duty as the principal street, and all the little galleries branching off in endless confusion looked like the lanes and alleys of a populous town. "It's like the catacombs in Rome," said Vanderloop to Mackintosh, after he had contemplated the plan for some time. "One could easily get lost here." "He might," returned Mackintosh cautiously, "if he didn't keen about the lie of the mine, or yonder," putting one finger on the plan and pointing with the other to the right of the tunnel. "We found a 20-ounce nugget yesterday, and afore that 25, and in the first place we were 2 months ago over there," pointing to the left. "There was yin big, and I ca'd the Villiers nugget, which as ye kin is Madame's name." "Oh yes, I know that," said Vanderloop, much interested. "Do you christen all your nuggets?" "If they're big enough," replied Archie. "Then I hope you will find 100-ounce lump of gold, and call it the Vanderloop," returned the young man, laughing. "There's mony a true word spoke in jest, laddie," said Archie gravely. "When we get to the Deil's Lead we may find an o' that size." "What do you mean by leads?" asked Vanderloop, considerably puzzled. Thereupon Archie opened his mouth and gave the young man a scientific lecture on mining, the pitch of which was as follows. "Did you know kin?" said Mr. Mackintosh sagaciously. "In the old days, I want to say, but what it might be as far back as the far old man, maybe a wee bit farther, the rains washed and the gold fra the taps of the hills, where the quartz reefs were, down to the valleys below, where the river ye kin were flowing, and as the ages went on and nature, under the guidance o' the Almighty, performed her work, the river bed with at its gold would be covered all with anither formation, and then the river or anither yin would flow on a new bed, and the precious metal would be washed fra the hills in the same way as I told you of, and the second river bed would also cover all, and so the same game went on and is still progressing. So when the first miners came down to this land of Ophir, the gold they got by scratching the tap of the earth was the latest deposit, and when you go down a few 100 feet you come on the second river, or rather, I should say, the bed of the former river, and it is there that the gold is to be found. And these dried up rivers we call leads. Now, laddie, ye may ken that at present we are in the bed, and these old streams 300 feet fra the tap of the earth, and it's here we get the gold, and as we go on we follow the wanderings of the river and lose sight of it." "Yes," said Vanderloop quickly, "but you lost this river you call the Devil's Lead. How was that?" "Well," said Mr. Mackintosh deliberately, "rivers are very like human beings in the queer twists they take, and the Deil's Lead seems to have been ane like that. At present we are on the banks of it, where we noo get these nuggets, but 'tis the bed I wanted to ken, the centre, for it's there the gold is losh, man," he went on excitedly, rising to his feet and rolling up the plan. "You dinna ken how rich the Deil's land is. There's just a fortune in it." "I suppose these rivers must stop at a certain depth?" "Aye, aye," returned the old Scotchman. "We go down and down till we come on what we may call the primary rock, and under that there is nothing except, with a touch of religious enthusiasm, maybe 'tis the bottomless pit, where old Horny dwells, as we are told in the scripture. Nor let us go up again, and I'll show you the puddlers at walk. Vandeloup had not the least idea what the puddlers were, but desirous of learning, he followed his guide, who led him into another gallery, which formed a kind of loop, and joined again with the main drive. As Gaston stumbled along, he felt a touch on his shoulder, and on turning saw it was Pierre, who had been put to work with the other men, and was acting as one of the runners. "Ah, you are there, my friend," said Vandeloup coolly, looking at the uncouth figure before him by the feeble glimmer of his candle. Work away, it's not very pleasant, but at all events," in a rapid whisper, "it's better than New Caledonia." Pierre nodded in a sullen manner and went back to his work, while Vandeloup hurried on to catch up to Mackintosh, who was now far ahead. "I wish," said this pleasant young man to himself, as he stumbled along, "I wish that the mine would fall in and crush Pierre. He's such a dead weight to be hanging round my neck. Besides, he has such a jailbird look about him that it's enough to make the police find out where he came from. If they do, goodbye to wealth and respectability." He found Archie waiting for him at the entrance to the main drive, and they soon arrived at the bottom of the shaft, got into the cage, and at last reached the top of the earth again. Vandeloup drew a long breath at the fresh pure air, but his eyes felt quite painful in the vivid glare of the sun. "I don't envy the gnomes," he said gaily to Archie as they went on to the puddlers. "They must have been subject to chronic rheumatism." Mr. Mackintosh, not having an acquaintance with fairy lore, said nothing in reply, but took Vandeloup to the puddlers, and showed all the process of getting the gold. The wash was carried along in the trucks from the top of the shaft to the puddlers, which were large circular vats into which water was constantly gushing. The washed dirt being put into these, there was an iron ring held up by chains, having blunt spikes to it, which was called a harrow. Two of these being attached to beams laid crosswise were dragged round and round among the wash by the constant revolution of the cross pieces. This soon reduced all the wash dirt to a kind of fine, creamy-looking syrup, with heavy white stones in it, which were removed every now and then by the man in charge of the machine. Descending to the second story of the framework, Vandeloup found himself in a square chamber, the roof of which was the puddler. In this roof was a trap-door, and when the washed dirt had been sufficiently mixed, the trap-door was opened, and it was precipitated through on to the floor of the second chamber. A kind of broad trough running in a slanting direction and called a sluice was on one side, and into this a quantity of wash was put, and a tap at the top turned on, which caused the water to wash the dirt down the sluice. Another man at the foot, with a pitchfork, kept shifting up the stones which were mixed up with the gravel, and by degrees all the surplus dirt was washed away, leaving only these stones and a kind of fine black sand, in which the gold, being heavy, had stayed. This sand was carefully gathered up with a brush and iron trowel into a shallow tin basin, and then an experienced miner carefully manipulated the same with clear water. What with blowing with the breath and allowing the water to flow gently over it, all the black sand was soon taken away, and the bottom of the tin dish was then covered with dirty yellow grains of gold interspersed with little water-worn nuggets. Archie took the gold and carried it down to the office, where it was first weighed and then put into a little canvas bag, which would be taken to the bank in Ballarat, and there sold at the rate of £4 an ounce or thereabouts. "So this ye kin," said Archie, when he had finished all his explanations, "is the way ye get gold." "My faith," said Vandeloup carelessly, with a merry laugh, "gold is as hard to get in its natural state as in its artificial." "And harder," retorted Archie, "forby there no sic wicked work aboot it." "Madame will be rich some day," remarked Vandeloup, as they left the office and walked up towards the house. "Maybe she will," replied the other cautiously. "Australia's a grand place for the sillier ye kin. I'm no very far wrong, but what with industry and perseverance ye may make a wee bit sillier yourself, laddie." "It won't be my fault if I don't," returned Monsieur Vandeloup gaily, "and Madame Midas," he added mentally, "will be an excellent person to assist me in doing so." Chapter 6. Kitty. Gaston Vandeloup, having passed all his life in cities, found that his existence on the Pactolus claim was likely to be very dreary. Day after day he arose in the morning, did his office work, ate his meals, and after a talk with Madame Midas in the evening, went to bed at 10 o'clock. Such Arcadian simplicity as this was not likely to suit the highly cultivated tastes he had acquired in his earlier life. As to the episode of New Caledonia, Monsieur Vandeloup dismissed it completely from his mind, for this young man never permitted his thoughts to dwell on disagreeable subjects. His experiences as a convict had been novel but not pleasant, and he looked upon the time which had elapsed since he left France in the convict ship to the day he landed on the coast of Queensland in an open boat as a bad nightmare, and would willingly have tried to treat it as such. Only the constant sight of his dumb companion, Pierre Lemaire, reminded him only too vividly of the reality of his trouble. Often and often did he wish that Pierre would break his neck, or that the mine would fall in and crush him to death, but nothing of the sort happened, and Pierre continued to vex his eyes and to follow him about with a dog-like fidelity which arose, not from any love of the young man, but from the fact that he found himself a stranger in a strange land, and Vandeloup was the only person he knew. With such a millstone round his neck, the young Frenchman often despaired of being able to get on in Australia. Meanwhile he surrendered himself to the situation with a kind of cynical resignation, and looked hopefully forward to the time when a kind Providence would rid him of his unpleasant friend. The feelings of Madame Midas towards Vandeloup were curious. She had been a very impressionable girl, and her ill-fated union with Villiers had not quite succeeded in deadening all her feelings, though it had doubtless gone a good way towards doing so. Being of an appreciative nature, she liked to hear Vandeloup talk of his brilliant life in Paris, Vienna, London, and other famous cities, which to her were merely names. For such a young man, he had certainly seen a great deal of life, and added to this his skill as a talker was considerable, so that he frequently held Madame, Selina, and Mackintosh spellbound by his very life descriptions and eloquent conversation. Of course, he only talked of the most general subjects to Mrs. Villiers, and never by any chance let slip that he knew the seamy side of life. a side with which this versatile young gentleman was pretty well acquainted. As a worker, Gaston was decidedly a success. Being quick at figures and easily taught anything, he soon mastered all the details of the business connected with the Pactolus claim, and Madame found that she could leave everything to him with perfect safety, and could rely on all matters of business being well and promptly attended to. But she was too clever a woman to let him manage things himself, or even know how much she trusted him, and Vandeloup knew that whatever he did, those calm dark eyes were on him, and that the least slip or neglect on his part would bring Madame Midas to his side with her quiet voice and inflexible will to put him right again. Consequently, the Frenchman was careful not to digress or to take too much upon himself, but did his work promptly and carefully, and soon became quite indispensable to the work of the mine. In addition to this, he had made himself very popular with the men, and as the months rolled on, was looked upon quite as a fixture in the Pactolus claim. As for Pierre Lemaire, he did his work well, ate and slept, and kept his eye on his companion in case he should leave him in the lurch. But no one would have guessed that the two men, so different in appearance, were bound together by a guilty secret, or were, morally speaking, both on the same level as convicts from a French prison. A whole month had elapsed since Madame had engaged Monsieur Vandeloup and his friend, but as yet the devil's lead had not been found. Madame, however, was strong in her belief that it would soon be discovered, for her luck, the luck of Madame Midas, was getting quite a proverb in Ballarat. One bright morning Vandeloup was in the office running up endless columns of figures, and Madame, dressed in her underground garments, was making ready to go below, just having stepped in to see Gaston. "By the way, Monsieur Vandeloup," she said in English, for it was only in the evenings they spoke French, "I am expecting a young lady this morning, so you can tell her I have gone down the mine, but will be back in an hour if she will wait for me." "Certainly, madam," said Vandeloup, looking up with his bright smile. "And the young lady's name?" "Kitty Marchurst," replied Madame, pausing a moment at the door of the office. "She is the daughter of the Reverend Mark Marchurst, a minister at Ballarat. I think you will like her, Monsieur Vandeloup," she went on, in a conversational tone. "She is a charming girl, only 17, and extremely pretty." "Then I am sure to like her," returned Gaston gaily. "I never could resist the charm of a pretty woman." "Mind," said Madame severely, holding up her finger, "you must not turn my favourite's head with any of your idle compliments. She has been very strictly brought up, and the language of gallantry is Greek to her." Vandeloup tried to look penitent, and failed utterly. "Madame," he said, rising from his seat, and gravely bowing, "I will speak of nothing to Mademoiselle Kitty but of the weather and the crops till you return." Madame laughed pleasantly. "You are incorrigible, Monsieur Vandeloup," she said, as she turned to go. "However, don't forget what I said, for I trust you." When Mrs Villiers had gone, closing the office door after her, Gaston was silent for a few minutes, and then burst out laughing. "She trusts me," he said in a mocking tone. "In heaven's name, why? I never did pretend to be a saint, and I'm certainly not going to be one because I'm put on my word of honour. Madam," with an ironical bow in the direction of the closed door, "since you trust me, I will not speak of love to this bread and butter miss. unless she proves more than ordinarily pretty, in which case, shrugging his shoulders, I'm afraid I must betray your trust and follow my own judgment." He laughed again, and then, going back to his desk, began to add up his figures. At the second column, however, he paused, and commenced to sketch faces on the blotting paper. "She's the daughter of a minister," he said musingly. "I can guess, then, what like she is, prim and demure, like a caricature by Chum. In that case she will be safe from me, for I could never bear an ugly woman. By the way, I wonder if ugly women think themselves pretty. Their mirrors must lie most obligingly if they do." There was Adele. She was decidedly plain, not to say ugly, and yet so brilliant in her talk. I was sorry she died, yes, even though she was the cause of my exile to New Caledonia. Bah! It is always a woman one has to thank for one's misfortunes. Curse them! Though why I should I don't know, for they have always been good friends to me. Ah, well, to return to business. Mademoiselle Kitty is coming, and I must behave like a bear in case she should think my intentions are wrong. He went to work on the figures again, when suddenly he heard a high clear voice singing outside. At first he thought it was a bird, but no bird could execute such trills and shakes. So by the time the voice arrived at the office door, Monsieur Vandeloup came to the conclusion that the owner of the voice was a woman, and that woman was Miss Kitty Marchurst. He leaned back in his chair and wondered idly if she would knock at the door or enter without ceremony. The latter course was the one adopted by Miss Marchurst, for she threw open the door and stood there, blushing and pouting at the embarrassing situation in which she now found herself. "I thought I would find Mrs. Villiers here," she said in a low, sweet voice, the peculiar timbre of which sent a thrill through Gaston's young blood as he arose to his feet. Then she looked up, and catching his dark eyes fixed on her, with a good deal of admiration in them, she looked down and commenced drawing figures on the dusty floor with the tip of a very dainty shoe. "Madame has gone down the mine," said Monsieur Vandeloup politely, "but she desired me to say that she would be back soon, and that you were to wait here, and I was to entertain you." Then, with a grave bow, he placed the only chair in the office at the disposal of his visitor, and leaned up against the mantelpiece in an attitude of unstudied grace. Miss Marchurst accepted his offer, and depositing her small person in the big cane chair, she took furtive glances at him, while Gaston, whose experience of women was by no means limited, looked at her coolly in a manner which would have been rude but for the charming smile which quivered upon his lips. Kitty Marchurst was a veritable fairy in size, and her hands and feet were exquisitely formed, while her figure had all the plumpness and roundness of a girl of 17, which age she was, though she really did not look more than 14, an innocent childlike face, two limpid blue eyes, a straight little nose, and a charming rose-lipped mouth were Kitty's principal attractions, and her hair was really wonderful, growing all over her head in crisp golden curls. Childlike enough her face looked in repose, but with the smile came the woman, such a smile, a laughing merry expression such as the Greeks gave to Hebe. Dressed in a rough white dress trimmed with pale blue ribbons, and her golden head surmounted by a sailor hat, with a scarf of the same azure hue tied around it, Kitty looked really charming, and Vanderloop could hardly restrain himself from taking her up in his arms and kissing her, so delightfully fresh and piquant she appeared. Kitty, on her side, had examined Gaston with a woman's quickness of taking in details, and she mentally decided he was the best-looking man she had ever seen, only she wished he would talk. Shyness was not a part of her nature, so after waiting a reasonable time for Vanderloop to commence, she determined to start herself. "I'm waiting to be entertained," she said in a hurried voice, raising her eyes. Then, afraid of her own temerity, she looked down again. Gaston smiled a little at Kitty's outspoken remark, but remembering Madame's injunction, he rather mischievously determined to carry out her desires to the letter. "It is a very nice day," he said gravely. Kitty looked up and laughed merrily. "I don't think that's a very original remark," she said coolly, producing an apple from her pocket. "If that's all you've got to say, I hope Madame won't be long." Vanderloop laughed again at her petulance, and eyed her critically as she took a bite out of the red side of the apple with her white teeth. "You like apples?" he asked, very much amused by her candour. "Pretty well," returned Miss Marchurst, eyeing the fruit in a disparaging manner. "Peaches are nicer. Are Madame's peaches ripe?" looking anxiously at him. "I think they are," rejoined Gaston gravely. "Then we'll have some for tea," decided Kitty, taking another bite out of her apple. "I'm going to stay to tea, you know," she went on in a conversational tone. "I always stay to tea when I'm on a visit here." And then Brown, that's our man, in an explanatory manner, comes and fetches me home. "Happy Brown," murmured Vanderloop, who really meant what he said. Kitty laughed and blushed. "I've heard all about you," she said coolly, nodding to him. "Nothing to my disadvantage, I hope," anxiously. "Oh dear no, rather the other way," returned Miss Marchurst gaily. "They said you were good-looking, and so you are, very good-looking." Gaston bowed and laughed, rather amused at the way she spoke, for he was used to being flattered by women, though hardly in the outspoken way of this country maiden. "She's been strictly brought up," he muttered sarcastically. "I can see that. Eve before the fall in all her innocence." "I don't like your eyes," said Miss Kitty suddenly. "What's the matter with them?" with a quizzical glance. "They look wicked." "Ah, then they belly the soul within," returned Vanderloop seriously. "I assure you I'm a very good young man." "Then I'm sure not to like you," said Kitty, gravely shaking her golden head. "Pa's the minister, you know, and nothing but good young men come to our house. They're all so horrid, viciously. I hate 'em." Vanderloop laughed so much at this that Kitty rose to her feet and looked offended. "I don't know what you are laughing at," she said, throwing her half-eaten apple out of the door, "but I don't believe you're a good young man. You look awfully bad, seriously. Really, I don't think I ever saw anyone look so bad." "Suppose you undertake my reformation?" suggested Vanderloop eagerly. "Oh, I couldn't. It wouldn't be right. But," brightly, "Pa will." "I don't think I'll trouble him," said Gaston, hastily, who by no means relished the idea. "I'm too far gone to be any good." She was about to reply when Madame Midas entered, and Kitty flew to her with a cry of delight. "Why, Kitty," said Madame, highly pleased, "I am so glad to see you, my dear. But keep off, or I'll be spoiling your dress." "Yes, so you will," said Kitty, retreating to a safe distance. "What a long time you have been." "Have I, dear?" said Madame, taking off her underground dress. "I hope Monsieur Vandeloup has proved a good substitute." "Madame," answered Vandeloup gaily, as he assisted Mrs. Villiers to doff her muddy garments, "we have been talking about the crops and the weather." "Oh, indeed," replied Mrs. Villiers, who saw the flush on Kitty's cheek, and by no means approved of it. "It must have been very entertaining." "Very," assented Gaston, going back to his desk. "Come along, Kitty," said Madame, with a keen glance at her clerk, and taking Kitty's arm within her own. "Let us go to the house, and see if we can find any peaches." "I hope we'll find some big ones," said Kitty gluttonously, as she danced along by the side of Mrs. Villiers. "Temptation has been placed in my path in a very attractive form," said Vandeloup to himself, as he went back to those dreary columns of figures, "and I'm afraid that I will not be able to resist." When he came home to tea he found Kitty was as joyous and full of life as ever, in spite of the long hot afternoon and the restless energy with which she had been running about. Even Madame Midas felt weary and worn out by the heat of the day, and was sitting tranquilly by the window, but Kitty, with bright eyes and restless feet, followed Selina all over the house, under the pretence of helping her, an infliction which that sage spinster bore with patient resignation. After tea it was too hot to light the lamp, and even Selina let the fire go out, while all the windows and doors were open to let the cool night wind blow in. Vandeloup sat on the veranda with Mackintosh smoking cigarettes and listening to Madame, who was playing Mendelssohn's In a Gondola, that dreamy melody full of the swing and rhythmic movements of the waves. Then, to please old Archie, she played Auld Lang Syne, that tender caressing air which is one of the most pathetic and heart-stirring melodies in the world. Archie leaned forward with bowed head as the sad melody floated on the air, and his thoughts went back to the heather-clad Scottish hills. And what was this Madame was now playing, with its piercing sorrow and sad refrain? Surely farewell to Lochaber, that bitter lament of the exile leaving bonny Scotland far behind. Vandeloup, who was not attending to the music but thinking of Kitty, saw two big tears steal down Mackintosh's severe face, and marvelled at such a sign of weakness. "Sentiment from him," he muttered in a cynical tone. "Why, I should have as soon expected blood from a stone." Suddenly the sad air ceased, and after a few chords Kitty commenced to sing to Madame's accompaniment. Gaston arose to his feet and leaned up against the door, for she was singing Gounod's charming valse from Morella, the bird-like melody of which suited her high clear voice to perfection. Vandeloup was rather astonished at hearing this innocent little maiden execute the difficult valse with such ease, and her shake was as rapid and true as if she had been trained in the best schools of Europe. He did not know that Kitty had naturally a very flexible voice, and that Madame had trained her for nearly a year. When the song was ended, Gaston entered the room to express his thanks and astonishment, both of which Kitty received with bursts of laughter. "You have a fortune in your throat, mademoiselle," he said, with a bow, "and I assure you I have heard all the great singers of to-day, from Patty downwards." "I have only been able to teach her very little," said Madame, looking affectionately at Miss Marchurst, who now stood by the table, blushing at Vandeloup's praises, "but when we find the Devil's Lead, I am going to send her home to Italy to study singing." "For the stage?" asked Vandeloup. "That is as it may be," replied Madame enigmatically. "But now, Monsieur Vandeloup, you must sing us something." "Oh, does he sing?" said Kitty joyously. "Yes, and play too," answered Madame, as she vacated her seat at the piano and put her arm around Kitty. "Sing us something from the Grand Duchess, Monsieur." He shook his head. "Too gay for such an hour," he said, running his fingers lightly over the keys. "I will give you something from Faust." He had a pleasant tenor voice, not very strong, but singularly pure and penetrating, and he sang Salve d'Onora, the exquisite melody of which touched the heart of Madame Midas with a vague longing for love and affection, while in Kitty's breast there was a feeling she had never felt before. Her joyousness departed, her eyes glanced at the singer in a half-frightened manner, and she clung closer to Madame Midas as if she were afraid, as indeed she was. When Vandeloup finished the song, he dashed into a riotous student song, which he had heard many a time in midnight Paris, and finally ended with singing Alfred de Musset's Merry Little Chanson, which he thought especially appropriate to Kitty. "Bon Dieu, Suzanne, ma fleur de bois, est-tu toujours la plus jolie? Je reviens tel que tu me vois, d'une grande voyage en Italie." Altogether, Kitty had enjoyed her evening immensely, and was quite sorry when Brown came to take her home. Madame wrapped her up well and put her in the buggy, but was rather startled to see her flushed cheeks, bright eyes, and the sudden glances she stole at Vandeloup, who stood handsome and debonair in the moonlight. "I'm afraid I've made a mistake," she said to herself as the buggy drove off. She had, for Kitty had fallen in love with the Frenchman. And Gaston? He walked back to the house beside Madame, thinking of Kitty, and humming the gay refrain of the song he had been singing. "Je pars devant ta maison, ouvre ta porte. Bonjour, Suzanne." Decidedly, it was a case of love at first sight on both sides. Chapter 7. Mr. Villiers pays a visit. Slivers and his friend Villiers were by no means pleased with the existing state of things. In sending Vandeloup to the Pactolus claim, they had thought to compromise Madame Midas by placing her in the society of a young and handsome man, and counting on one of two things happening: either that Madame would fall in love with the attractive Frenchman, and seek for a divorce in order to marry him, which divorce Villiers would of course resist, unless she bribed him by giving him an interest in the Pactolus, or that Villiers could assume an injured tone and accuse Vandeloup of being his wife's lover, and threaten to divorce her unless she made him her partner in the claim. But they had both reckoned wrongly, for neither of these things happened, as Madame was not in love with Vandeloup, and acted with too much circumspection to give any opportunity for scandal. Consequently, Slivers and Co., not finding matters going to their satisfaction, met one day at the office of the senior partner for the purpose of discussing the affair, and seeing what could be done towards bringing Madame Midas to their way of thinking. Villiers was lounging in one of the chairs, dressed in a white linen suit, and looked rather respectable, though his inflamed face and watery eyes showed what a drunkard he was. He was sipping a glass of whisky and water and smoking his pipe, while he watched Slivers stumping up and down the office, swinging his cork arm vehemently to and fro as was his custom when excited. Billy sat on the table and eyed his master with a steady stare, or else hopped about among the papers talking to himself. "You thought you were going to do big things when you sent that jackadandy out to Pactolus," said Villiers after a pause. "At any rate, I did something," snarled Slivers in a rage, "which is more than you did, you whisky barrel." "Look here, don't you call names," growled Mr. Villiers in a sulky tone. "I'm a gentleman, remember that." "You were a gentleman, you mean," corrected the senior partner, with a malignant glance of his one eye. "What are you now?" "A stockbroker," retorted the other, taking a sip of whisky. "And a damn poor one at that," replied the other, sitting on the edge of the table, which position caused his wooden leg to stick straight out, a result which he immediately utilised by pointing it threateningly in the direction of Villiers. "Look here," said that gentleman, suddenly sitting up in his chair in a defiant manner, "drop these personalities and come to business. What's to be done? Vandeloup is firmly established there, but there's not the slightest chance of my wife falling in love with him." "Wait," said Slivers, stolidly wagging his wooden leg up and down. "Wait, you blind fool, wait." "Wait for the waggon," shrieked Billy behind, and then supplemented his remarks by adding, "Oh, my precious mother," as he climbed up on Slivers' shoulder. "You always say wait," growled Villiers, not paying any attention to Billy's interruption. "I tell you we can't wait much longer. They'll drop on the Devil's Lead shortly, and then we'll be up a tree." "Then suppose you go out to Pactolus and see your wife," suggested Slivers. "No go," returned Villiers gloomily. "She'd break my head." "Bah, you ain't afraid of a woman, are you?" snarled Slivers viciously. "No, but I am of Mackintosh and the rest of them," retorted Villiers. "What can one man do against 20 of these devils? Why, they'd kill me if I went out there, and that infernal wife of mine wouldn't raise her little finger to save me." "You're a devil," observed Billy, eyeing Villiers from his perch on Slivers' shoulder. "Oh Lord, ha ha ha," going into fits of laughter. Then drawing himself suddenly up, he ejaculated "Pickles," and shut up. "It's no good beating about the bush," said the wooden-legged man, getting down from the table. "You go out near the claim and see if you can catch her, then give it to her hot." "What am I to say?" asked Villiers helplessly. Slivers looked at him with a fiery scorn in his one eye. "Say," he shrieked, waving his cork arm, "talk about your darned honour. Say she's dragging your noble name through the mud, and say you'll divorce her if she don't give you half a share in the Pactolus. That will frighten her." "Pickles!" again ejaculated the parrot. "Oh no, it won't," said Villiers. "Bragg's a good dog, but he don't bite. I've tried that game on before, and it was no go." "Then try it your own way," grumbled Slivers sulkily, going to his seat and pouring himself out some whisky. "I don't care what you do, as long as I get into the Pactolus, and once I'm in, the devil himself won't get me out." Villiers thought a moment, then turned to go. "I'll try," he said, as he went out of the door, "but it's no go, I tell you. She's stone," and with a dismal nod he slouched away. "Stone, is she?" cried the old man, pounding furiously on the floor with his wooden leg. "Then I'd smash her, I'd crush her, I'd grind her into little bits, damn her!" And overcome by his rage, Slivers shook Billy off his shoulder and took a long drink. Meanwhile Mr. Villiers, dreading lest his courage should give way, went to the nearest hotel and drank pretty freely so that he might bring himself into an abnormal condition of bravery. Thus primed, he went to the railway station, took the train to the Pactolus claim, and, on arriving at the end of his journey, had one final glass of whisky to steady his nerves. The last straw, however, breaks the camel's back, and this last drink reduced Mr. Villiers to that mixed state which is known in colonial phrase as half-cocked. He lurched out of the hotel and went in the direction of the Pactolus claim. His only difficulty was that, as a matter of fact, the solitary mound of white earth which marked the entrance to the mine suddenly appeared before his eyes in a double condition, and he beheld two Pactolus claims, which curious optical delusion rather confused him, inasmuch as he was undecided to which he should go. "It's the Drickish," he said at length, stopping in the middle of the white dusty road, and looking preternaturally solemn. "It makes me see double. If I see my wife, I'll see two of her. Then with a drunken giggle, I'll be a bigamist." This idea so tickled him that he commenced to laugh, and finding it inconvenient to do so on his legs, he sat down to indulge his humour freely. A laughing jackass, perched on the fence at the side of the road, heard Mr. Villiers' hilarity, and being of a convivial turn of mind itself, went off into fits of laughter also. On hearing this echo, Mr. Villiers tried to get up, in order to punish the man who mocked him, but though his intentions were good, his legs were unsteady, and after one or two ineffectual attempts to rise, he gave it up as a bad job. Then rolling himself a little to one side of the dusty white road, he went sound asleep, with his head resting on a tuft of green grass. In his white linen suit he was hardly distinguishable in the fine white dust of the road, and though the sun blazed hotly down on him and the mosquitoes stung him, yet he slept calmly on, and it was not till nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon that he woke up. He was more sober, but still not quite steady, being in that disagreeable temper to which some men are subject when suffering a recovery. Rising to his feet with a hearty curse, he picked up his hat and put it on. Then, thrusting his hands into his pockets, he slouched slowly along, bent upon meeting his wife and picking a quarrel with her. Unluckily for Madame Midas, she had that day been to Ballarat and was just returning. She had gone by train, and was now leaving the station and walking home to the Pactolus along the road. Being absorbed in thought, she did not notice the dusty figure in front of her, otherwise she would have been sure to have recognised her husband, and would have given him a wide berth by crossing the fields instead of going by the road. Mr. Villiers, therefore, tramped steadily on towards the Pactolus, and his wife tramped steadily after him, until at last, at the turn of the road where it entered her property, she overtook him. A shudder of disgust passed through her frame as she raised her eyes and saw him, and she had made a sudden gesture as though to fall behind and thus avoid him. It was, however, too late, for Mr. Villiers, hearing footsteps, turned suddenly and saw the woman he had come to see standing in the middle of the road. Husband and wife stood gazing at one another for a few moments in silence, she looking at him with an expression of intense loathing on her fine face, and he vainly trying to assume a dignified carriage, a task which his late fit of drunkenness rendered difficult. At last his wife, drawing her dress together as though his touch would have contaminated her, tried to pass, but on seeing this he sprang forward before she could change her position and caught her wrist. "Not yet," he hissed through his clenched teeth. "First you must have a word with me." Madame Midas looked around for aid, but no one was in sight. They were some distance from the Pactolus, and the heat of the afternoon being intense, Everyone was inside. At last Madame saw some man moving towards them, down the long road which led to the station, and knowing that Vandeloup had been into town, she prayed in her heart that it might be he, and so prepared to parley with her husband till he should come up. Having taken this resolution, she suddenly threw off Villiers' grasp, and turned towards him with a superb gesture of scorn. "What do you want?" she asked in a low, clear voice, but in a tone of concentrated passion. "Money," growled Villiers, insolently planting himself directly in front of her, "and I'm going to have it." "Money?" she echoed in a tone of bitter irony. "Have you not had enough yet? Have you not squandered every penny I had from my father in your profligacy and evil companions? What more do you want?" "A share in the Pactolus," he said sullenly. His wife laughed scornfully. "A share in the Pactolus," she echoed, with a bitter sarcasm. "A modest request truly. After squandering my fortune, dragging me through the mire, and treating me like a slave, this man expects to be rewarded." "Listen to me, Randolph Villiers," she said, fiercely stepping up to him and seizing his hand. "This land we now stand on is mine. The gold underneath it is mine, and if you were to go on your knees to me and beg for a morsel of bread to save you from starving, I would not lift one finger to succour you." Villiers writhed like a snake under her bitter tone. "I understand," he said in a taunting tone. "You want it for your lover." "My lover? What do you mean?" "What I say," he retorted boldly. "All Ballarat knows the position that young Frenchman holds in the Pactolus claim." Mrs. Villiers felt herself grow faint. The accusation was so horrible. This man, who had embittered her life from the time she married him, was still her evil genius, and was trying to ruin her in the eyes of the world. The man she had seen on the road was now nearly up to them, and with a revulsion of feeling she saw that it was Vandeloup. Recovering herself with an effort, she turned and faced him steadily. "You lied when you spoke just now," she said in a quiet voice. "I will not lower myself to reply to your accusation, but, as there is a God above us, if you dare to cross my path again, I will kill you." She looked so terrible when she said this that Villiers involuntarily drew back, but recovering himself in a moment, he sprang forward and caught her arm. "You devil, I'll make you pay for this," and he twisted her arm till she thought it was broken. "You'll kill me, will you? You," he shrieked, still twisting her arm and causing her intense pain. "You viper!" Suddenly, when Madame was almost fainting with pain, she heard a shout, and knew that Vandeloup had come to the rescue. He had recognised Madame Midas down the road, and saw that her companion was threatening her, so he made all possible speed and arrived just in time. Madame turned round to see Vandeloup throw her husband into a ditch by the side of the road, and walk towards her. He was not at all excited, but seemed as cool and calm as if he had just been shaking hands with Mr. Villiers, instead of treating him violently. "You had better go home, madam," he said in his usual cool voice, "and leave me to deal with this gentleman. You are not hurt?" "Only my arm," replied Mrs. Villiers in a faint voice. "He nearly broke it, but I can walk home alone." "If you can, do so," said Vandeloup, with a doubtful look at her. "I will send him away." "Don't let him hurt you." "I don't think there's much danger," replied the young man, with a glance at his arms. "I'm stronger than I look." "Thank you, monsieur," said Madame Midas, giving him her hand. You have rendered me a great service, and one I will not forget." He bent down and kissed her hand, which action was seen by Mr. Villiers as he crawled out of the ditch. When Madame Midas was gone and Vandeloup could see her walking homeward, he turned to look for Mr. Villiers, and found him seated on the edge of the ditch, all covered with mud and streaming with water, presenting a most pitiable appearance. He regarded Monsieur Vandeloup in a most malignant manner, which, however, had no effect on that young gentleman, who produced a cigarette, and having lighted it, proceeded to talk. "I'm sorry I can't offer you one," said Gaston affably, "but I hardly think you would enjoy it in your present damp condition. If I might be permitted to suggest anything," with a polite smile, "a bath and a change of clothes would be most suitable to you, and you will find both at Ballarat." "I also think," said Vandeloup, with an air of one who thinks deeply, "that if you hurry you will catch the next train, which will save you a rather long walk." Mr. Villiers glared at his tormentor in speechless anger, and tried to look dignified, but, covered as he was with mud, his effort was not successful. "Do you know who I am?" he said at length, in a blustering manner. "Under some circumstances," said Monsieur Vandeloup, in a smooth voice, "I should have taken you for a mudbank, but as you both speak and smile, I presume you are a man of the lowest type, as you English yourself say, a blackguard." "I'll smash you," growled Villiers, stepping forward. "I wouldn't try if I were you," retorted Vandeloup, with a disparaging glance. "I am young and strong, almost a total abstainer. You, on the contrary, are old and flabby, with the shaking nerves of an incurable drunkard. No, it would be hardly fair for me to touch you." "You dare not lay a finger on me," said Villiers defiantly. "Quite right," replied Vandeloup, lighting another cigarette. "You're rather too dirty for close companionship. I really think you'd better go. Monsieur Sleeves no doubt expects you." "And this is the man that I obtained work for," said Mr. Villiers, addressing the air. "It's a very ungrateful world," said Vandeloup calmly, with a shrug of his shoulders. "I never expect anything from it. I'm sorry if you do, for you are sure to be disappointed." Villiers, finding he could make nothing out of the imperturbable coolness of the young Frenchman, turned to go, but as he went, said spitefully, "You can tell my wife I'll pay her for this." "Accounts are paid on Saturdays," called out Monsieur Vandeloup gaily. "If you call I will give you a receipt of the same kind as you had today." Villiers made no response, as he was already out of hearing, and went on his way to the station with mud on his clothes and rage in his heart. Vandeloup looked after him for a few minutes with a queer smile on his lips, then turned on his heel and walked home, humming a song. Chapter 8. Madame Midas strikes early. Aesop knew human nature very well when he wrote his fable of the old man and his ass, who tried to please everybody and ended up by pleasing nobody. Bearing this in mind, Madame Midas determined to please herself, and take no one's advice but her own with regard to Vandeloup. She knew if she dismissed him from the mind, it would give colour to her husband's vile insinuations, so she thought the wisest plan would be to take no notice of her meeting with him, and let things remain as they were. It turned out to be the best thing she could have done, for though Villiers went about Ballarat accusing her of being the young Frenchman's mistress, everyone was too well aware of existing circumstances to believe what he said. They knew that he had squandered his wife's fortune, and that she had left him in disgust at his profligacy, so they declined to believe his accusations against a woman who had proved herself true steel in withstanding bad fortune. So Mr. Villiers' endeavours to ruin his wife only recoiled on his own head, for the Ballarat folk argued, and rightly, that whatever she did, it was not his place to cast the first stone at her, seeing that the unsatisfactory position she was now in was mainly his own work. Villiers, therefore, gained nothing by his attempt to blacken his wife's character except the contempt of everyone, and even the few friends he had gained turned their backs on him until no one would associate with him but Slivers, who did so in order to gain his own ends. The company had quarrelled over the unsuccessful result of Villiers' visit to the Pactolus, and Slivers, as senior partner, assisted by Billy, called Villiers all the names he could lay his tongue to, which abuse Villiers accepted in silence, not even having the spirit to resent it. But though he was outwardly sulky and quiet, yet within he cherished a deep hatred against his wife for the contempt with which he was treated, and inwardly vowed to pay her out on the first feasible opportunity. It was now nearly 6 months since Vandeloup had become clerk at the Pactolus, and he was getting tired of it, only watching his opportunity to make a little money and go to Melbourne, where he had not much doubt as to his success. With a certain sum of money to work on, Monsieur Vandeloup thought that with his talents and experience of human nature he would soon be able to make a fortune, particularly as he was quite unfettered by any scruples, and as long as he made money he did not care how he gained it. With such an adaptable nature he could hardly help doing well, but in order to give him the start he required a little capital, so stayed on at the Pactolus and saved every penny he earned in the hope of soon accumulating enough to leave. Another thing that kept him there was his love for Kitty, not a very pure or elevating love certainly, still it was love for all that, and Vandeloup could not tear himself away from the place where she resided. He had called on Kitty's father, the Reverend Mark Marchurst, who lived at the top of Black Hill near Ballarat, and did not like him. Mr. Marchurst, a grave, quiet man, who was the pastor of a particular sect, calling themselves very modestly the elect, was hardly the kind of individual to attract a brilliant young fellow like Vandeloup, and the wonder was that he ever had such a charming daughter. Kitty had fallen deeply in love with Vandeloup, so as he told her he loved her in return, she thought that some day they would get married, but nothing was farther from Monsieur Vandeloup's thoughts than marriage, even with Kitty, for he knew how foolish it would be for him to marry before making a position. "I don't want a wife to drag me down," he said to himself one day, when Kitty had hinted at matrimony. "When I am wealthy it will be time enough to think of marriage, but it will be long before I am rich, and can I wait for baby all that time? Alas, I do not think so." The fact was, the young man was very liberal in his ideas, and infinitely preferred a mistress to a wife. He had not any evil designs towards Kitty, but her bright manner and charming face pleased him, and he simply enjoyed the hours as they passed. She idolised him, and Gaston, who was accustomed to be petted and caressed by women, accepted all her affection as his due. Curiously enough, Madame Midas, lynx-eyed as she was, never suspected the true state of affairs. Vandeloup had told Kitty that no one was to know of their love for one another, and though Kitty was dying to tell Madame about it, yet she kept silent at his request, and acted so indifferently towards him when under Mrs. Villiers' eye, that any doubts that lady had about the fascinations of her clerk soon vanished. As to Monsieur Vandeloup, the situation was an old one for him, accustomed as he had been to carry on with guilty wives under the very noses of unsuspecting husbands, and on this occasion he acted admirably. He was very friendly with Kitty in public, evidently looking upon her as a mere child, although he made no difference in his manner, and this innocent intrigue gave a piquant flavour to his otherwise dull life. Meanwhile the Devil's Lead was still undiscovered, many people declaring it was a myth, and that such a lead had never existed. 3 people, however, had a firm belief in its existence, and were certain it would be found some day, this trio being Mackintosh, Madame Midas, and Slivers. The Pactolus claim was a sort of Naboth's vineyard to Slivers, who, in company with Billy, used to sit in his dingy little office and grind his teeth as he thought of all the wealth lying beneath those green fields. He had once even gone so far as to offer to buy a share in the claim from Madame Midas, but that had been promptly refused by that lady, a circumstance which by no means added to his love for her. Still the Devil's Lead was not found, and people were beginning to disbelieve in its existence, when suddenly indications appeared which showed that it was near at hand. Nuggets, some large, some small, began to be constantly discovered, and every day news was brought into Ballarat about the turning up of a 30-ounce or a 20-ounce nugget in the Pactolus, when, to crown all, the news came and ran like wildfire through the city that a 300-ounce nugget had been unearthed. There was great excitement over this, as such a large one had not been found for some time, and when Slivers heard of its discovery he cursed and swore most horribly, for with his long experience of gold mining he knew that the long-looked for Devil's Lead was near at hand. Billy, becoming excited with his master, began to swear also, and these 2 companions cursed Madame Midas and all that belonged to her most heartily. If Slivers could only have seen the interior of Madame Midas' dining room by some trick of necromancy, he would certainly not have been able to do the subject justice in the swearing line. There were present Madame Midas, Selina, Mackintosh, and Vandeloup, and they were all gathered round the table looking at the famous nugget. There it lay in the centre of the table, a virgin mass of gold, all water-worn and polished, hollowed out like a honeycomb, and dotted over with white pebbles like currants in a plum pudding. "I think I'll send it to Melbourne for exhibition," said Mrs. Villiers, touching the nugget very lightly with her fingers. "'Deed, mum, and 'tis worth it," replied Mackintosh, whose severe face was relaxed in a grimly pleasant manner. "But losh, 'tis nothing, tar, what you'll come out the Devil's Lead." "Oh, come now," said Vandeloup, with a disbelieving smile, "the Devil's Lead won't consist of nuggets like that." "Maybe no," returned the old Scotchman dryly, "but every mickle makes a muckle, and ye ken the lead well have money sma nuggets, which is mair paying, to my mind, than enlargin'." "What's the time?" asked Madame, rather irrelevantly, turning to Archie. Mr. Mackintosh drew out the large silver watch, which was part and parcel of himself, and answered gravely that it was 2 o'clock. "Then I'll tell you what," said Mrs. Villiers, rising. "I'll take it in with me to Ballarat, and show it to Mr. Marchurst." Mackintosh drew down the corners of his mouth, for, as a rigid Presbyterian, he by no means approved of Marchurst's heretical opinions, but of course said nothing as Madame wished. "Can I come with you, Madame?" said Vandeloup eagerly, for he never lost an opportunity of seeing Kitty if he could help it. "Certainly," replied Madame graciously. "We will start at once." Vandeloup was going away to get ready, when Mackintosh stopped him. "That friend of yours is ganging away for town the day," he said, touching Vandeloup lightly on the shoulder. "What for?" asked the Frenchman carelessly. "'Tis to see the play actors, I'm thinking," returned Archie dryly. "He wants to stop all night in the town, so I've let him go, and have told him to pit up at the Wattle Tree Hotel, the landlord of which is a friend of mine." "Very kind of you, I'm sure," said Vandeloup, with a pleasant smile. "But may I ask what play actors you refer to?" "I dinna ken anything about sick folk," retorted Mackintosh piously. "The deils and bairns what will gang into the pit of Tophet." "Aren't you rather hard on them, Archie?" said Madame Midas, smiling quietly. "I'm very fond of the theatre myself." "It's no for me to give me opinion about my betters," replied Archie ungraciously, as he went out to see after the horse and trap, "but I didn't care about sitting in the seat of the scornful, or walking in the ways of the unrighteous," and with this parting shot at Vandeloup he went away. That young man shrugged his shoulders and looked at Madame Midas in such a comical manner that she could not help smiling. "You must forgive Archie," she said, pausing at the door of her bedroom for a moment. "He has been brought up severely, and it is hard to rid oneself of the traditions of youth." "Very traditional in this case, I'm afraid," answered Gaston, referring to Mackintosh's age. "If you like," said Madame, in a kindly tone, "you can stay in tonight yourself and go to the theatre." "Thank you, Madame," replied Gaston gravely. "I will avail myself of your kind permission." "I'm afraid you will find an Australian provincial company rather a change after the Parisian theatres," said Mrs. Villiers, as she vanished into her room. Vandeloup smiled and turned to Selina, who was busy about her household work. "Mademoiselle Selina," he said gaily, "I am in want of a proverb to answer Madame. If I can't get the best, I must be content with what I can get. Now what piece of wisdom applies?" Selina, flattered at being applied to, thought a moment, then raised her head triumphantly. "Half a loaf is better than none," she announced, with a sour smile. "Mademoiselle," said Vandeloup, gravely regarding her as he stood at the door, "your wisdom is only equalled by your charming appearance," and with an ironical bow he went out. Selina paused a moment in her occupation of polishing spoons, and looked after him, doubtful as to whether he was in jest or earnest. Being unable to decide, she resumed her work with a stifled chuckle, and consoled herself with a proverb. "To be good is better than to be beautiful," which saying, as everyone knows, is most consoling to plain-looking people. The grape nugget was carefully packed in a stout wooden box by Archie, and placed in the trap by him with such caution that Madame, who was already seated in it, asked him if he was afraid she would be robbed. "It's always best to be on the right side, mem," said Archie, handing her the reins. "We dinna ken what may happen." "Why, no one knows I am taking this to Ballarat today," said Madame, drawing on her gloves. "Don't they?" thought Monsieur Vandeloup as he took his seat beside her. "She doesn't know that I've told Pierre." And without a single thought for the woman whose confidence he was betraying, and of whose bread and salt he had partaken, Vandeloup shook the reins, and the horse started down the road in the direction of Ballarat, carrying Madame Midas and her nugget. "You carry Caesar and his fortunes, Monsieur Vandeloup," she said, with a smile. "I do better," he answered gaily. "I carry Madame Midas and her luck." Chapter 9. Love's Young Dream. Mr. Mark Marchurst was a very peculiar man. Brought up in the Presbyterian religion, he had early displayed his peculiarity by differing from the elders of the church he belonged to regarding their doctrine of eternal punishment. They, holding fast to the teachings of Knox and Calvin, looked upon him in horror for daring to have an opinion of his own, and as he refused to repent and have blind belief in the teachings of those grim divines, he was turned out of the bosom of the church. Drifting to the opposite extreme, he became a convert to Catholicism, but after a trial of that ancient faith, found it would not suit him, so once more took up a neutral position. Therefore, as he did not find either religion perfectly in accordance with his own views, he took the law into his own hands, and constructed one which was a queer jumble of Presbyterianisms, Catholicism, and Buddhism, of which last religion he was a great admirer. As anyone with strong views and a clever tongue will find followers, Mr. Marchurst soon gathered a number of people around him who professed a blind belief in the extraordinary doctrines he promulgated. Having thus founded a sect, he got sufficient money out of them to build a temple, for so he called the barn-like edifice he erected, and christened this new society which he had called into existence the Elect. About 100 people were members of his church, and with their subscriptions, and also having a little money of his own, he managed to live in a quiet manner in a cottage on the Black Hill near to his temple. Every Sunday he held forth morning and evening, expounding his views to his sparse congregation, and was looked upon by them as a kind of prophet. As a matter of fact, the man had that peculiar power of fascination which seems to be inseparable from the prophetic character, and it was his intense enthusiasm and eloquent tongue that cast a spell over the simple-minded people who believed in him. But his doctrines were too shallow and unsatisfactory ever to take root, and it could be easily seen that when Marchurst died, the Elect would die also, that is, as a sect, for it was not pervaded by that intense religious fervour which is the life and soul of a new doctrine. The fundamental principles of his religion were extremely simple. He saved his friends and damned his enemies, for so he styled those who were not of the same mind as himself. If you were a member of the Elect, Mr. Marchurst assured you that the Golden Gate was wide open for you, whereas if you belonged to any other denomination, you were lost forever. So according to this liberal belief, the 100 people who formed his congregation would all go straight to heaven, and all the rest of mankind would go to the devil. In spite of the selfishness of this theory, which condemned so many souls to perdition, Marchurst was a kindly-natured man, and his religion was more of an hallucination than anything else. He was very clever at giving advice, and Madame Midas esteemed him highly on this account. Though Marchurst had often tried to convert her, she refused to believe in the shallow sophistries he set forth, and told him she had her own views on religion, which views she declined to impart to him, though frequently pressed to do so. The zealot regretted this obstinacy, as, according to his creed, she was a lost soul, but he liked her too well personally to quarrel with her on that account, consoling himself with the reflection that sooner or later she would seek the fold. He was more successful with Monsieur Vandeloup, who, having no religion whatever, allowed Marchurst to think he had converted him, in order to see as much as he could of Kitty. He used to attend the Sunday services regularly, and frequently came in during the week ostensibly to talk to Marchurst about the doctrines of the elect, but in reality to see the old man's daughter. On this bright afternoon, when everything was bathed in sunshine, Mr. Marchurst, instead of being outside and enjoying the beauties of nature, was mewed up in his dismal little study, with curtains closely drawn to exclude the light, a cup of strong tea, and the Bible open at the Lamentations of Jeremiah. His room was lined with books, but they had not that friendly look books generally have, but, bound in dingy brown calf, looked as grim and uninviting as their contents, which were mostly sermons and cheerful anticipations of the bottomless pit. It was against Marchurst's principles to gratify his senses by having nice things around him, and his whole house was furnished in the same dismal manner. So far did he carry this idea of mortifying the flesh through the eyes that he had tried to induce Kitty to wear sad-coloured dresses and poke bonnets, but in his attempt he failed lamentably, as Kitty flatly refused to make a guy of herself, and always wore dresses of the lightest and gayest description. Marchurst groaned over this display of vanity, but as he could do nothing with the obdurate Kitty, he allowed her to have her own way, and made a virtue of necessity by calling her his thorn in the flesh. He was a tall, thin man of a bleached appearance, from staying so much in the dark, and so loosely put together that when he bowed he did not as much bend as tumble down from a height. In fact, he looked so carelessly fixed up that when he sat down he made the onlooker feel quite nervous, lest he should subside into a ruin, and scatter his legs, arms, and head promiscuously all over the place. He had a sad, pale, eager-looking face, with dreamy eyes, which always seemed to be looking into the spiritual world. He wore his brown hair long, as he always maintained a man's hair was as much as his glory as a woman's was hers, quoting Samson and Absalom in support of this opinion. His arms were long and thin, and when he gesticulated in the pulpit on Sundays, flew about like a couple of flails, which gave him a most unhappy resemblance to a windmill. The Lamentations of Jeremiah are not the most cheerful of reading, and Mr. Marchurst, imbued with the sadness of the Jewish prophet, drinking strong tea and sitting in a darkened room, was rapidly sinking into a very dismal frame of mind, which an outsider would have termed a fit of the blues. He sat in his straight-backed chair taking notes of such parts of the Lamentations as would tend to depress the spirits of the elect on Sunday, and teach them to regard life in a proper and thoroughly miserable manner. He was roused from his dismal musings by the quick opening of the door of his study, when Kitty, joyous and gay in her white dress, burst like a sunbeam into the room. "I wish, Catherine," said her father in a severe voice, "I wish you would not enter so noisily and disturb my meditations." "You'll have to put your meditations aside for a bit," said Kitty disrespectfully, crossing to the window and pulling aside the curtains, "for Madame Midas and Monsieur Vandeloup have come to see you." A flood of golden light streamed into the dusky room, and Marchurst put his hand to his eyes for a moment, as they were dazzled by the sudden glare. "They've got something to show you, Papa," said Kitty, going back to the door. "A big nugget, such a size as large as your head." Her father put his hand mechanically to his head to judge of the size, and was about to answer when Madame Midas, calm, cool, and handsome, entered the room, followed by Vandeloup, carrying a wooden box containing the nugget. It was by no means light, and Vandeloup was quite thankful when he placed it on the table. "I hope I'm not disturbing you, Mr. Marchurst," said Madame, sitting down and casting a glance at the scattered papers, the cup of tea, and the open Bible, "but I couldn't help gratifying my vanity by bringing the new nugget for you to see." "It's very kind of you, I'm sure," responded Mr. Marchurst politely, giving way suddenly in the middle as if he had a hinge in his back, which was his idea of a bow. "I hope this," laying his hand on the box, "may be the forerunner of many such." "Oh, it will," said Vandeloup cheerfully, "if we can only find the Devil's Lead." "An unholy name," groaned Marchurst sadly, shaking his head. "Why did you not call it something else?" "Simply because I didn't name it," replied Madame Midas bluntly. "But if the lead is rich, the name doesn't matter much." "Of course not," broke in Kitty impatiently, being anxious to see the nugget. "Do open the box, I'm dying to see it." "Catherine, Catherine," said Marchurst reprovingly, as Vandeloup opened the box, "how you do exaggerate. Ah!" He broke off his exhortation suddenly, for the box was open, and the great mass of gold was glittering in its depths. "Wonderful!" "What a size!" cried Kitty, clapping her hands as Vandeloup lifted it out and placed it on the table. "How much is it worth?" "About £1,200, said Madame quietly, though her heart throbbed with pride as she looked at her nugget. "It weighs 300 ounces." "Wonderful," reiterated the old man, passing his thin hand lightly over the rough surface. "Verily the Lord had hidden great treasure in the entrails of the earth, and the Pactolus would seem to be a land of Ophir when it yields such wealth as this." The nugget was duly admired by everyone, and then Brown and Jane, who formed the household of Marchurst, were called in to look at it. They both expressed such astonishment and wonder that Marchurst felt himself compelled to admonish them against prizing the treasures of earth above those of heaven. Vandeloup, afraid that they were in for a sermon, beckoned quietly to Kitty, and they both stealthily left the room, while Marchurst, with Brown, Jane, and Madame for an audience, and the nugget for a text, delivered a short discourse. Kitty put on a great straw hat, underneath which her piquant face flushed and grew pink beneath the fond gaze of her lover as they left the house together and strolled up to the Black Hill. Black Hill no doubt at one time deserved its name, being then covered with dark trees and representing a black appearance at a distance, but at present, owing to the mines which have been worked there, the whole place is covered with dazzling white clay or mullock, which now renders the title singularly inappropriate. On the top of the hill there is a kind of irregular gully or pass, which extends from one side of the hill to the other, and was cut in the early days for mining purposes. Anything more extraordinary can hardly be imagined than this chasm, for the sides, which tower up on either side to the height of some 50 or 60 feet, are all pure white, and at the top break into all sorts of fantastic forms. The white surface of the rocks are all stained with colours which alternate in shades of dark brown, bright red, and delicate pink. Great masses of rock have tumbled down on each side, often coming so close together as to almost block up the path. Here and there in the white walls can be seen the dark entrances of disused shafts, and one at the lowest level of the gully pierces through the hill and comes out on the other side. There is an old engine house near the end of the gully, with its red brick chimney standing up gaunt and silent beside it, and the ugly tower of the winding gear adjacent. All the machinery in the engine house, with the huge wheels and intricate mechanism, is silent now, for many years have elapsed since this old shaft was abandoned by the Black Hill Gold Mining Company. At the lower end of the pass there is an engine house in full working order, and a great plateau of slate-coloured mullock runs out for some yards, and then there is a steep sloping bank formed by the falling earth. In the moonlight this wonderful white gully looks weird and bizarre, and even as Vandeloup and Kitty stood at the top looking down into its dusty depths in the bright sunshine, it looks fantastic and picturesque. Seated on the highest point of the hill, under the shadow of a great rock, the two lovers had a wonderful view of Ballarat. Here and there they could see the galvanised iron roofs of the houses, gleaming like silver in the sunlight from amid the thick foliage of the trees with which the city is studded. Indeed, Ballarat might well be called the City of Trees, for seen from the Black Hill it looks more like a huge park with a sprinkling of houses in it than anything else. The green foliage rolls over it like the waves of the ocean, and the houses rise up like isolated habitations. Now and then a red brick building or the slender white spire of a church gave a touch of colour to the landscape, and contrasted pleasantly with the bluish-white roofs and green trees. Scattered all through the town were the huge mounds of earth marking the mining shafts of various colours, from dark brown to pure white, and beside them, with the utmost regularity, were the skeleton towers of the poppet heads, the tall red chimneys, and the squat, low forms of the engine houses. On the right, high up, could be seen the blue waters of Lake Wendouree, flashing like a mirror in the sunlight. The city was completely encircled by the dark forests, which stretched far away, having a reddish tinge over their trees, ending in a sharply defined line against the clear sky, while on the left arose Mount Warraneck, like an undulating mound, and further along Mount Buninyong with the same appearance. All this wonderful panorama, however, was so familiar to Kitty and her lover that they did not trouble themselves to look much at it. But the girl sat down under the big rock, and Vandeloup flung himself lazily at her feet. "Phoebe," said Vandeloup, who had given her this pet name, "how long is this sort of life going to last?" Kitty looked down at him with a vague feeling of terror at her heart. She had never known any life but the simple one she was now leading, and could not imagine it coming to an end. "I'm getting tired of it," said Vandeloup, lying back on the grass, and, putting his hands under his head, stared idly at the blue sky. Unfortunately, human life is so short nowadays that we cannot afford to waste a moment of it. I am not suited for a lotus-eating existence, and I think I shall go to Melbourne." "And leave me?" cried Kitty in dismay, never having contemplated such a thing as likely to happen. "That depends on yourself, Phoebe," said her lover, quickly rolling over and looking steadily at her, with his chin resting on his hands. "Will you come with me?" "As your wife?" murmured Kitty, whose innocence never dreamt of any other form of companionship. Vandeloup turned away his face to conceal the sneering smile that crept over it. His wife, indeed, as if he were going to encumber himself with marriage before he had made a fortune, and even then it was questionable as to whether he would surrender the freedom of bachelorhood for the ties of matrimony. "Of course," he said in a reassuring tone, still keeping his face turned away, "we will get married in Melbourne as soon as we arrive." "Why can't Papa marry us?" pouted Kitty in an aggrieved tone. "My dear child," said the Frenchman, getting on his knees and coming close to her, "in the first place, your father would not consent to the match, as I am poor and unknown, and not by any means the man he would choose for you. And in the second place, being a Catholic," here Monsieur Vandeloup looked duly religious, "I must be married by one of my own priests." "Then why not in Ballarat?" objected Kitty, still unconvinced. "Because your father would never consent," he whispered, putting his arm round her waist. "We must run away quietly, and when we are married can ask his pardon and, with a sardonic sneer, his blessing." A delicious thrill passed through Kitty when she heard this. A real elopement with a handsome lover, just like the heroines in the story books. It was delightfully romantic, and yet there seemed to be something wrong about it. She was like a timid bather, longing to plunge into the water, yet hesitating through a vague fear. With a quick catching of the breath she turned to Vandeloup, and saw him with his burning scintillating eyes fastened on her face. "Don't look like that," she said, with a touch of virginal fear, pushing him away. "You frighten me." "Frighten you, Bebe?" he said in a caressing tone. "My heart's idol, you are cruel to speak like that. You must come with me, for I cannot and will not leave you behind." "When do you go?" asked Kitty, who was now trembling violently. Ah, Monsieur Vandeloup was puzzled what to say, as he had no very decided plan of action. He had not sufficient money saved to justify him in leaving the Pactolus. Still, there were always possibilities, and Fortune was fond of playing wild pranks. At the same time, there was nothing tangible in view likely to make him rich, so as these thoughts rapidly passed through his mind, he resolved to temporise. "I can't tell you, Bebe," he said in a caressing tone, smoothing her curly hair. "I want you to think over what I have said, and when I do go, perhaps in a month or so, you will be ready to come with me." "No," he said, as Kitty was about to answer, "I don't want you to reply now. Take time to consider, little one," and with a smile on his lips he bent over and kissed her tenderly. They sat silently together for some time, each intent on their own thoughts, and then Vandeloup suddenly looked up. "Will Madame stay to dinner with you, Bebe?" he asked. Kitty nodded. "She always does," she replied. "You will come too?" Vandeloup shook his head. "I am going down to Ballarat to the Wattle Tree Hotel to see my friend Pierre," he said, in a preoccupied manner, "and we'll have something to eat there. Then I will come up again about 8 o'clock, in time to see Madam off." "Aren't you going back with her?" asked Kitty, in surprise, as they rose to their feet. "No," he replied, dusting his knees with his hand. "I stay all night in Ballarat, with Madam's kind permission, to see the theatre. Now good-bye at present, Bebby," kissing her. "I will be back at 8 o'clock, so you can excuse me to Madam till then." He ran gaily down the hill, waving his hat, and Kitty stood looking after him with pride in her heart. He was a lover any girl might have been proud of, but Kitty would not have been so satisfied with him had she known what his real thoughts were. "Marry," he said to himself with a laugh as he walked gaily along. "Hardly. When we get to Melbourne, my sweet Bebe, I will find some way to keep you off that idea, and when we grow tired of one another we can separate without the trouble or expense of a divorce." And this heartless, cynical man of the world was the keeper into whose hands innocent Kitty was about to commit the whole of her future life. After all, the fabled sirens had their equivalent in the male sex, and Homer's description symbolises a cruel truth. Chapter 10. Friends in Council. The Wattle Tree Hotel, to which Mr. Mackintosh had directed Pierre, was a quiet little public house in a quiet street. It was far away from the main thoroughfares of the city, and the stranger had to go up any number of quiet streets to get to it, and turn and twist round corners and down narrow lanes until it became a perfect miracle how he ever found the hotel at all. To a casual spectator it would seem that a tavern so difficult of access would not be very good for business. But Simon Twexby, the landlord, knew better. It had its regular customers who came there day after day and sat in the little back parlour and talked and chatted over their drinks. The Wattle Tree was such a quiet haven of rest, and kept such good liquor, that once a man discovered it he always came back again, so Mr. Twexby did a very comfortable trade. Rumour said he had made a lot of money out of gold mining, and that he kept the hotel more for amusement than anything else. But, however this might be, the trade of the Wattle Tree brought him a very decent income, and Mr. Twexby could afford to take things easy, which he certainly did. Anyone going into the bar could see old Simon, a stolid, fat man, with a sleepy-looking face, always in his shirt sleeves, and wearing a white apron, sitting in a chair at the end, while his daughter, a sharp, red-nosed damsel, who was 35 years of age, and confessed to 22, served out the drinks. Mrs. Twexby had long ago departed this life, leaving behind her the sharp, red-nosed damsel to be her father's comfort. As a matter of fact, she was just the opposite, and Simon often wished that his daughter had departed to a better world in company with her mother. Thin, tight-laced, with a shrill voice and an acidulated temper, Miss Twexby was still a spinster, and not even the fact of her being an heiress could tempt any of the Ballarat youth to lead her to the altar. Consequently, Miss Twexby's temper was not a golden one, and she ruled the hotel and its inmates, her father included, with a rod of iron. Mr. Villiers was a frequent customer at the Wattle Tree, and was in the back parlour drinking brandy and water and talking to old Twexby on the day that Pierre arrived. The dumb man came into the bar out of the dusty road, and leaning over the counter pushed a letter under Miss Twexby's nose. "Bills?" queried that damsel sharply. Pierre, of course, did not answer, but touched his lips with his hand to indicate he was dumb. Miss Twexby, however, read the action another way. "You want a drink," she said, with a scornful toss of her head. "Where's your money?" Pierre pointed out the letter, and although it was directed to her father, Miss Twexby, who managed everything, opened it and found it was from Mackintosh, saying that the bearer, Pierre Lemaire, was to have a bed for the night, meals, drinks, and whatever else he required, and that he, Mackintosh, would be responsible for the money. He furthermore added that the bearer was dumb. "Oh, so you're dumb, are you?" said Miss Twexby, folding up the letter and looking complacently at Pierre. "I wish there were a few more men the same way. Then perhaps we'd have less chat." This being undeniable, the fair Martha, for that was the name of the Twexby heiress, without waiting for any assent, walking into the back parlour, read the letter to her father, and waited instructions, for she always referred to Simon as the head of the house, though as a matter of fact she never did what she was told, save when it tallied with her own wishes. "It will be all right, Martha, I suppose," said Simon sleepily. Martha asserted with decision that it would be all right, or she would know the reason why. Then marching out again to the bar, she drew a pot of beer for Pierre, without asking him what he would have, and ordered him to sit down and be quiet, which last remark was rather unnecessary, considering that the man was dumb. Then she sat down behind her bar and resumed her perusal of a novel called The Duke's Duchesses, or The Milliner's Mystery, which contained a ducal hero with bigamistic proclivities, and a virtuous milliner whom the aforesaid duke persecuted, all of which was very entertaining and improbable, and gave Miss Twexby much pleasure, judging from the sympathetic sighs she was heaving. Meanwhile, Villiers, having heard the name of Pierre Lemaire, and knowing he was engaged in the Pactolus claim, came round to see him, and try to find out all about the nugget. Pierre was sulky at first, and sat drinking his beer sullenly, with his old black hat drawn down so far over his eyes that only his bushy black beard was visible. But Mr. Villiers' suavity, together with the present of half-a-crown, had a marked effect on him. As he was dumb, Mr. Villiers was somewhat perplexed how to carry on a conversation with him, but he ultimately drew forth a piece of paper and sketched a rough presentation of a nugget thereon, which he showed to Pierre. The Frenchman, however, did not comprehend until Villiers produced a sovereign from his pocket, and pointed first to the gold and then to the drawing, upon which Pierre nodded his head several times in order to show that he understood. Villiers then drew a picture of the Pactolus claim, and asked Pierre in French if the nugget was still there, as he showed him the sketch. Pierre shook his head, and taking the pencil in his hand, drew a rough representation of a horse and cart, and put a square box in the latter to show the nugget was on a journey. "Hullo," said Villiers to himself, "it's not at her own house, and she's driving somewhere with it. I wonder where to." Pierre, who not being able to write, was in the habit of drawing pictures to express his thoughts, nudged his elbow, and showed him a sketch of a man in a box waving his arms. "Auctioneer?" hazarded Mr. Villiers, looking at this keenly. Pierre stared at him blankly. His comprehension of English was none of the best, so he did not know what auctioneer meant. However, he saw that Villiers did not understand, So he rapidly sketched an altar with a priest standing before it, blessing the people. "Oh, a priest, eh? A minister?" said Villiers, nodding his head to show he understood. "She's taken the nugget to show it to her minister. Wonder who it is." This was speedily answered by Pierre, who, throwing down the pencil and paper, dragged him outside onto the road and pointed to the white top of the black hill. Mr. Villiers instantly comprehended. "Marchurst, by God," he said in English, smitten his leg with his open hand. "Is Madame there now?" he added in French, turning to Pierre. The dumb man nodded and slouched slowly back into the hotel. Villiers stood out in the blazing sunshine, thinking. "She's got the nugget with her in the trap," he said to himself, "and she's taken it to show Marchurst. Well, she's sure to stop there to tea, and won't start for home till about 9 o'clock. It will be pretty dark by then. She'll be by herself, and if Here he stopped and looked round cautiously, and then, without another word, set off down the street at a run. The fact was, Mr. Villiers had come to the conclusion that as his wife would not give him money willingly, the best thing to be done would be to take it by force, and accordingly he had made up his mind to rob her of the nugget that night if possible. Of course there was a risk, for he knew his wife was a determined woman. Still, while she was driving in the darkness down the hill, if he took her by surprise, he would be able to stun her with a blow and get possession of the nugget. Then he could hide it in one of the old shafts of the Black Hill Company until he required it. As to the possibility of his wife knowing him, there would be no chance of that in the darkness, so he could escape any unpleasant inquiries, then take the nugget to Melbourne and get it melted down secretly. He would be able to make nearly £1,200 out of it, so the game would certainly be worth the candle. Full of this brilliant idea of making a good sum at one stroke, Mr. Villiers went home, had something to eat, and taking with him a good stout stick, the knob of which was loaded with lead, he started for the Black Hill with the intent of watching Marchurst's house until his wife left there, and then following her down the hill and possessing himself of the nugget. The afternoon wore drowsily along, and the great heat made everybody inclined to sleep. Pierre had demanded by signs to be shown his bedroom, and having been conducted thereto by a crushed-looking waiter who drifted aimlessly before him, threw himself on the bed and went fast asleep. Old Simon, in the dimly lit back parlour, was already snoring, and only Miss Twexby, amid the glitter of the glasses in the bar and the glare of the sunshine through the open door, was wide awake. Customers came in for foaming tankards of beer, and sometimes a little girl, with a jug hidden under her apron, would appear with a request that it might be filled for mother, who was ironing. Indeed, the number of women who were ironing that afternoon and wanted to quench their thirst was something wonderful, but Miss Twexby seemed to know all about it as she put a frothy head on each jug and received the silver in exchange. At last, however, even Martha, the wide awake, was yielding to the somniferous heat of the day, when a young man entered the bar and made her sit up with great alacrity, beaming all over her hard wooden face. This was none other than Monsieur Vandeloup, who had come down to see Pierre, dressed in flannels, with a blue scarf tied carelessly round his waist, a blue necktie knotted loosely round his throat under the collar of his shirt, and wearing a straw hat on his fair head. He looked wonderfully cool and handsome, and as he leaned over the counter composedly, smoking a cigarette, Miss Twexby thought that the hero of her novel must have stepped bodily out of her book. Gaston stared complacently at her while he pulled at his fair moustache, and thought how horribly plain-looking she was, and what a contrast to his charming Bebe. "I'll take something cool to drink," he said with a yawn, "and also a chair, if you have no objection," suiting the action to the word. "Whew, how warm it is!" "What would you like to drink, sir?" asked the fair Martha, putting on her brightest smile, which seemed rather out of place on her features. "Brandy and soda?" "Thank you, I'll have a lemon squash, if you will kindly make me one," he said carelessly, and as Martha flew to obey his order, he added, "You might put a little curacoa in it." "It's very hot, ain't it?" observed Miss Twexby affably, as she cut up the lemon. "Pa's gone to sleep in the other room," jerking her head in the direction of the parlour, "but Mr Villiers went out in all the heat, and it ain't no wonder if he gets a sunstroke." "Oh, was Mr Villiers here?" asked Gaston idly, not that he cared much about the gentleman's movements, but merely for something to say. "Law, yes, sir," giggled Martha. "He's one of our regulars, sir." "I can understand that, mademoiselle," said Vandeloup, bowing as he took the drink from her hand. Miss Twexby giggled again, and her nose grew a shade redder at the pleasure of being bantered by this handsome young man. "You're a foreigner," she said shortly. "I knew you were," she went on triumphantly as he nodded. "You talk well enough, but there's something wrong about the way you pronounces your words." Vandeloup hardly thought Miss Twexby a mistress of Queen's English, but he did not attempt to contradict her. "I must get you to give me a few lessons," he replied gallantly, setting down the empty glass. "And what has Mr Villiers gone out into the heat for?" "It's more nor I can tell," said Martha emphatically, nodding her head till the short curls dangling over her ears vibrated as if they were made of wire. "He spoke to the dumb man and drew pictures for him, and then off he goes." "The dumb man?" Gaston pricked up his ears at this, and, wondering what Villiers wanted to talk to Pierre about, he determined to find out. "That dumb man is one of our miners from the Pactolus," he said, lighting another cigarette. "I wish to speak to him. Has he gone out also?" "No, he ain't," returned Miss Twexby decisively. "He's gone to lie down. Do you want to see him? I'll send for him," with her hand on the bell rope. "No, thank you," said Vandeloup, stopping her. "I'll go up to his room if you will show me the way." "Oh, I don't mind," said Martha, preparing to leave the bar, but first ringing the bell so that the crushed-looking waiter might come and attend to possible customers. "He's on the ground floor, and there ain't no stairs to climb. Now, what are you looking at, sir?" with another gratified giggle as she caught Vandeloup staring at her. But he was not looking at her somewhat mature charms, but at a bunch of pale blue flowers, among which were some white blossoms she wore in the front of her dress. "What are these?" he asked, touching the white blossoms lightly with his finger. "I do declare it's that nasty hemlock," said Martha in surprise, pulling the white flowers out of the bunch, "and I never knew it was there. Pah!" and she threw the blossom down with a gesture of disgust. "How they smell!" Gaston picked up one of the flowers and crushed it between his fingers, upon which it gave out a peculiar mousy odour, eminently disagreeable. It was hemlock, sure enough, and he wondered how such a plant had come into Australia. "Does it grow in your garden?" he asked Martha. That damsel intimated it did, and offered to show him the plant, so that he could believe his own eyes. Vanderloop assented eagerly, and they were soon in the flower garden at the back of the house, which was blazing with vivid colours in the hot glare of the sunshine. "There you are," said Miss Twexby, pointing to a corner of the garden near the fence, where the plant was growing. "Pa brought a lot of seeds from home, and that beastly thing got mixed up with them. Pa keeps it growing though, 'cause no one else has got it. It's quite a curiosity." Vanderloop bent down and examined the plant, with its large, round, smooth, purple-spotted stem, its smooth, shining green leaves, and the tiny white flowers with their disagreeable odour. "Yes, it is hemlock," he said, half to himself. "I did not know it could be grown here." "Some day, mademoiselle," he said, turning to Miss Twexby and walking back to the house with her, "I will ask you to let me have some of the roots of that plant to make an experiment with." "As much as you like," said the fair Martha amiably. "It's a nasty smelling thing. What are you going to make out of it?" "Nothing particular," returned Vanderloop with a yawn, as they entered the house and stopped at the door of Pierre's room. "I'm a bit of a chemist, and amuse myself with these things." "You are clever," observed Martha admiringly, "but here's that man's room. We didn't give him the best," apologetically, "as miners are so rough." "Mademoiselle," said Vanderloop eagerly, as she turned to go, "I see there are a few blossoms of hemlock left in your flower there," touching it with his finger. "Will you give them to me?" Martha Twexby stared. Surely this was the long-expected come at last. She had secured a lover, and such a lover, handsome, young, and gallant, the very hero of her dreams. She almost fainted in delighted surprise, and, unfastening the flowers with trembling fingers, gave them to Gaston. He placed them in a buttonhole of his flannel coat. Then, before she could scream or even draw back in time, this audacious young man put his arm round her and kissed her virginal lips. Miss Twexby was so taken by surprise that she could offer no resistance, and by the time she had recovered herself, Gaston had disappeared into Pierre's room and closed the door after him. "Well," she said to herself as she returned to the bar, "if that isn't a case of love at first sight, my name ain't Martha Twexby." And she sat down in the bar with her nerves all of a flutter, as she afterwards told a female friend who dropped in sometimes for a friendly cup of tea. Gaston closed the door after him, and found himself in a moderately large room, with one window looking on to the garden, and having a dressing table with a mirror in front of it. There were two beds, one on each side, and on the farthest of these Pierre was sleeping heavily, not even Gaston's entrance having roused him. Going over to him, Vanderloop touched him slightly, and with a spring the dumb man sat up in bed, as if he expected to be arrested, and was all on the alert to escape. "It's only I, my friend," said Gaston in French, crossing over to the other bed and sitting on it. "Come here, I wish to speak to you." Pierre rose from his sleeping place, and stumbling across the room, stood before Gaston with downcast eyes, his shaggy hair all tossed and tumbled by the contact with the pillow. Gaston himself coolly relit his cigarette, which had gone out, threw his straw hat on the bed, and then, curling one leg inside the other, looked long and keenly at Pierre. "You saw Madame's husband today," he said sharply, still eyeing the slouching figure before him, that seemed so restless under his steady gaze. Pierre nodded and shuffled his large feet. "Did he want to know about his wife?" Another nod. "I thought so. And about the new nugget also, I presume?" Still another nod. thoughtfully. He'd like to get a share of it, I've no doubt. The dumb man nodded violently. Then, crossing over to his own bed, he placed the pillow in the centre of it, and falling on his knees, imitated the action of miners in working at the wash. Then he arose to his feet and pointed to the pillow. "I see," said Monsieur Vandeloup, who had been watching this pantomime with considerable interest. "That pillow is the nugget of which our friend wants a share." Pierre assented. Then, snatching up the pillow, he ran with it to the end of the room. "Oh," said Gaston, after a moment's thought, "so he's going to run away with it. A very good idea, but how does he propose to get it?" Pierre dropped his pillow and pointed in the direction of the Black Hill. "Does he know it's up there?" asked Vandeloup. "You told him, I suppose?" As Pierre nodded, "I think I can see what Mr. Villiers intends to do, rob his wife as she goes home tonight." Pierre nodded in a half-doubtful manner. "You're not quite sure," interrupted Monsieur Vandeloup, "but I am. He won't stop at anything to get money. You stay all night in town?" The dumb man assented. "So do I," replied Vandeloup. "It's a happy coincidence, because I see a chance of our getting that nugget." Pierre's dull eyes brightened, and he rubbed his hands together in a pleased manner. "Sit down," said Vandeloup, in a peremptory tone, pointing to the floor. "I wish to tell you what I think." Pierre obediently dropped onto the floor, where he squatted like a huge misshapen toad, while Vandeloup, after going to the door to see that it was closed, returned to the bed, sat down again, and having lighted another cigarette, began to speak. All this precaution was somewhat needless, as he was talking rapidly in French, but then Monsieur Vandeloup knew that walls have ears, and possibly might understand foreign languages. "I need hardly remind you," said Vandeloup in a pleasant voice, "that when we landed in Australia I told you that there was war between ourselves and society, and that, at any cost, we must try to make money. So far, we have only been able to earn an honest livelihood, a way of getting rich which you must admit is remarkably slow. Here, however, is a chance of making, if not a fortune, at least a good sum of money at one stroke. This Monsieur Villiers is going to rob his wife, and his plan will no doubt be this. He will lie in wait for her, and when she drives slowly down the hill, he will spring onto the trap and perhaps attempt to kill her. At all events, he will seize the box containing the nugget and try to make off with it. How he intends to manage it I cannot tell you. It must be left to the chapter of accidents. But," in a lower voice, bending forward, "when he does get the nugget, we must obtain it from him." Pierre looked up and drew his hand across his throat. "Not necessarily," returned Vandeloup coolly. "I know your adage, dead men tell no tales, but it is a mistake. They do, and to kill him is dangerous. No, if we stun him, we can go off with the nugget, and then make our way to Melbourne, where we can rid of it quietly. As to Madame Midas, if her husband allows her to live, which I think is unlikely, I will make our excuse to her for leaving the mine. Now, I'm going up to Monsieur Marchurst's house, so you can meet me at the top of the hill at 8 o'clock tonight. Madame will probably start at 8:30 or 9, so that will give us plenty of time to see what Monsieur Villiers is going to do." They both rose to their feet. Then Vandeloup put on his hat, and going to the glass, arranged his tie in as cool and nonchalant a manner as if he had been merely planning the details for a picnic instead of a possible crime. While admiring himself in the glass, he caught sight of the bunch of flowers given to him by Miss Twexby, and, taking them from his coat, he turned round to Pierre, who stood watching him in his usual sullen manner. "Do you see these?" he asked, touching the white blossoms with the cigarette he held between his fingers. Pierre intimated that he did. "From the plant of these, my friend," said Vandeloup, looking at them critically, "I can prepare a vegetable poison as deadly as any of Caesar's Borgias. It is a powerful narcotic, and leaves hardly any trace. Having been a medical student, you know," he went on conversationally, "I have quite a study of toxicology, and the juice of this plant," touching the white flower, "has done me good service, although it was the cause of my exile to New Caledonia." "Well," with a shrug of his shoulders, as he put the flowers back in his coat, "it is always something to have in reserve. I did not know that I could get this plant here, my friend, but now that I have, I will prepare a little of this poison. It will always be useful in emergencies." Pierre looked steadily at the young man, and then slipping his hand behind his back, he drew forth from the waistband of his trousers a long, sharp, cruel-looking knife, which for safety had a leather sheath. Drawing this off, the dumb man ran his thumb along the keen edge, and held the knife out towards Vandeloup, who refused it with a cynical smile. "You don't believe in this, I can see," he said, touching the dainty bunch of flowers as Pierre put the knife in its sheath again, and returned it to its hiding place. "I'm afraid your ideas are still crude. You believe in the good old-fashioned style of blood-letting. Quite a mistake, I assure you. Poison is much more artistic and neat in its work, and to my mind involves less risk. You see, my Pierre," he continued, lazily watching the blue wreaths of smoke from his cigarette curl round his head, "crime must improve with civilization, and since the Cain and Abel epoch we have refined the art of murder in a most wonderful manner. Decidedly we are becoming more civilized. And now, my friend," in a kind tone, laying his slender white hand on the shoulder of the dumb man, "you must really take a little rest, for I have no doubt but what you will need all your strength tonight, should Monsieur Villiers prove obstinate. Of course," with a shrug, "if he does not succeed in getting the nugget, our time will be simply wasted, and then," with a gay smile, touching the flowers, "I will see what I can do in the artistic line." Pierre lay down again on the bed, and turning his face to the wall, fell fast asleep, while Monsieur Vandeloup, humming a merry tune, walked gaily out of the room to the bar, and asked Miss Twexby for another drink. "Brandy and soda this time, please," he said, lazily lighting another cigarette. "This heat is so enervating, and I'm going to walk up to Black Hill. By the way, mademoiselle," he went on, as she opened the soda water, "as I see there are 2 beds in my friend's room, I will stay here all night." "You shall have the best room," said Martha decisively, as she handed him the brandy and soda. "You are too kind," replied Monsieur Vandeloup coolly, as he took the drink from her, "but I prefer to stay with my silent friend. He was one of the sailors in the ship when I was wrecked, as you have no doubt heard, and looks upon me as a sort of fetish." Miss Twexby knew all about the wreck, and thought it was beautiful that he should condescend to be so friendly with a common sailor. Vandeloup received all her speeches with a polite smile, then set down his empty glass and prepared to leave. "Mademoiselle," he said, touching the flowers, "you see I still have them. They will remind me of you," and raising his hat, He strolled idly out of the hotel and went off in the direction of the Black Hill. Miss Twexby ran to the door, and shading her eyes with her hands from the blinding glare of the sun, she watched him lounging along the street, tall, slender, and handsome. "He's just lovely," she said to herself as she returned to the bar, "but his eyes are so wicked. I don't think he's a good young man." What would she have said if she had heard the conversation in the bedroom? Chapter 11. Theodore Wapples, Actor. Mr. Villiers walked in a leisurely manner along the lower part of the town, with the intent of going up to his destination through the old mining gully. He took this route for 2 reasons. First, because the afternoon was hot, and it was easier climbing up that way than going by the ordinary road. And second, on his journey through the chasm, he would be able to mark some place where he could hide the nugget. With his stick under his arm, Mr. Villiers trudged merrily along in a happy humour, as if he was bent on pleasure instead of robbery. And after all, as he said to himself, it could not be called a genuine robbery, as everything belonging to his wife was his by right of the marriage service, and he was only going to have his own again. With this comfortable thought, he climbed slowly up the broken tortuous path which led to the Black Hill, and every now and then would pause to rest and admire the view. It was now nearly 6 o'clock, and the sun was sinking amid a blaze of splendour. The whole of the western sky was a sea of shimmering gold, and this, intensified near the horizon to almost blinding brightness, faded off towards the zenith of the sky into a delicate green, and thence melted imperceptibly into a cold blue. Villiers, however, being of the earth earthy, could not be troubled looking very long at such a commonplace sight as a sunset. The same thing occurred every evening, and he had more important things to do than to waste his time gratifying his artistic eye. Arriving on the plateau of earth just in front of the gully, he was soon entering the narrow gorge, and tramped steadily along in deep thought, with bent head and wrinkled brows. The way being narrow, and Villiers being preoccupied, it was not surprising that as a man was coming down in the opposite direction, also preoccupied, they should run against one another. When this took place, it gave Mr. Villiers rather a start, as it suggested a possible witness to the deed he contemplated, a thing for which he was by no means anxious. "Really, sir," said the stranger in a rich, rolling voice, and in a dignified tone, "I think you might look where you are going. From what I saw of you, your eyes were not fixed on the stars, and thus to cause your unwatched feet to stumble. In fact," said the speaker, looking up to the sky, "I see no stars whereon you could fix your gaze." This somewhat strange mode of remonstrance was delivered in a solemn manner, with appropriate gestures, and tickled Mr. Villiers so much that he leaned up against a great rock abutting on the path, and laughed long and loudly. "That is right, sir," said the stranger approvingly. "Laughter is to the soul what food is to the body. I think, sir," in a Johnsonian manner, "the thought is a happy one." Villiers assented with a nod, and examined the speaker attentively. He was a man of medium height, rather portly than otherwise, with a clean-shaved face, clearly cut features, and 2 merry grey eyes, which twinkled like stars as they rested on Villiers. His hair was greyish and inclined to curl, but could not follow its natural inclination owing to the unsparing use of the barber's shears. He wore a coat and trousers of white flannel, but no waistcoat. Canvas shoes were on his feet, and a juvenile straw hat was perched on his iron-grey hair, the rim of which encircled his head like a halo of glory. He had small, well-shaped hands, one of which grasped a light cane, and the other a white silk pocket-handkerchief, with which he frequently wiped his brow. He seemed very hot, and leaning on the opposite side of the path against the rock, fanned himself first with his handkerchief and then with his hat, all the time looking at Mr. Villiers with a beaming smile. At last he took a silver-mounted flask from his pocket and offered it to Villiers with a pleasant bow. "It's very hot, you know," he said in his rich voice, as Villiers accepted the flask. "What's this?" asked Villiers, indicating the flask, as he slowly unscrewed the top. "No, the day, my boy, the day, ha ha ha," said the lively stranger, going off into fits of laughter, which vibrated like small thunder amid the high rocks surrounding them. "Good line for a comedy, I think, ha ha. Gad, I'll make a note of it," and diving into one of the pockets of his coat, he produced therefrom an old letter, on the back of which he inscribed the witticism with the stump of a pencil. Meanwhile, Villiers, thinking the flask contained brandy, or at least whisky, took a long drink of it, but found to his horror it was merely a weak solution of sherry and water. "Oh, my poor stomach," he gasped, taking the flask from his lips. "Colic?" inquired the stranger with a pleasant smile, as he put back the letter and pencil. "Hot water fomentations are what you need. Wonderful cure. Will bring you to life again, though you are at your last gasp." Ha! Struck with a sudden idea. His last gasp. Good title for a melodrama. Mustn't forget that. And out came the letter and the pencil again. Mr. Villiers explained in a somewhat gruff tone that it was not colic, but that his medical attendant allowed him to drink nothing but whisky. "To be taken 20 times a day, I presume," observed the stranger, with a wink. "No offence meant, sir," as Villiers showed a disposition to resent this, merely a repartee. "Good for a comedy, I fancy. What do you think?" "I think," said Mr. Villiers, handing him back the flask, "that you're very eccentric." "Eccentric?" replied the other, in an airy tone. "Not at all, sir. I'm merely a civilised being with the veneer off. I am not hidden under an artificial coat of manner. No, I laugh, ha ha. I skip, ha ha, with a light trip on one foot. I cry in a dismal tone. In fact, I am a man in his natural state, civilised sufficiently, but not over-civilised." "What's your name?" asked Mr. Villiers, wondering whether the portly gentleman was mad. For reply the stranger dived into another pocket, and, bringing to light a long bill poster, held it up before Mr. Villiers. "Read, mark, and inwardly digest," he said in a muffled tone behind the bill. This document set forth in red, black, and blue letters that the celebrated Waffles family, consisting of 12 star artistes, were now in Ballarat, and would that night appear at the Academy of Music in their new and original farcical comedy, called The Cruet Stand. Act 1, Pepper. Act 2, Mustard. Act 3, Vinegar. "You then," said Villiers, after he had perused this document, "are Mr. Waffles?" "Theodore Waffles, at your service," said that gentleman, rolling up the bill. Then putting it into his pocket, he produced therefrom a batch of tickets. One of these, handing a ticket to Villiers, will admit you to the stalls tonight, where you will see myself and the children in the cruet stand. Rather a peculiar title, isn't it? Said Villiers, taking the ticket. The play is still more peculiar, sir, replied Mr. Waffles, restoring the bulky packet of tickets to his pocket, dealing as it does with the adventures of a youth who hides his father's will in a cruet stand, which is afterwards annexed by a comic bailiff. But isn't it rather a curious thing to hide a will in a cruet stand? Asked Villiers, smiling at the oddity of the idea. Therein, sir, lies the peculiarity of the play, said Mr. Waffles grandly. Of course, the characters find out in Act 1 that the will is in the cruet stand. In Act 2, while pursuing it, they get mixed up with the bailiff's mother-in-law, and in Act 3, finished Mr. Waffles exultingly, they run it to earth in a pawnshop. Oh, I assure you, it is a most original play. Very, assented the other dryly. The author must be a man of genius who wrote it. It's a translation from the German, sir, said Mr. Waffles, taking a drink of sherry and water, and was originally produced in London as the pickle bottle, the will being hidden with the family onions. In Melbourne it was the success of the year under the same title. I, with an air of genius, called it the cruet stand. Then how did you get a hold of it? Asked Villiers. My wife, sir, said the actor, rolling out the words in his deep voice. A wonderful woman, sir, paid a visit to Melbourne, and there, sir, seated at the back of the pit, between a coal heaver and an apple woman, she copied the whole thing down. But isn't that rather mean? Certainly not, retorted Waffles haughtily. The opulent Melbourne managers refused to let me have their new pieces, so I have to take the law into my own hands. I'll get all the latest London successes in the same way. We play ours under the title of The Hero's Return or The Soldier's Bride. We have done The Silver King as The Living Dead, which was an immense success. Villiers thought that under such a contradictory title it would rather pique the curiosity of the public. Tomorrow night, pursued Mr. Waffles, we act called Black, but it is billed as The Blind Detective. Thus, said the actor, with virtuous scorn, do we evade the grasping avarice of the Melbourne managers, who would make us pay fees for them. By the way, said Mr. Waffles, breaking off suddenly in a light and airy manner, as I came down here I saw a lovely girl, a veritable fairy, sir, with golden hair, and a bright smile that haunts me still. I exchanged a few remarks with her regarding the beauty of the day, and thus allegorically referred to the beauty of herself. A charming flight of fancy, I think, sir. It must have been Kitty Marchurst, said Villiers, not attending to the latter portion of Mr. Waffles' remarks. Ah, indeed, said Mr. Waffles slightly. How beautiful is the name of Kitty. It suggests poetry immediately. For instance, Kitty, ah, Kitty, you are so pretty, charming and witty, that 'twere a pity I sung not this ditty in praise of my Kitty. On the spur of the moment, sir, I assure you, does it not remind you of Herrick? Mr. Villiers bluntly said it did not. Ah, perhaps it's more like Shakespeare, observed the actor, quite unabashed. You think so? Mr. Villiers was doubtful, and displayed such anxiety to get away that Mr. Waffles held out his hand to say good-bye. You'll excuse me, I know, said Mr. Waffles, in an apologetic tone, "but the show commences at 8, and it is now 6:30. I trust I shall see you tonight." "It's very kind of you to give me this ticket," said Villiers, in whom the gentlemanly instinct still survived. "Not at all, not at all," retorted Mr. Wopples, with a wink. "Business, my boy, business. Always have a good house first night, so must go into the highways and byways for an audience. Ha! Biblical illustration, you see," and with a gracious wave of his hand he skipped lightly down the path and disappeared from sight. It was now getting dark, so Mr. Villiers went on his way, and having selected a mining shaft where he could hide the nugget, he climbed up to the top of the hill, and lying down under the shadow of a rock where he could get a good view of Marchurst's house, he waited patiently till such time as his wife would start for home. "I'll pay you out for all you've done," he muttered to himself, as he lay curled up in the black shadow like a noisome reptile. "Tit for tat, my lady, tit for tat." Chapter 12. Highway Robbery. Dinner at Mr. Marchurst's house was not a particularly exhilarating affair. As a matter of fact, though dignified with the name of dinner, it was nothing more than one of those mixed meals known as high tea. Vandeloup knew this, and having a strong aversion to the miscellaneous collection of victuals which appeared on Mr. Marchurst's table, he dined at Craig's Hotel, where he had a nice little dinner and drank a pint bottle of champagne in order to thoroughly enjoy himself. Madame Midas also had a dislike to tea dinners, but being a guest, of course, had to take what was going, and she, Kitty, and Mr. Marchurst were the only people present at the festive board. At last Mr. Marchurst finished and delivered a long address of thanks to heaven for the good food they had enjoyed, which good food, being heavy and badly cooked, was warranted to give them all indigestion and turn their praying to cursing. In fact, what with strong tea, hurried meals, and no exercise, Mr. Marchurst used to pass an awful time with the nightmare, and although he was accustomed to look upon nightmares as visions, they were due more to dyspepsia than inspiration. After dinner, Madame sat and talked with Marchurst, but Kitty went outside into the warm darkness of the summer night, and tried to pierce the gloom to see if her lover was coming. She was rewarded, for Monsieur Vandeloup came up about 8:30, having met Pierre as arranged. Pierre had found out Villiers in his hiding place, and was watching him while Villiers watched the house. Being therefore quite easy in his mind that things were going smoothly, Vandeloup came up to the porch where Kitty was eagerly waiting for him, and taking her in his arms kissed her tenderly. Then, after assuring himself that Madame was safe with Marchurst, he put his arm round Kitty's waist, and they walked up and down the path with the warm wind blowing in their faces, and the perfume of the wattle blossoms permeating the drowsy air. And yet while he was walking up and down, talking lover-like nonsense to the pretty girl by his side, Vandeloup knew that Villiers was watching the house far off with evil eyes, and he also knew that Pierre was watching Villiers with all the insatiable desire of a wild beast for blood. The moon rose, a great shield of silver, and all the ground was drawn with the aerial shadows of the trees. The wind sighed through the branches of the wattles, and made their golden blossoms tremble in the moonlight, while hand in hand the lovers strolled down the path or over the short dry grass. Far away in the distance they heard a woman singing, and the high sweet voice floated softly towards them through the clear air. Suddenly they heard the noise of a chair being pushed back inside the house, and knew that Madame was getting ready to go. They moved simultaneously towards the door, but in the porch Gaston paused for a moment, and caught Kitty by the arm. "Phoebe," he whispered softly, "when Madame is gone I am going down the hill to Ballarat, so you will walk with me a little way, will you not?" Of course. Kitty was only too delighted at being asked to do so, and readily consented, then ran quickly into the house, followed by Vandeloup. "You here?" cried Madame in surprise, pausing for a moment in the act of putting on her bonnet. "Why are you not at the theatre?" "I am going, Madame," replied Gaston calmly, "but I thought I would come in order to assist you to put the nugget in the trap." "Oh, Mr Marchurst would have done that," said Madame, much gratified at Vandeloup's attention. "I'm sorry you should miss your evening's pleasure for that." "Ah, Madame, I do but exchange a lesser pleasure for a greater one," said the gallant Frenchman, with a pleasant smile. "But are you sure you will not want me to drive you home?" "Not at all," said Madame, as they all went outside. "I am quite safe." "Still, with this," said Mr Marchurst, bringing up the rear, with the nugget now safely placed in its wooden box, "you might be robbed." "Not I," replied Mrs Villiers brightly, as the horse and trap were brought round to the gate by Brown. "No one knows I've got it in the trap, and besides, no one can catch up with Rory when he once starts." Marchurst put the nugget under the seat of the trap, but Madame was afraid it might slip out by some chance, so she put the box containing it in the front, and then her feet on the box, so that it was absolutely impossible that it could get lost without her knowing. Then saying good-bye to everyone, and telling Monsieur Vandeloup to be out at the Pactolus before noon the next day, she gathered up the reins and drove slowly down the hill, much to the delight of Mr Villiers, who was getting tired of waiting. Kitty and Vandeloup strolled off in the moonlight, while Marchurst went back to the house. Villiers arose from his hiding place and looked up savagely at the serene moon, which was giving far too much light for his scheme to succeed. Fortunately, however, he saw a great black cloud rapidly advancing, which threatened to hide the moon, so he set off down the hill at a run, in order to catch his wife at a nasty part of the road some distance down, where she would be compelled to go slowly, and thus give him a chance to spring on the trap and take her by surprise. But quick as he was, Pierre was quicker, and both Vandeloup and Kitty could see the two black figures running rapidly along in the moonlight. "Who are those?" asked Kitty with a sudden start. "Are they going after Madame?" "Little goose," whispered her lover with a laugh. "If they are, they will never catch up to that horse. It's all right, Bebe," with a reassuring smile, seeing that Kitty still looked somewhat alarmed. "They are only some miners out on a drunken frolic." Thus pacified, Kitty laughed gaily, and they wandered along in the moonlight, talking all the fond and foolish nonsense they could think of. Meanwhile, the great black cloud had completely hidden the moon, and the whole landscape was quite dark. This annoyed Madame, as depending on the moonlight, the lamps of the trap were not lighted, and she could not see in the darkness how to drive down a very awkward bit of road that she was now on. It was very steep, and there was a high bank on one side, while on the other there was a fall of about 10 feet. She felt annoyed at the darkness, but on looking up saw that the cloud would soon pass. so drove on slowly, quite content. Unluckily, she did not see the figure on the high bank, which ran along stealthily beside her, and while turning a corner, Mr. Villiers, for it was he, dropped suddenly from the bank onto the trap, and caught her by the throat. "My God!" cried the unfortunate woman, taken by surprise, and involuntarily tightening the reins. The horse stopped. "Who are you?" Villiers never said a word, but tightened his grasp on her throat, and shortened his stick to give her a blow on the head. Fortunately, Madame Midas saw his intention, and managed to wrench herself free, so the blow aimed at her only slightly touched her, otherwise it would have killed her. As it was, however, she fell forward half stunned, and Villiers, hurriedly dropping his stick, bent down and seized the box which he felt under his feet, and intuitively guessed contained the nugget. With a cry of triumph he hurled it out onto the road, and sprang out after it, but the cry woke his wife from the semi-stupor in which she had fallen. Her head felt dizzy and heavy from the blow, but still she had her senses about her, and the moon bursting out from behind a cloud rendered the night as clear as day. Villiers had picked up the box, and was standing on the edge of the bank, just about to leave. The unhappy woman recognised her husband, and uttered a cry. You!" she shrieked wildly. "Coward, dastard! Give me back that nugget," leaning out of the trap in her eagerness. "I'll see you damned first," retorted Villiers, who, now that he was recognised, was utterly reckless as to the result. "We're quits now, my lady," and he turned to go. Maddened with anger and disgust, his wife snatched up the stick he had dropped, and struck him on the head as he took a step forward. With a stifled cry he staggered and fell over the embankment, still clutching the box in his arms. Madame let the stick fall, and fell back fainting on the seat of the trap, while the horse, startled by the noise, tore down the road at a mad gallop. Madame Midas lay in a dead faint for some time, and when she came to herself she was still in the trap, and Rory was calmly trotting along the road home. At the foot of the hill the horse, knowing every inch of the way, had settled down into his steady trot for the Pactolus, but when Madame grasped the situation, she marvelled to herself how she had escaped being dashed to pieces in that mad gallop down the Black Hill. Her head felt painful from the effects of the blow she had received, but her one thought was to get home to Archie and Selina, so gathering up the reins she sent Rory along as quickly as she could. When she drove up to the gate, Archie and Selina were both out to receive her, and when the former went to lift her off the trap, he gave a cry of horror at seeing her dishevelled appearance and the blood on her face. "God save us!" he cried, lifting her down. "What's come to ye? And where's the nugget?" seeing it was not in the trap. "Lost," she said in a stupor, feeling her head swimming, "but there's worse." "Worse?" echoed Selina and Archie, who were both standing looking terrified at one another. "Yes," said Mrs. Villiers in a hollow whisper, leaning forward and grasping Archie's coat. "I've killed my husband," and without another word she fell fainting to the ground. At the same time Vandeloup and Pierre walked into the bar at the Wattle Tree Hotel, and each had a glass of brandy, after which Pierre went to his bed, and Vandeloup, humming a gay song, turned on his heel and went to the theatre. Chapter 13. A Glimpse of Bohemia. "Ah," says Thackeray pathetically, Prague is a pleasant city, but we all lose our way to it late in life. The Wapples family were true bohemians, and had not yet lost their way to the pleasant city. They accepted good and bad fortune with wonderful equanimity, and if their pockets were empty one day, there was always a possibility of their being full the next. When this was the case, they generally celebrated the event by a little supper, and as their present season in Ballarat bid fair to be a successful one, Mr. Theodore Wapples determined to have a convivial evening after the performance was over. That the Wapples family were favourites with the Ballarat folk was amply seen by the crowded house which assembled to see the cruet stand. The audience were very impatient for the curtain to rise, as they did not appreciate the overture, which consisted of airs from Lama Scott, adapted for the violin and piano by Mr. Handel Wapples, who was the musical genius of the family, and sat in the conductor's seat, playing the violin and conducting the orchestra of one, which on this occasion was Miss Jemima Wapples, who presided at the piano. The Wapples family consisted of 12 star artistes, beginning with Mr. Theodore Wapples, age 50, and ending with Master Sheridan Wapples, age 10, who did the servants' characters, delivered letters, formed the background in the tableau, and made himself generally useful. As the cast of the comedy was only 8, 2 of the family acted as the orchestra, and the remaining 2 took money at the door. When their duties in this respect were over for the night, they went into the pit to lead the applause. At last the orchestra finished, and the curtain drew up, displaying an ancient house belonging to a decayed family. The young squire, present head of the decayed family, Mr. Cyber Wapples, is fighting with his dishonest steward, admirably acted by Mr. Dogberry Wapples, whose daughter he wants to marry. The dishonest steward, during Act 1, without any apparent reason, is struck with remorse, and making his will in favour of the squire, departs to America, but afterwards appears in the last act as someone else. Leaving his will on the drawing-room table, as he naturally would, it is seized by an Eton boy, Master Sheridan Wapples, who hides it, for some unexplained reason, in the cruet stand, being the last piece of family plate remaining to the decayed family. This is seized by a comic bailiff, Mr. Theodore Wapples, who takes it to his home, and the decayed family, finding out about the will, start to chase the bailiff and recover the stolen property from him. This brought the play on to Act 2, which consisted mainly of situations arising out of the indiscriminate use of doors and windows for entrances and exits. The bailiff's mother-in-law, Mrs. Wapples, appears in this act, and being in want of a new dress, takes the cruet stand to her uncle and pawns it. So Act 2 ends with a general onslaught of the decayed family on Mrs. Wapples. Then the orchestra played the Wapples Waltz, dedicated to Mr. Theodore Wapples by Mr. Handel Wapples, and during the performance of this, Mr. Villiers walked into the theatre. He was a little pale, as was only natural after such an adventure as he had been engaged in, but otherwise seemed all right. He walked up to the first row of the stalls, and took his seat beside a young man of about 25, who was evidently much amused at the performance. "Hello, Villiers," said the young gentleman, turning round to the new arrival. "What do you think of the play?" "Only just got in," returned Mr. Villiers sulkily, looking at his programme. "Any good?" in a more amiable tone. Well, not bad, returned the other, pulling up his collar. I've seen it in Melbourne. You know, the original, I mean. This is a very second-hand affair. Mr. Villiers nodded and became absorbed in his program. So, seeing he was disinclined for more conversation, the young gentleman turned his attention to the Wapples waltz, which was now being played fast and furiously by the indefatigable orchestra of two. Bartholomew Jarper, generally called Barty by his friends, was a bank clerk, and had come up to Ballarat on a visit. He was well known in Melbourne society, and looked upon himself quite as a leader of fashion. He went everywhere, danced divinely, so the ladies said, sang 2 or 3 little songs, and played the same accompaniment to each of them, was seen constantly at the theatres, plunged a little at the races, and was altogether an extremely gay dog. It is, then, little to be wondered at that, saturated as he was with Melbourne gaiety, he should be vastly critical of the humble efforts of the Wapples family to please him. He had met Villiers at his hotel, when both of them, being inebriated, they swore eternal friendship. Mr. Villiers, however, was very sulky on this particular night, for his head still pained him. So Barty stared round the house in a supercilious manner, and sucked the knob of his cane for refreshment between the acts. Just as the orchestra were making their final plunge into the finale of the Wapples waltz, Monsieur Vandeloup, cool and calm as usual, strolled into the theatre, and, seeing a vacant seat beside Villiers, walked over and took it. "Good evening, my friend," he said, touching Villiers on the shoulder. "Enjoying the play, eh?" Villiers angrily pushed away the Frenchman's hand and glared vindictively at him. "Ah, you still bear malice for that little episode of the ditch," said Vandeloup with a gay laugh. "Come now, this is a mistake. Let us be friends." "Go to the devil," growled Villiers crossly. "All right, my friend," said Monsieur Vandeloup, serenely crossing his legs. "We'll all end up by paying a visit to that gentleman, but while we are on earth we may as well be pleasant. Seen your wife lately?" This apparently careless inquiry caused Mr. Villiers to jump suddenly out of his seat, much to the astonishment of Barty, who did not know for what reason he was standing up. "Ah, you want to look at the house, I suppose," remarked Monsieur Vandeloup lazily. "The building is extremely ugly, but there are some redeeming features in it. I refer, of course, to the number of pretty girls," and Gaston turned round and looked steadily at a red-haired damsel behind him, who blushed and giggled, thinking he was referring to her. Villiers resumed his seat with a sigh, and seeing that it was quite useless to quarrel with Vandeloup, owing to that young man's coolness, resolved to make the best of a bad job, and held out his hand with a view to reconciliation. "It's no use fighting with you," he said, with an uneasy laugh, as the other took his hand. "You are so deuced amiable." "I am," replied Gaston, calmly examining his programme. "I practise all Christian virtues." Here Barty, on whom the Frenchman's appearance and conversation had produced an impression, requested Villiers in a stage whisper to introduce him, which was done. Vandeloup looked the young man coolly up and down, and eventually decided that Mr. Barty Jarper was a cad, for whatever his morals might be. The Frenchman was a thorough gentleman. However, as he was always diplomatic, he did not give utterance to his idea, but taking a seat next to Barty's, he talked glibly to him until the orchestra finished with a few final bangs, and the curtain drew up on Act 3. The scene was the interior of a pawn shop, where the pawnbroker, a gentleman of Hebraic descent, Mr. Buckstone Wapples, sells the cruet to the dishonest steward, who has come back from America disguised as a sailor. The decayed family all rush in to buy the cruet stand, but on finding it gone, overwhelm the pawnbroker with reproaches, so that to quiet them he hides them all over the shop, on the chance that the dishonest steward will come back. The dishonest steward does so, and having found the will tears it up on the stage, upon which he is assaulted by the decayed family, who rush out from all parts. Ultimately, he reveals himself and hands back the cruet stand and the estates to the decayed family, after which a general marrying all round took place, which proceeding was very gratifying to the boys in the gallery, who gave their opinions very freely, and the curtain fell amid thunders of applause. Altogether, the cruet stand was a success, and would have a steady run of 3 nights at least, so Mr. Wapples said, and as the manager of long standing, he was thoroughly well up in the subject. Villiers, Vanderloop, and Barty went out and had a drink, and as none of them felt inclined to go to bed, Villiers told them he knew Mr. Theodore Wapples, and proposed that they should go behind the scenes and see him. This was unanimously carried, and after some difficulty with the doorkeeper, a crusty old man with a red face and white hair, that stood straight up in a tuft, and made him look like an infuriated cockatoo, they obtained access to the mysterious regions of the stage, and there found Master Sheridan Wapples practising a breakdown while waiting for the rest of the family to get ready. This charming youth, who was small, dried up, and wonderfully sharp, volunteered to guide them to his father's dressing-room, and on knocking at the door, Mr. Wapples' voice boomed out, "Come in such an unexpected manner that it made them all jump. On entering the room they found Mr. Wapples dressed in a light tweed suit, and just putting on his coat. It was a small room with a flaring gas jet, under which there was a dressing-table littered over with grease, paints, powder, vaseline, and wigs, and upon it stood a small looking-glass. A great basket box with the lid wide open stood at the end of the room, with a lot of clothes piled up on it, and numerous other garments were hung up upon the walls. A washstand with a basin full of soapy water stood under a curtainless window, and there was only one chair to be seen, which Mr. Wapples politely offered to his visitor. Mr. Villiers, however, told him he had brought 2 gentlemen to introduce to him, at which Mr. Wapples was delighted, and on the introduction taking place, assured both Vanderloop and Barty that it was one of the proudest moments of his life, a stock phrase he always used when introduced to visitors. He was soon ready, and preceded the party out of the room, when he stopped, struck with a sudden idea. "I have left the gas burning in my dressing-room," he said, in his rolling voice, "and if you will permit me, gentlemen, I will go back and turn it off." This was rather difficult to manage, inasmuch as the stairs were narrow, and 3 people being between Mr. Wapples and his dressing-room, he could not squeeze past. Finally the difficulty was settled by Villiers, who was last, and who went back and turned out the gas. When he came down he found Mr. Wapples waiting for him. "I thank you, sir," he said grandly, "and will feel honoured if you will give me the pleasure of your company at a modest supper consisting principally of cold beef and pickles." Of course they all expressed themselves delighted, and as the entire Wapples family had already gone to their hotel, Mr. Waffles, with his 3 guests, went out of the theatre and wended their way towards the same place, only dropping into 2 or 3 bars on the way to have drinks at Barty's expense. They soon arrived at the hotel, and having entered, Mr. Waffles pushed open the door of a room from whence the sound of laughter proceeded, and introduced the 3 strangers to his family. The whole 10, together with Mrs. Waffles, were present, and were seated around a large table, plentifully laden with cold beef and pickles, salads, bottles of beer, and other things too numerous to mention. Mr. Waffles presented them first to his wife, a faded, washed-out looking lady, with a perpetual simper on her face, and clad in a lavender muslin gown with ribbons of the same description. She looked wonderfully light and airy. In fact, she had a sketchy appearance, as if she required to be touched up here and there to make her appear solid, which was of great service to her in her theatrical career, as it enabled her to paint on the background of herself any character she wished to represent. "This," said Mr. Waffles in his deep voice, holding his wife's hand as if he were afraid she would float upward through the ceiling like a bubble, "a not unlikely thing, seeing how remarkably ethereal she looked. This is my flatterer." Why he called her his flatterer no one ever knew, unless it was because her ribbons were incessantly fluttering. But had he called her his shadow, the name would have been more appropriate. Mrs. Waffles flattered down to the ground in a bow, and then flattered up again. "Gentlemen," she said, in a thin, clear voice, "you are welcome. Did you enjoy the performance?" "Madam," returned Vandeloup, with a smile, "need you ask that?" A shadowy smile floated over Mrs. Waffles' indistinct features, and then her husband introduced the rest of the family in a bunch. "Gentlemen," he said, waving his hand to the expectant 10, who stood in a line of 5 male and 5 female, the celebrated Waffles family. The 10 all simultaneously bowed at this, as if they were worked by machinery, and then everyone sat down to supper, Mr. Theodore Waffles taking the head of the table. All the family seemed to admire him immensely, and kept their eyes fastened on his face with affectionate regard. "Pa," whispered Miss Siddons Waffles to Villiers, who sat next to her, "is a most wonderful man. Observe his facial expression." Villiers observed it, and admitted also in a whisper that it was truly marvellous. Cold beef formed the staple viand on the table, and everyone did full justice to it, as also to beer and porter, of which Mr. Waffles was very generous. "I prefer to give my friends good beer instead of bad champagne," he said pompously. "Ha ha! The antithesis, I think, is good." The Waffles family unanimously agreed that it was excellent, and Mr. Handel Waffles observed to Barty that his father often made jokes worthy of Tom Hood, to which Barty agreed hastily, as he did not know who Tom Hood was, and besides was flirting in a mild manner with Miss Fanny Waffles, a pretty girl who did the burlesque business. "And are all these big boys and girls yours, madam?" asked Vandeloup, who was rather astonished at the number of the family, and thought some of them might have been hired for theatrical purposes. Mrs. Waffles nodded affirmatively, with a gratified flutter, and her husband endorsed it. "There are 4 dead," he said, in a solemn voice. "Rest their souls." All the 10 faces round the board reflected the gloom on the parental countenance, and for a few moments no one spoke. "This," said Mr. Waffles, looking round with a smile, at which all the other faces lighted up, This is not calculated to make our supper enjoyable, children. I may tell you that, in consequence of the great success of the cruet stand, we play it again tomorrow night." "Ah," said Mr. Buckstone Waffles, with his mouth full, "I knew it would knock 'em. That business of yours, father, with the writ is simply wonderful." All the family chorused yes, and Mr. Waffles admitted, with a modest smile, that it was wonderful. "Practice," said Mr. Waffles, waving a fork with a piece of cold beef at the end of it, "makes perfect. My dear Vandeloup, if you will permit me to call you so, my son Buckstone is truly a wonderful critic." Vandeloup smiled at this, and came to the conclusion that the Waffles family was a mutual admiration society. However, as it was now nearly 12 o'clock, he rose to take his leave. "Oh, you're not going yet," said Mr. Waffles, upon which all the family echoed, "Surely not yet," in a most hospitable manner. "I must," said Vandeloup, with a smile. "I know Madam will excuse me," with a bow to Mrs. Waffles, who thereupon fluttered nervously, "but I have to be up very early in the morning." "In that case," said Mr. Waffles, rising, "I will not detain you. Early to bed and early to rise, you know. Not that I believe in it much myself, but I understand it is practised with good results by some people." Vandeloup shook hands with Mr. and Mrs. Waffles, but feeling unequal to taking leave of the 10-star artistes in the same way, he bowed in a comprehensive manner, whereupon the whole 10 arose from their chairs and bowed unanimously in return. "Good night, Monsieurs Villiers and Jarper," said Vandeloup, going out of the door. "I will see you tomorrow." "And we also, I hope," said Mr. Waffles ungrammatically. "Come and see the cruet stand again. I'll put your name on the free list." Monsieur Vandeloup thanked the actor warmly for this kind offer, and took himself off. As he passed along the street he heard a burst of laughter from the Waffles family, no doubt caused by some witticism of the head of the clan. He walked slowly home to the hotel, smoking a cigarette and thinking deeply. When he arrived at the wattle tree he saw a light still burning in the bar, and on knocking at the door was admitted by Miss Twexby, who had been making up accounts, and whose virgin head was adorned with curl papers. "My," said this damsel, when she saw him, "you are a nice young man coming home at this hour, 12 o'clock. See," and, as a proof of her assertion, she pointed to the clock. "Were you waiting up for me, dear?" asked Vandeloup audaciously. "Not I," retorted Miss Twexby, tossing her curl papers. "I've been attending to pa's business, but, oh gracious," with a sudden recollection of her headgear, "you've seen me in undress." "And you look more charming than ever," finished Vandeloup, as he took his bedroom candle from her. "I will see you in the morning. My friend's still asleep, I suppose?" "I'm sure I don't know. I haven't seen him all the evening," replied Miss Twexby, tossing her head. "Now go away. You're a naughty, wicked, deceitful thing. I declare I'm quite afraid of you." "There's no need, I assure you," replied Vandeloup, in a slightly sarcastic voice, as he surveyed the plain-looking woman before him. "You are quite safe from me." He left the bar, whistling an air, while the fair Martha returned to her accounts, and wondered indignantly whether his last remark was a compliment or otherwise. The conclusion she came to was that it was otherwise, and she retired to bed in a very wrathful frame of mind. Chapter 14. A Mysterious Disappearance. Madame Midas, as may be easily guessed, did not pass a very pleasant night after the encounter with Villiers. Her head was very painful with the blow he had given her, and added to this, she was certain she had killed him. Though she hated the man who had ruined her life and who had tried to rob her, still she did not care about becoming his murderess, and the thought was madness to her. Not that she was afraid of punishment, for she had only acted in self-defence, and Villiers, not she, was the aggressor. Meanwhile she waited to hear if the body had been found, for ill news travels fast, and as everyone knew Villiers was her husband, she was satisfied that when the corpse was found she would be the first to be told about it. But the day wore on and no news came, so she asked Archie to go into Ballarat and see if the discovery had been made. "'Deed, mum," said Archie in a consoling tone, "I'm thinking there's no word at all. Maybe he only stepped his pranks for a wee bit, and he's a right." Madame shook her head. "I gave him such a terrible blow," she said mournfully, "and he fell like a stone over the embankment. He didn't leave go the nugget onyhow, ye kin," said Archie dryly, "so he couldn't have been very far gone, but I'll gang into town and see what I can hear." There was no need for this, however, for just as McIntosh got to the door, Vandeloup, cool and complacent, sauntered in, but stopped short at the sight of Mrs. Villiers sitting in the armchair looking so ill. "My dear madam," he cried in dismay, going over to her, "what is the matter with you?" "Matter enow," growled McIntosh, with his hand on the door handle. "That deil of a husband of hers has robbed her of the nugget." "Yes, and I killed him," said Madame between her clenched teeth. "The deuce she did," said Vandeloup in surprise, taking a seat. "Then he was the liveliest dead man I ever saw." "What do you mean?" asked Madame, leaning forward, with both hands gripping the arms of her chair. Is he alive?" "Of course he is," began Vandeloup. But there he was stopped by a cry from Selina, for her mistress had fallen back in her chair in a dead faint. Hastily waving for the men to go away, she applied remedies, and Madame soon revived. Vandeloup had gone outside with McIntosh, and was asking him about the robbery, and then told him in return about Villiers' movements on that night. Selina called them in again, as Madame wanted to hear all about her husband, and Vandeloup was just entering when he turned to McIntosh. "Oh, by the way," he said in a vexed tone, "Pierre will not be at work today." "What for no?" asked McIntosh sharply. "He's drunk," replied Vandeloup curtly, "and he's likely to keep the game up for a week." "We'll see about that," said McIntosh wrathfully. "I told John go a Twexby to give the mun food and drink, but I didn't tell him to make the deal foo." "It wasn't the landlord's fault," said Vandeloup. "I gave Pierre money. If I had known what he wanted it for, I wouldn't have done it, but it's too late now." McIntosh was about to answer sharply as to the folly of giving the man money, when Madame's voice was heard calling them impatiently, and they both had to go in at once. Mrs. Villiers was ghastly pale, but there was a look of determination about her which showed that she was anxious to hear all. Pointing to a seat near herself, she said to Vandeloup, "Tell me everything that happened from the time I left you last night." "My faith," replied Vandeloup carelessly, taking the seat, "there isn't much to tell. I said good-bye to Monsieur Marchurst and Mademoiselle Kitty, and went down to Ballarat." "How was it you did not pass me on the way?" asked Madame, quickly fixing her piercing eyes on him. "I drove slowly." He bore her scrutiny without blenching or even changing colour. "Easily enough," he said calmly. "I went the other direction instead of the usual way, as it was the shortest route to the place I was stopping at." "The wattle tree?" "You kin, madam," interposed Mackintosh. "I had something to eat there," pursued Vandeloup, "and then went to the theatre. Your husband came in towards the end of the performance and sat next to me." "Was he all right?" asked Mrs Villiers eagerly. Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't pay much attention to him," he said coolly. "He seemed to enjoy the play, and afterwards, when we went to supper with the actors, he certainly ate very heartily for a dead man. I don't think you need trouble yourself, madam. Your husband is quite well." "What time did you leave him?" she asked, after a pause. "About 20 minutes to 12, I think," replied Vandeloup, "at least. I reached the wattle tree at about 12 o'clock, and I think it did take 20 minutes to walk there. Monsieur Villiers stopped behind with the theatre people to enjoy himself." Enjoying himself, and she, thinking him dead, was crying over his miserable end. It was infamous. Was this man a monster who could thus commit a crime one moment and go to an amusement the next? It seemed like it, and Mrs Villiers felt intense disgust towards her husband as she sat with tightly clenched hands and dry eyes, listening to Vandeloup's recital. "Well," said Mr Mackintosh at length, rubbing his scanty hair, "the deal looks after his ain, as we read in Scripture, and this child of Belial is flourishing like a green bay tree by many waters, but we ma cut it down and lay an axe at the root thereof." "And how do you propose to chop him down?" asked Vandeloup flippantly. "Pit him intil the toll booth for running away with the nugget," retorted Mr Mackintosh vindictively. "A very sensible suggestion," said Gaston approvingly, smoothing his moustache. "What do you say, madam?" She shook her head. "Let him keep his ill-gotten gains," she said resignedly. "Now that he has obtained what he wanted, perhaps he'll leave me alone. I will do nothing." "Da nothing," echoed Archie in great wrath. "Will you let that friend of Beelzebub run away with the 300 ounce of gold and da nothing? Na, na, you munna da it, I tell you. Oh, aye, ye may sit there, mem, and glower away like a boggle, but ye aren't a gagging to make yourself a martyr for yon. Keep the nugget. I'll see him damned first." This was the first time that Archie had ever dared to cross Mrs Villiers' wishes, and she stared in amazement at the unwonted spectacle. This time, however, Mackintosh found an unexpected ally in Vandeloup, who urged that Villiers should be prosecuted. "He is not only guilty of robbery, madam," said the young Frenchman, "but also of an attempt to murder you, and while he is allowed to go free, your life is not safe." Selina also contributed her mite of wisdom in the form of a proverb: "A stitch in time saves 9," intimating thereby that Villiers should be locked up and never let out again, in case he tried the same game on with the next big nugget found. Madame thought for a few moments, and seeing that they were all unanimous, she agreed to the proposal that Villiers should be prosecuted, with the stipulation, however, that he should be first written to and asked to give up the nugget. If he did, and promised to leave the district, no further steps would be taken, but if he declined to do so, his wife would prosecute him with the uttermost rigour of the law. Then Madame dismissed them, and she was anxious to get a little sleep, and Vandeloup went to the office to write the letter, accompanied by Mackintosh, who wanted to assist in its composition. Meanwhile, there was another individual in Ballarat who was much interested in Villiers, and this kind-hearted gentleman was none other than Slivers. Villiers was accustomed to come and sit in his office every morning and talk to him about things in general, and the Pactolus claim in particular. On this morning, however, he did not arrive, and Slivers was much annoyed thereat. He determined to give Villiers a piece of his mind when he did see him. He went about his business at the corner, bought some shares, sold others, and swindled as many people as he was able, then came back to his office and waited in all afternoon for his friend, who, however, did not come. Slivers was just going out to seek him when the door of his office was violently flung open, and a tall, raw-boned female entered in a very excited manner. Dressed in a dusty black gown, with a crape bonnet placed askew on her rough hair, this lady banged on Slivers' table a huge umbrella and demanded where Villiers was. "I don't know," snapped Slivers viciously. "How the devil should I?" "Don't swear at me, you wooden-legged little monster," cried the virago, with another bang of the umbrella, which raised such a cloud of dust that it nearly made Slivers sneeze his head off. "He ain't been home all night, and you've been leading him into bad habits, you cork-armed libertine." "Hasn't been home all night, eh?" said Slivers, sitting up quickly, while Billy, who had been considerably alarmed at the gaunt female, retired to the fireplace and tried to conceal himself up the chimney. "May I ask who you are?" "You may," said the angry lady, folding her arms and holding the umbrella in such an awkward manner that she nearly poked Slivers' remaining eye out. "Well, who are you?" snapped Slivers crossly, after waiting a reasonable time for an answer and getting none. "I'm his landlady," retorted the other with a defiant snort. "Matilda Cheadle is my name, and I don't care who knows it." "It's not a pretty name," snarled Slivers, prodding the ground with his wooden leg, as he always did when angry. "Neither are you. What do you mean by banging into my office like an insane giraffe?" This in allusion to Mrs. Cheadle's height. "Oh, go on," said that lady defiantly. "I've heard it all before. I'm used to it. But here I sit until you tell me where my lodger is." And suiting the action to the word, Mrs. Cheadle sat down in a chair with such a bang that Billy gave a screech of alarm and said, "Pickles!" "Pickles, you little bag of bones!" cried Mrs. Cheadle, who thought that the word had proceeded from Slivers. "Don't you call me Pickles. But I'm used to it. I'm a lonely woman since Cheadle went to the cemetery, and I'm always being insulted. Oh, my nerves are shattered under such treatment." This last because she saw the whisky bottle on the table and thought she might get some. Slivers took the hint, and filling a glass with whisky and water, passed it to her, and Mrs. Cheadle, with many protestations that she never touched spirits, drank it to the last drop. "Was Villiers always in the habit of coming home?" he asked. "Always," replied Mrs. Cheadle. "He's been with me 18 months, and never stopped out one night. If he had," grimly, "I'd have known the reason of his rampaging." "Strange," said Slivers thoughtfully, fixing Mrs. Cheadle with his one eye. "When did you see him last?" "About 3 o'clock yesterday," said Mrs. Cheadle, looking sadly at a hole in one of her cotton gloves. "His conduct was most extraordinary. He came home at that unusual hour, changed his linen clothes for a dark suit, and, after he had eaten something, put on another hat, and walked off with a stick under his arm." "And you've never seen him since?" "Not a blessed sight of him," replied Mrs. Cheadle. "You don't think any harm's come to him, sir?" "Not as I care much for him, the drunken wretch, but still he's a lodger and owes me rent, so I don't know but what he might be off to Melbourne without paying, and leaving his boxes full of bricks behind." "I'll have a look around, and if I see him I'll send him home," said Slivers, rising to intimate the interview was at an end. "Very well, mind you do," said the widow, rising and putting the empty glass on the table. "Send him home at once, and I'll speak to him. And perhaps," with a bashful glance, You wouldn't mind seeing me up the street a short way, as I'm alone and unprotected." "Stuff!" retorted Slivers ungraciously. "There's plenty of light, and you are big enough to look after yourself." At this, Mrs. Cheadle snorted loudly like a war horse, and flounced out of the office in a rage, after informing Slivers in a loud voice that he was a selfish, cork-eyed little viper, from which confusion of words it will easily be seen that the whisky had taken effect on the good lady. When she had gone, Slivers locked up his office, and sallied forth to find the missing Villiers, but though he went all over town to that gentleman's favourite haunts, mostly bars, yet he could see nothing of him, and on making inquiries heard that he had not been seen in Ballarat all day. This was so contrary to Villiers' general habits that Slivers became suspicious, and as he walked home thinking over the subject, he came to the conclusion there was something up. "If," said Slivers, pausing on the pavement and addressing a street lamp, "he doesn't turn up tomorrow, I'll have a look for him again. If that don't do, I'll tell the police. And I shouldn't wonder," went on Slivers musingly, "I shouldn't wonder if they called on Madame Midas." Chapter 15. Slivers in Search of Evidence. Slivers was puzzled over Villiers' disappearance, so he determined to go in search of evidence against Madame Midas, though for what reason he wanted evidence against her no one but himself and perhaps Billy knew. But then Slivers always was an enigma regarding his reasons for doing things, and even the Sphinx would have found him a difficult riddle to solve. The reason he had for turning detective was simply these. It soon became known that Madame Midas had been robbed by her husband of the famous nugget, and great was the indignation of everyone against Mr. Villiers. That gentleman would have fared very badly if he had made his appearance, but for some reason or another he did not venture forth. In fact, he had completely disappeared, and where he was no one knew. The last person who saw him was Barty Jarper, who left him at the corner of Lydiard and Sturt Streets, when Mr. Villiers had announced his intention of going home. Mrs. Cheadle, however, asserted positively that she had never set eyes on him since the time she stated to Slivers, and as it was now nearly 2 weeks since he had disappeared, things were beginning to look serious. The generally received explanation was that he had bolted with the nugget, but as he could hardly dispose of such a large mass of gold without suspicion, and as the police both in Ballarat and Melbourne had made inquiries which proved futile, this theory began to lose ground. It was at this period that Slivers asserted himself. Coming forward, he hinted in an ambiguous sort of way that Villiers had met with foul play, and that some people had their reasons for wishing to get rid of him. This was clearly an insinuation against Madame Midas, but everyone refused to believe such an impossible story, so Slivers determined to make good his words, and went in search of evidence. The Wopples family having left Ballarat, Slivers was unable to see Mr. Theodore Wopples, who had been in Villiers' company on the night of his disappearance. Mr. Barty Jarper, however, had not yet departed, so Slivers waylaid him and asked him in a casual way to drop into his office and have a drink, with a view of finding out from him all the events of that night. Barty was on his way to a lawn tennis party, and was arrayed in a flannel suit of many colours, with his small white face nearly hidden under a large straw hat. Being of a social turn of mind, He did not refuse Slivers' invitation, but walked into the dusty office and assisted himself liberally to the whisky. "Here's fun, old cock," he said in a free and easy manner, raising his glass to his lips. "May your shadow never be less." Slivers hoped devoutly that his shadow never would be less, as that would involve the loss of several other limbs, which he could ill spare. So he honoured Mr. Jarper's toast with a rasping little laugh, and prepared to talk. "It's very kind of you to come and talk to an old chap like me," said Slivers, in as amiable a tone as he could command, which was not much. "You're such a gay young fellow." Mr. Jarper acknowledged modestly that he was gay, but that he owed certain duties to society, and had to be mildly social. "And so handsome," croaked Slivers, winking with his one eye at Billy, who sat on the table. "Oh, he's all there, ain't he, Billy?" Billy, however, did not agree to this, and merely observed "pickles" in a disbelieving manner. Mr. Jarper felt rather overcome by this praise, and blushed in a modest way, but felt that he could not return the compliment with any degree of truth, as Slivers was not handsome, neither was he all there. He, however, decided that Slivers was an unusually discerning person, and worthy to talk to, so prepared to make himself agreeable. Slivers, who had thus gained the goodwill of the young man by flattery, plunged into the subject of Villiers' disappearance. "I wonder what's become of Villiers," he said, artfully pushing the whisky bottle toward Barty. "I'm sure I don't know," said Barty in a languid, used-up sort of voice, pouring himself out some more whisky. "I haven't seen him since last Monday week." "Where did you leave him on that night?" asked Slivers. "At the corner of Sturt and Lydiard Streets." "Early in the morning, I suppose?" "Yes, pretty early, about 2 o'clock, I think." "And you never saw him after that?" "Not a sight of him," replied Barty. "But I say, why all this thusness?" "I'll tell you after you have answered my questions," retorted Slivers rudely. "But I'm not asking out of curiosity, it's business." Barty thought that Slivers was very peculiar, but determined to humour him, and to take his leave as early as possible. "Well, go on," he said, drinking his whisky. "I'll answer." "Who else was with you and Villiers on that night?" asked Slivers in a magisterial kind of manner. "A French fellow called Vandeloup." "Vandeloup!" echoed Slivers in surprise. "Oh, indeed. What the devil was he doing?" "Enjoying himself," replied Barty coolly. "He came into the theatre, and Villiers introduced him to me. Then Mr. Waffles asked us all to supper." "You went, of course?" "Rather, old chap. What do you take us for?" This from Barty, with a knowing wink. "What time did Vandeloup leave?" asked Slivers, not paying any attention to Barty's pantomime. "About 20 minutes to 12. "Oh, I suppose that was because he had to drive out to the Pactolus." "Not such a fool, dear boy. He stayed all night in town." "Oh!" ejaculated Slivers in an excited manner, drumming on the table with his fingers. "Where did he stay?" "At the Wattle Tree Hotel." Slivers mentally made a note of this, and determined to go there and find out at what time Vandeloup had come home on the night in question, for this suspicious old man had now got it into his head that Vandeloup was in some way responsible for Villiers' disappearance. "Where did Villiers say he was going when he left you?" he asked. "Straight home." Well, he didn't go home at all." "Didn't he?" echoed Barty in some astonishment. "Then what's become of him? Men don't disappear in this mysterious way without some reason." "Ah, but there is a reason," replied Slivers, bending across the table, and clawing at the papers thereon with the lean fingers of his one hand. "Why, what do you think is the reason?" faltered Barty, letting his eyeglass drop out of his eye, and edging his chair further away from this terrible old man. "Murder," hissed the other through his thin lips. "He's been murdered." "Lord!" ejaculated Barty, jumping up from his chair in alarm. "You're going too far, old chap." "I'm going further," retorted Slivers, rising from his chair and stumping up and down the room. "I'm going to find out who did it, and then I'll grind her to powder. I'll twist her neck off, curse her." "Is it a woman?" asked Barty, who now began to think of making a retreat, for Slivers, with his one eye blazing and his cork arm swinging rapidly to and fro, was not a pleasant object to contemplate. This unguarded remark recalled Slivers to himself. "That's what I want to find out," he replied sulkily, going back to his chair. "Have some more whisky?" "No thanks," answered Barty, going to the door. "I'm late as it is for my engagement. Ta-ta, old chap. I hope you'll drop on the he or she you're looking for, but you're quite wrong. Villiers has bolted with the nugget, and that's a fact, sir," and with an airy wave of his hand Barty went out, leaving Slivers in anything but a pleasant temper. "Bah, you peacock!" cried this wicked old man, banging his wooden leg against the table. "You eyeglass idiot! You brainless puppy! I'm wrong, am I? We'll see about that, you rag shop." This last in allusion to Barty's picturesque garb. "I've found out all I want from you, and I'll track her down and put her in jail and hang her. Hang her till she's as dead as a doornail." Having given vent to this pleasant sentiment, Slivers put on his hat, and, taking his stick, walked out of his office, but not before Billy saw his intention and had climbed up to his accustomed place on the old man's shoulder. So Slivers stumped along the street with the cockatoo on his shoulder, looking like a depraved Robinson Crusoe, and took his way to the Wattle Tree Hotel. If, argued Slivers to himself as he pegged bravely along, if Villiers wanted to get rid of the nugget, he'd have come to me, for he knew I'd keep quiet and tell no tales. Well, he didn't come to me, and there's no one else he could go to. They've been looking for him all over the shop, and they can't find him. He can't be hiding, or he'd have let me know. There's only one explanation. He's been murdered. But not for the gold. Oh dear no, for nobody knew he had it. Who wanted him out of the way? His wife. Would she stick at anything? I'm damned if she would. So it's her work. The only question is, did she do it personally or by deputy? I say deputy, 'cause she'd be too squeamish to do it herself. Who would she select as deputy? Vanderloop. Why? Course, he'd like to marry her for her money. Yes, I'm sure it's him. Things look black against him. He stayed in town all night, a thing he never did before. Leaves the supper at 11:45, so as to avoid suspicion. Waits till Villiers come out at 2 in the morning and kills him. Aha, my handsome Jack and Dandy, cried Slivers viciously, suddenly stopping and shaking his stick at an imaginary Vanderloop. I've got you under my thumb, and I'll crush the life out of you, and of her also, if I can. And with this amiable resolution, Slivers resumed his way. Slivers' argument was plausible, but there were plenty of flaws in it, which, however, he did not stop to consider, so carried away was he by his anger against Madame Midas. He stumped along doggedly, revolving the whole affair in his mind, and by the time he arrived at the Wattle Tree Hotel, he had firmly persuaded himself that Villiers was dead, and that Vanderloop had committed the crime at the instigation of Mrs. Villiers. He found Miss Twexby seated in the bar with a decidedly cross face, which argued ill for anyone who held converse with her that day. But as Slivers was quite as crabbed as she was, and moreover feared neither God nor man, much less a woman, he tackled her at once. "Where's your father?" he asked abruptly, leaning on his stick and looking intently at the fair Martha's vinegary countenance. "Asleep," snapped that damsel, jerking her head in the direction of the parlour. "What do you want?" very disdainfully. "A little civility in the first place," retorted Slivers rudely, sitting down on a bench that ran along the wall, and thereby causing his wooden leg to stick straight out, which being perceived by Billy, he descended from the old man's shoulder and turned the leg into a perch, where he sat and swore at Martha. "You wicked old wretch," said Miss Twexby viciously, her nose getting redder with suppressed excitement. "Go along with you, and take that irreligious parrot with you, or I'll wake my pa." "He won't thank you for doing so," replied Slivers coolly. "I've called to see him about some new shares just on the market, and if you don't treat me with more respect I'll go, and he'll be out of a good thing." Now Miss Twexby knew that Slivers was in the habit of doing business with her parent, and moreover was a power in the share market, so she did not deem it diplomatic to go too far, and bottling up her wrath for a future occasion when no loss would be involved, she graciously asked Slivers what he'd be pleased to have. "Whisky," said Slivers curtly, leaning his chin on his stick, and following her movements with his one eye. "I say." "Well?" asked Miss Twexby, coming from behind the bar with a glass and a bottle of whisky. "What do you say?" "How's that good-looking Frenchman?" asked Slivers, pouring himself out some liquor, and winking at her in a rakish manner with his one eye. "How should I know?" snapped Martha angrily. "He comes here to see that friend of his, and then clears out without as much as a good day. A nice sort of friend indeed," wrathfully. "Stopping here nearly 2 weeks and drunk all the time. He'll be having delirious trimmings before he's done." "Who will?" said Slivers, taking a sip of his whisky and water. "Why, that other Frenchman," retorted Martha, going to her place behind the bar. "Peter something. A low black wretch, all beard, with no tongue, and a thirst like a lime kiln." "Oh, the dumb man." Miss Twexby nodded. "That's him," she said triumphantly. "He's been here for the last 2 weeks." "Drunk, I think you said," remarked Slivers politely. Martha laughed scornfully, and took out some sewing. "I should just think so," she retorted, tossing her head. "He does nothing but drink all day, and run after people with that knife." "Very dangerous," observed Slivers, gravely shaking his head. "Why don't you get rid of him?" "So we are," said Miss Twexby, biting off a bit of cotton, as if she wished it were Pierre's head. "He's going down to Melbourne the day after tomorrow." Slivers got weary of hearing about Pierre, and plunged right off into the object of his visit. "That Vandeloup," he began. "Well?" said Miss Twexby, letting the work fall on her lap. "What time did he come home the night he stopped here?" 12 o'clock. "Get along with you," said Slivers in disgust. "You mean 3 o'clock." "No, I don't," retorted Martha indignantly. "You'll be telling me I don't know the time next." "Did he go out again?" "No, he went to bed." This quite upset Slivers' idea, as if Vandeloup had gone to bed at 12. He certainly could not have murdered Villiers nearly a mile away at 2 o'clock in the morning. Slivers was puzzled, and then the light broke on him. Perhaps it was the dumb man. "Did the other stay here all night also?" Miss Twexby nodded. Both in the same room, she answered. What time did the dumb chap come in? 9:30. Here was another facer for Slivers, as it could not have been Pierre. Did he go to bed? Straight. And did not leave the house again? Of course not, retorted Miss Twexby impatiently. Do you think I'm a fool? No one goes either in or out of this house without my knowing it. The dumb devil went to bed at 9:30, and Mr. Vanderloop at 12:30, and they neither of them came out of their rooms till next morning. How do you know Vanderloop was in at 12? Asked Slivers, still unconvinced. Drat the man, what's he worrying about? Rejoined Miss Twexby snappishly. I let him in myself. This clearly closed the subject, and Slivers arose to his feet in great disgust, upsetting Billy onto the floor. Devil! Shrieked Billy as he dropped. Oh, my precious mother! Devil, devil, devil! You're a liar! You're a liar! Bendigo and Ballarat, Ballarat and Bendigo, pickles! Having thus run through a portion of his vocabulary, he subsided into silence, and let Slivers pick him up in order to go home. A nice pair you are, muttered Martha grimly, looking at them. I wish I had that thrashing of you. Won't you stay and see Pa? She called out as Slivers departed. I'll come tomorrow, answered Slivers angrily, for he felt very much out of temper. Then, in a lower voice, he observed to himself, I'd like to put that jade in a teacup and crush her. He stumped home in silence, thinking all the time, and it was only when he arrived back in his office that he gave utterance to his thoughts. It couldn't have been either of the Frenchmen, he said, lighting his pipe. She must have done it herself. Chapter 16. Mackintosh speaks his mind. It was some time before Mrs. Villiers recovered from the shock caused by her encounter with her husband. The blow he had struck her on the side of the head turned out to be more serious than was at first anticipated, and Selina deemed it advisable that a doctor should be called in. So Archie went in to Ballarat and returned to the Pactolus with Dr. Gollipeck, an eccentric medical practitioner whose peculiarities were the talk of the town. Dr. Gollipeck was tall and lank, with an unfinished look about him, as if nature in some sudden freak had seized an incomplete skeleton from the museum and hastily covered it with parchment. He dressed in rusty black, wore dingy cotton gloves, carried a large white umbrella, and surveyed the world through the medium of a pair of huge spectacles. His clothes were constantly coming undone, as he scorned the use of buttons, and preferred pins, which were always scratching his hands. He spoke very little, and was engaged in composing an erudite work on the art of poisoning from Borgia to Brinvilliers. Selina was not at all impressed with his appearance, and mentally decided that a good wash and a few buttons would improve him wonderfully. Dr. Gollipeck, however, soon verified the adage that appearances are deceptive, as Selina afterwards remarked to Archie, by bringing Madame Midas back to health in a wonderfully short space of time. She was now convalescent, and, seated in the armchair by the window, looked dreamily at the landscape. She was thinking of her husband, and in what manner he would annoy her next, but she half thought, and the wish was father to the half thought, that, having got the nugget, he would now leave her alone. She knew that he had not been in Ballarat since that fatal night when he had attacked her, but imagined that he was merely hiding till such time as the storm should blow over and he could enjoy his ill-gotten gains in safety. The letter asking him to give up the nugget and ordering him to leave the district under threat of prosecution, had been sent to his lodgings, but was still lying there unopened. The letters accumulated in quite a little pile as weeks rolled on, yet Mr. Villiers, if he was alive, made no sign, and if he was dead, no traces had been found of his body. Mackintosh and Slivers had both seen the police about the affair, one in order to recover the nugget, the other actuated by bitter enmity against Madame Midas. To Slivers' hints that perhaps Villiers' wife knew more than she chose to tell, the police turned a deaf ear, as they assured Slivers that they had made inquiries, and on the authority of Selina and Mackintosh could safely say that Madame Midas had been home that night at 9:30, whereas Villiers was still alive in Ballarat, as could be proved by the evidence of Mr. Jarper at 2 in the morning. So foiled on every side in his endeavours to implicate Mrs. Villiers in her husband's disappearance, Slivers retired to his office, and, assisted by his ungodly cockatoo, passed many hours in swearing at his bad luck and in cursing the absent Villiers. As to Monsieur Vandeloup, he was indefatigable in his efforts to find Villiers, for, as he very truly said, he could never repay Madame Midas sufficiently for her kindness to him, and he wanted to do all in his power to punish her cruel husband. But, in spite of all this seeking, the whereabouts of Mr. Randolph Villiers remained undiscovered, and at last, in despair, everyone gave up looking. Villiers had disappeared entirely, and had taken the nugget with him, so where he was and what he was doing remained a mystery. One result of Madame's illness was that Monsieur Vandeloup had met Dr. Gollipeck, and the two, though apparently dissimilar in both character and appearance, had been attracted to one another by a liking which they had in common. This was the study of toxicology, a science at which the eccentric old man had spent a lifetime. He found in Vandeloup a congenial spirit, for the young Frenchman had a wonderful liking for the uncanny subject, but there was a difference in the aims of both men, Gollipeck being drawn to the study of poisons from a pure love of the subject, whereas Vandeloup wanted to find out the secrets of toxicology for his own ends, which were anything but disinterested. Wearied of the dull routine of the office work, Vandeloup was taking a walk in the meadows which surrounded the Pactolus, when he saw Dr. Gollipeck shuffling along the dusty white road from the railway station. "Good day, Monsieur le Médecin," said Vandeloup gaily, as he came up to the old man. "Are you going to see our mutual friend?" Gollipeck, even sparing of words, nodded in reply, and trudged on in silence, but the Frenchman, being used to the eccentricities of his companion, was nowise offended at his silence, but went on talking in an animated manner. "Ah, my dear friend," he said, pushing his straw hat back on his fair head, "how goes on the great work?" "Capitally," returned the doctor, with a complacent smile. "Just finished. Catherine de Medici. Wonderful woman, sir, quite a mistress of the art of poisoning." "Huh," returned Vandeloup thoughtfully, lighting a cigarette. "I do not agree with you there. It was her so-called astrologer, Ruggieri, who prepared all her potions. Catherine certainly had the power, but Ruggieri possessed the science. A very fair division of labour for getting rid of people, I must say. But what have you got there?" nodding towards a large book which Gollipeck carried under his arm. "For you," answered the other, taking the book slowly from under his arm, and thereby causing another button to fly off. "Quite new. Work on toxology." "Thank you," said Vandeloup, taking the heavy volume and looking at the title. "French, I see. I'm sure it will be pleasant reading." The title of the book was Les Empoisonneurs d'aujourd'hui par M.M. Préval at Lebrun, and it had only been published the previous year. So as he turned over the leaves carelessly, Monsieur Vandeloup caught sight of a name which he knew. He smiled a little, and closing the book, put it under his arm, while he turned smilingly towards his companion, whom he found looking keenly at him. "I shall enjoy this book immensely," he said, touching the volume. Dr Gollipeck nodded and chuckled in a hoarse, rattling kind of way. "So I should think," he answered, with another sharp look. "You are a very clever young man, my friend." Vandeloup acknowledged the compliment with a bow, and wondered mentally what this old man meant. Gaston, however, was never without an answer, so he turned to Gollipeck again with a nonchalant smile on his handsome lips. "So kind of you to think well of me," he said, coolly flicking the ash off the end of his cigarette with his little finger. "But why do you pay me such a compliment?" Gollipeck answered the question by asking another. "Why are you so fond of toxicology?" he said abruptly, shuffling his feet in the long dry grass in which they were now walking in order to rub the dust off his ungainly, ill-blackened shoes. Vandeloup shrugged his shoulders. "To pass the time," he said carelessly. "That is all. Even office work, exciting as it is, becomes wearisome, so I must take up some subject to amuse myself." "Curious taste for a young man," remarked the doctor dryly. "Nature," said Monsieur Vandeloup, "does not form men all on the same pattern, and my taste of toxicology has at least the charm of novelty." Gollipeck looked at the young man again in a sharp manner. "I hope you'll enjoy the book," he said abruptly, and vanished into the house. When he had gone, the mocking smile so habitual to Vandeloup's countenance faded away, and his face assumed a thoughtful expression. He opened the book and turned over the leaves rapidly, but without finding what he was in search of. With an uneasy laugh he shut the volume with a snap and put it under his arm again. "Here's an enigma," he thought, referring to the doctor, "but he can't suspect anything. The case may be in this book, but I doubt if even this man with a barbarous name can connect Gaston Vandeloup of Ballarat with Octave Braulard of Paris." His face reassured its usual gay look, and throwing away the half-smoked cigarette, he walked into the house and found Madame Midas seated in her armchair near the window, looking pale and ill, while Archie was walking up and down in an excited manner, and talking volubly in broad Scotch. As to Dr Gollipeck, that eccentric individual was standing in front of the fire, looking even more dilapidated than usual, and drying his red bandana handkerchief in an abstract manner. Selina was in another room getting a drink for Madame, and as Vandeloup entered she came back with it. "Good day, Madame," said the Frenchman, advancing to the table and putting his hat and the book down on it. "How are you today?" "Better, much better, thank you," said Madame, with a faint smile. "The doctor assures me I shall be quite well in a week." "With perfect rest and quiet, of course," interposed Gollipeck, sitting down and spreading his handkerchief over his knees. "Which Madame does not seem likely to get," observed Vandeloup dryly, with a glance at McIntosh, who was still pacing up and down the room with an expression of wrath on his severe face. "Oyez," said that gentleman, stopping in front of Vandeloup, with a fine expression of scorn. "I can will 'tis me ye are glowering. A dibe you no kin. What's the matter with me?" Not being in your confidence, replied Gaston smoothly, taking a seat. I can hardly say that I do. It's just that Peter o' yours, said Archie with a snort, a pure, weak, unbaptized child of Satan. Archie, interposed Madame, with some severity. Your pardon's begged, ma'am, said Archie, sourly turning to her. But as for that Peter body, the Lord keep me tongue for swearing, and my hand from itching to give him on the lug, when I think of him. What's he been doing? Asked Vandeloup coolly. I'm quite prepared to hear anything about him in his present state. It's just this, burst forth Archie wrathfully. I went into the town to the hotel to tell the body he must come back to the mine, and I find him no in a fit state for Christian to speak to. Therefore, interposed Vandeloup, in his even voice, without lifting his eyes, it was a pity you did speak to him. I ganged to the room, went on Archie excitedly, without paying any attention to Vandeloup's remark, and the deal flew on me with a dirk, and would have split my weason, but I had the sense to bang the door to and turn the key in the lock. Do you count that conduct with a civilised body? The fact is, Monsieur Vandeloup, said Madame quietly, Archie is so annoyed at this conduct that he does not want Lamar to come back to work. Ma certie, I should just think so, cried Mackintosh, rubbing his head with his handkerchief. Fancy an imp of Beelzebub like yon in the bowels of the earth. Losh, but it makes my blood run, cold when I think of the bloodthirsty pagan. To Vandeloup this information was not unpleasant. He was anxious to get rid of Pierre, who was such an incubus, and now saw that he could send him away without appearing to wish to get rid of him. But as he was a diplomatic young man, he did not allow his satisfaction to appear on his face. Aren't you rather hard on him? He said coolly, leaning back in his chair. He is simply drunk and will be all right soon. I tell ye, I'll no have him back, said Archie firmly. He's ane o' they foreign bodies full of revolutions and confusion of tongues, and I'd no feel safe in the mine if I can that devil was done below with his dirk. I really think he ought to go, said Madame, looking rather anxiously at Vandeloup, unless, Monsieur Vandeloup, you do not want to part with him. Oh, I don't want him, said Vandeloup hastily. As I told you, he was only one of the sailors on board the ship I was wrecked in, and he followed me up here because I was the only friend he had. But now he has got money, or at least his wages must come to a good amount. £40, interposed Archie. So I think the best thing he can do is to go to Melbourne and see if he can get back to France. And you, Monsieur Vandeloup? Asked Dr. Gollipeck, who had been listening to the young Frenchman's remarks with great interest. Do you not wish to go to France? Vandeloup rose coolly from his chair, and picking up his book and hat, turned to the doctor. My dear monsieur, he said, leaning up against the wall in a graceful manner, I left France to see the world, so until I have seen it I don't think it would be worth while to return. Never go back when you have once put your hand to the plough, observed Selina, opportunely, upon which Vandeloup bowed to her. Mademoiselle, he said quietly, with a charming smile, has put the matter into the shell of a nut. Australia is my plough, and I do not take my hand away until I have finished with it. But that deal of Peter, said Archie impatiently. If you will permit me, madam, said Vandeloup, I will write out a cheque for the amount of money due to him, and you will sign it. I will go into Ballarat tomorrow and get him away to Melbourne. I propose to buy him a box and some clothes, as he certainly is not capable of getting them himself. You have a kind heart, Monsieur Vandeloup, said Madame, as she assented with a nod. A stifled laugh came from the doctor, but as he was such an extremely eccentric individual, no one minded him. "Come, monsieur," said Vandeloup, going to the door. "Let us be off to the office, and see how much is due to my friend." And with a bow to Madame, he went out. "A broad sort of friend," muttered Archie as he followed. "Quite good enough for him," retorted Dr. Gollipeck, who overheard him. Archie looked at him approvingly, nodding his head, and went out after the Frenchman, but Madame, being a woman and curious, asked the doctor what he meant. His reply was peculiar. "Our friend," he said, putting his handkerchief in his pocket and seizing his greasy old hat, "our friend believes in the greatest number." "And what is the greatest number?" asked Madame innocently. "Number 1," retorted the doctor, and took his leave abruptly, leaving 2 buttons and several pins on the floor as traces of his visit. Chapter 17. The best of friends must part. Union is strength, and if Dr. Gollipeck had only met Slivers and revealed his true opinion of Vandeloup to him, no doubt that clever young man would have found himself somewhat embarrassed, as a great deal of a man's past history can be found out by the simple plan of putting 2 and 2 together. Fortunately, however, for Gaston, these 2 gentlemen never met, and Gollipeck came to the conclusion that he could see nothing to blame in Vandeloup's conduct, though he certainly mistrusted him, and determined mentally to keep an eye on his movements. What led him to be suspicious was the curious resemblance the appearance of this young man had to that of a criminal described in the Les Empoisonneurs d'Aujourd'hui as having been transported to New Caledonia for the crime of poisoning his mistress. Everything, however, was vague and uncertain, so Dr. Gollipeck, when he arrived home, came to the above-named conclusion that he would watch Vandeloup, and then, dismissing him from his mind, went to work on his favourite subject. Meanwhile, Monsieur Vandeloup slept the sleep of the just, and next morning, after making his inquiries after the health of Madame Midas, a thing he never neglected to do, he went into Ballarat in search of Pierre. On arriving at the Wattle Tree Hotel, he was received by Miss Twexby in dignified silence, for that astute damsel was beginning to regard the fascinating Frenchman as a young man who talked a great deal and meant nothing. He was audacious enough to win her virgin heart and then break it, so Miss Twexby thought the wisest thing would be to keep him at a distance. So Vandeloup's bright smiles and merry jokes failed to call forth any response from the fair Martha, who sat silently in the bar, looking like a crabbed sphinx. "Is my friend Pierre in?" asked Vandeloup, leaning across the counter and looking lovingly at Miss Twexby. That lady intimated coldly that he was in, and had been for the last 2 weeks, also that she was sick of him, and she'd thanked Monsieur Vandeloup to clear him out, all of which amused Vandeloup mightily, though he still continued to smile coolly on the sour-faced damsel before him. "Would you mind going and telling him I want to see him?" he asked, lounging to the door. "Me!" shrieked Martha in a shrill voice, shooting up from behind the counter like an infuriated jack-in-the-box. "No, I shan't. Why, the last time I saw him he nearly cut me like a ham sandwich with that knife of his. I am not," pursued Miss Twexby furiously, "a loaf of bread to be cut, neither am I a pincushion to have things stuck into me, so if you want to be a corpse, you'd better go up yourself." "I hardly think he'll touch me," replied Vandeloup coolly, going towards the door, which led to Pierre's bedroom. "You've had a lot of trouble with him, I'm afraid, but he's going down to Melbourne tonight, so it will be all right." "And the bill?" queried Miss Twexby anxiously. "I will pay it," said Vandeloup, at which she was going to say he was very generous, but suppressed the compliment when he added, "out of his own money." Gaston, however, failed to persuade Pierre to accompany him round to buy an outfit, for the dumb man lay on his bed, and obstinately refused to move out of the room. He, however, acquiesced sullenly when his friend told him he was going to Melbourne, so Vandeloup left the room, having first secured Pierre's knife, and locked the door after him. He gave the knife to Miss Twexby, with injunctions to her to keep it safe, then sallied forth to buy his shipwrecked friend a box and some clothes. He spent about £10 in buying an outfit for the dumb man, hired a cab to call at the Wattle Tree Hotel at 7 o'clock to take the box and its owner to the station, and then, feeling he had done his duty and deserved some recompense, he had a nice little luncheon and a small bottle of wine, for which he paid out of Pierre's money. When he finished, he bought a choice cigar, had a glass of chartreuse, and after resting in the commercial room for a time, he went out for a walk, intending to call on Slivers and Dr. Gollipeck, and in fact do anything to kill time until it would be necessary for him to go to Pierre and take him to the railway station. He walked slowly up Sturt Street, and, as the afternoon was so warm, thought he would go up to Lake Wendouree, which is at the top of the town, and see if it was any cooler by the water. The day was oppressively hot, but not with the bright, cheery warmth of a summer's day, for the sun was hidden behind great masses of angry-looking clouds, and it seemed as if a thunderstorm would soon break over the city. Even Vandeloup, full of life and animation as he was, felt weighed down by the heaviness of the atmosphere, and feeling quite exhausted when he arrived at the lake, he was glad enough to sit down on one of the seats for a rest. The lake under the black sky was a dull leaden hue, and as there was no wind, the water was perfectly still. Even the trees all round it were motionless, as there came no breeze to stir their leaves, and the only sounds that could be heard were the dull croaking of the frogs amid the water grasses, and the shrill cries of children playing on the green turf. Every now and then a steamer would skim across the surface of the water in an airy manner, looking more like a child's clockwork toy than anything else, and Vandeloup, when he saw one of these arrive at the little pier, almost expected to see a man put in a huge key to the paddle wheels and wind it up again. On one of the seats Vandeloup espied a little figure in white, and seeing that it was Kitty, he strolled up to her in a leisurely manner. She was looking at the ground when he came up, and was prodding holes in the spongy turf with her umbrella, but glanced up carelessly as he came near. Then she sprang up with a cry of joy, and throwing her arms around his neck, she kissed him twice. "I haven't seen you for ages," said Kitty, putting her arm in his as they sat down. "I just came up here for a week and did not think I'd see you." "The meeting was quite accidental, I know," replied Gaston, leaning back lazily, "but none the less pleasant on that account." "Oh no," said Kitty, gravely shaking her head, "unexpected meetings are always pleasanter than those arranged, for there's never any disappointment about them." "Oh, that's your experience, is it?" answered her lover, with an amused smile, pulling out his cigarette case. "Well, suppose you reward me for my accidental presence here, and light a cigarette for me." Kitty was, of course, delighted, and took the case while Monsieur Vandeloup leaned back in the seat. his hands behind his head, and stared reflectively at the leaden-coloured sky. Kitty took out a cigarette from the case, placed it between her pretty lips, and having obtained a match from one of her lover's pockets, proceeded to light it, which was not done without a great deal of choking and pretty confusion. At length she managed it, bending over Gaston, placed it in his mouth, and gave him a kiss at the same time. "If Pa knew I did this, he'd expire with horror," she said, sagely nodding her head. "Wouldn't be much loss if he did," replied Vandeloup lazily, glancing at her pretty face from under his eyelashes. "Your father has a great many faults, dear." "Oh, the elect think him perfect," said Kitty wisely. "From their point of view, perhaps he is," returned Gaston, with a faint sneer, "but he's not a man given to exuberant mirth." "Well, he is rather dismal," assented Kitty doubtfully. "Wouldn't you like to leave him and lead a jollier life?" asked Vandeloup artfully. "In Melbourne, for instance." Kitty looked at him half afraid. I don't know," she faltered, looking down. "But I do, Bebe," whispered Gaston, putting his arm round her waist. "You would like to come with me?" "Why, are you going?" cried Kitty in dismay. Vandeloup nodded. "I think I spoke about this before," he said, idly brushing some cigarette ash off his waistcoat. "Yes," returned Kitty, "but I thought you did not mean it." "I never say anything I do not mean," answered Vandeloup, with the ready lie on his lips in a moment, "and I have got letters from France with money, so I am going to leave the Pactolus." "And me?" said Kitty tearfully. "That depends upon yourself, Bebe," he said rapidly, pressing her burning cheek against his own. "Your father would never consent to my marriage, and I can't take you away from Ballarat without suspicions, so—" "Yes," said Kitty eagerly, looking at him. "You must run away," he whispered, with a caressing smile. "Alone?" "For a time, yes," he answered, throwing away his cigarette. "Listen, next week you must meet me here, and I will give you money to keep you in Melbourne for some time. Then you must leave Ballarat at once, and wait for me at the Buttercup Hotel in Gertrude Street, Carlton. You understand?" "Yes," faltered Kitty nervously, I understand." "And you will come?" he asked anxiously, looking keenly at her, and pressing the little hand he held in his own. Just as she was going to answer, as if warning her of the fatal step she was about to take, a low roll of thunder broke on their ears, and Kitty shrank back appalled from her lover's embrace. "No, no, no!" she almost shrieked hysterically, trying to tear herself away from his arms. "I cannot. God is speaking." "Bah!" sneered Vandeloup, with an evil look on his handsome face. "He speaks too indistinctly for us to guess what he means. What are you afraid of? I will join you in Melbourne in 2 or 3 weeks, and then we will be married." "But my father," she whispered, clasping her hot hands convulsively. "Well, what of him?" asked Vandeloup coolly. "He is so wrapped up in his religion that he will not miss you. He will never find out where you are in Melbourne, and by the time he does, you will be my wife." "Come," he said ardently, whispering the temptation in her ear, as if he was afraid of being heard. "You must consent. Say yes, Bebe, say yes." She felt his hot breath on her cheek, and felt rather than saw the scintillations of his wonderful eyes, which sent a thrill through her. So utterly exhausted and worn out by the overpowering nervous force possessed by this man, she surrendered. "Yes," she whispered, clinging to him with dry lips and a beating heart, "I will come." Then her overstrained nature gave way, and with a burst of tears she threw herself on his breast. Gaston let her sob quietly for some time, satisfied with having gained his end, and knowing that she would soon recover. At last Kitty grew calmer, and drying her eyes, she rose to her feet, wan and haggard, as if she was worn out for the want of sleep, and not by any manner of means looking like a girl who was in love. This appearance was caused by the revolt of her religious training against doing what she knew was wrong. In her breast a natural instinct had been fighting against an artificial one, and as nature is always stronger than precept, nature had conquered. "My dear baby," said Vandeloup, rising also, and kissing her white cheek, "you must go home now, and get a little sleep. It will do you good." "But you?" asked Kitty in a low voice, as they walked slowly along. "Oh, I," said Monsieur Vandeloup airily. "I'm going to the Wattle Tree Hotel to see my friend Pierre off to Melbourne." Then he exerted himself to amuse Kitty as they walked down to town, and succeeded so well that by the time they reached Lydiard Street, where Kitty left him to go up to Blackhill, she was laughing as merrily as possible. They parted at the railway crossing, and Kitty went gaily up the white dusty road, while Monsieur Vandeloup strolled leisurely along the street on his way to the Wattle Tree Hotel. When he arrived he found that Pierre's box had come and was placed outside his door, as no one had been brave enough to venture inside, although Miss Twexby assured them he was unarmed, showing the knife as a proof. Gaston, however, dragged the box into the room, and having made Pierre dress himself in his new clothes, he packed all the rest in a box, corded it, and put a ticket on it with his name and destination, then gave the dumb man the balance of his wages. It was now about 6 o'clock, so Vandeloup went down to dinner, then putting Pierre and his box into the cab, stepped in himself and drove off. The promise of rain in the afternoon was now fulfilled, and it was pouring in torrents. The gutters were rivers, and every now and then through the driving rain came the bluish dart of a lightning flash. "Bah!" said Vandeloup with a shiver, as they got out on the station platform. "What a devil of a night!" He made the cab wait for him, and, having got Pierre's ticket, put him in a second-class carriage and saw that his box was safely placed in the luggage van. The station was crowded with people going and others coming to say goodbye. The rain was beating on the high arched tin roof, and the engine at the end of the long train was fretting and fuming like a living thing impatient to be gone. "You are now on your own responsibility, my friend," said Vandeloup to Pierre, as he stood at the window of the carriage, "for we must part, though long together have we been. Perhaps I will see you in Melbourne. If I do, you will find I have not forgotten the past." And, with a significant look at the dumb man, Vandeloup lounged slowly away. The whistle blew shrilly, the last goodbyes were spoken, the guard shouted, "All aboard for Melbourne," and shut all the doors. Then, with another shriek and puff of white steam, the train, like a long, lithe serpent, glided into the rain and darkness with its human freight. "At last I have rid myself of this dead weight," said Vandeloup, as he drove along the wet streets to Craig's Hotel, where he intended to stay for the night, "and can now shape my own fortune. Pierre is gone, Bebe will follow, and now I must look after myself." Chapter 18. Monsieur Vandeloup is unjustly suspected. "It never rains but it pours" is an excellent proverb, and a very true one, for it is remarkable how events of a similar nature follow closely on one another's heels, when the first that happened has set the ball a-rolling. Madame Midas believed to a certain extent in this, and she half expected that when Pierre went he would be followed by Monsieur Vandeloup, but she certainly did not think that the disappearance of her husband would be followed by that of Kitty Marchurst. Yet such was the case, for Mr. Marchurst, not seeing Kitty at family prayers, had sent in the servant to seek for her, and the scared domestic had returned with a startled face and a letter for her master. Marchurst read the tear-blotted little note, in which Kitty said she was going down to Melbourne to appear on the stage. Crushing it up in his hand, he went on with family prayers in his usual manner, and after dismissing his servants for the night, he went up to his daughter's room, and found that she had left nearly everything behind, only taking a few needful things with her. Seeing her portrait on the wall, he took it down and placed it in his pocket. Then, searching through her room, he found some ribbons and lace, a yellow-backed novel, which he handled with the utmost loathing, and a pair of gloves. Regarding these things as the instruments of Satan by which his daughter had been led to destruction, he carried them downstairs to his dismal study and piled them in the empty fireplace. Placing his daughter's portrait on top, he put a light to the little pile of frivolities, and saw them slowly burn away. The novel curled and cracked in the scorching flame, but the filmy lace vanished like cobwebs, and the gloves crackled and shrank into mere wisps of black leather. And over all, through the flames, her face, bright and charming, looked out with laughing lips and merry eyes, so like her mother's, and yet so unlike in its piquant grace, until that too fell into the hollow heart of the flames, and burned slowly away into a small pile of white ashes. Marchurst, leaving the dead ashes cold and grey in the dark fireplace, went to his writing table, and falling on his knees he passed the rest of the night in prayer. Meanwhile, the man who was the primary cause of all this trouble was working in the office of the Pactolus claim with a light heart and cool head. Gaston had really managed to get Kitty away in a very clever manner, inasmuch as he never appeared publicly to be concerned in it, but directed the whole business secretly. He had given Kitty sufficient money to keep her for some months in Melbourne, as he was in doubt when he could leave the Pactolus without being suspected of being concerned in her disappearance. He also told her what day to leave, and all that day stayed at the mine, working at his accounts, and afterwards spent the evening very pleasantly with Madame Midas. Next day Mackintosh went into Ballarat on business, and on returning from the city, where he had heard all about it, rumour, of course, magnifying the whole affair greatly, he saw Vandeloup come out of the office, and drew up in the trap beside the young man. "Ah, monsieur," said Vandeloup gaily, rolling a cigarette in his slender fingers, and shooting a keen glance at Archie, "you have had a pleasant day." "Maybe yes, maybe no," returned Mackintosh cautiously, fumbling in the bag. "There's nothing muckle in the town, but deal tack the bag," he continued, tetchily shaking it. "I've got a letter or so from France." "For me?" cried Vandeloup eagerly, holding out his hands. "And for who else would it be?" grumbled Archie, giving the letter to him, a thin, foreign-looking envelope with the Parisian postmark on it. "Did you think it was for that black-advised friend of yours?" "Hardly," returned Vandeloup, glancing at the letter with satisfaction and putting it in his pocket. "Pierre couldn't write himself, and I doubt very much if he had any friends who could. Not that I knew his friends," he said, hastily catching sight of Mackintosh's severe face, bent inquiringly on him, but like always draws to like. Archie's only answer to this was a grunt. "Are ye no going to read yon?" he asked sourly. "Not at present," replied Vandeloup, blowing a thin wreath of blue smoke. "By and by will do. Scandal and oysters should both be fresh to be enjoyable, but letters, bah," with a shrug, "they can wait. Come, tell me the news. Anything going on?" "Well," said Mackintosh, with great gusto, deliberately flicking a fly off the horse's back with a whip, "she's taken the bit into her mouth and gone rank, as I said she would." "To what special 'she' are you alluding to?" asked Vandeloup, lazily smoothing his moustache. "So many of them go wrong, you see, one likes to be particular. The lady's name is—" "Catherine Marchurst, no less," burst forth Archie, in triumph. "She's run away to be a play actor." "What, that child?" said Vandeloup, with an admirable expression of surprise. "Nonsense, it can't be true." "Do you think I would tell a lie?" said Archie, wrathfully glowering down on the tall figure, pacing leisurely along. "God forbid that my lips should for to say iniquity. It's true, I tell ye. The lass has run away and left her father, a godly mon, though I'm no of his way of thinking, to curse the day he had sick of being born until him. Ah, 'tis sorrow and dule she hath brought to his roof tree, and sorrow and dule will be her portion at the hands of strangers." And with this scriptural ending, Mackintosh sharply whipped up Rory, and went on towards the stable, leaving Vandeloup standing in the road. "I don't think he suspects, at all events," thought that young man, complacently. "As to Madame Midas, poof! I can settle her suspicions easily. A little virtuous indignation is most effective as a blind." And Monsieur Vandeloup, with a gay laugh, strolled on towards the house in the gathering twilight. Suddenly he recollected the letter which had escaped his thoughts, in his desire to see how Mackintosh would take the disappearance of Kitty, so as there was still light to see, he leaned up against the fence, and having lighted another cigarette, read it through carefully. It appeared to afford him considerable satisfaction, and he smiled as he put it in his pocket again. "It seems pretty well forgotten, this trouble about Adele," he said musingly, as he resumed his saunter. "I might be able to go back again in a few years, if not to Paris, at least to Europe. One can be very happy in Monaco or Vienna, and run no risk of being found out. And after all," he muttered, thoughtfully, fingering his moustache, "why not to Paris? The Republic has lasted too long already. Sooner or later there will be a change of government, and then I can go back a free man, with a fortune of Australian gold. Emperor, king, or president, it's all the same to me, as long as I am left alone." He walked on slowly, thinking deeply all the time, and when he arrived at the door of Mrs Villiers' house, this clever young man, with his accustomed promptitude and decision, had settled what he was going to do. "Up to a certain point, of course," he said aloud, following his thoughts. "After that, chance must decide." Madame Midas was very much grieved at the news of Kitty's escapade, particularly as she could not see what motive she had for running away, and moreover trembled to think of the temptations the innocent girl would be exposed to in the metropolis. After tea, when Archie had gone outside to smoke his pipe, and Selina was busy in the kitchen washing the dishes, she spoke to Vandeloup on the subject. The young Frenchman was seated at the piano in the darkness, striking a few random chords, while Madame was by the fire in the armchair. It was quite dark, with only the rosy glow of the fire shining through the room. Mrs Villiers, felt uneasy. Was it likely that Vanderloop could have any connection with Kitty's disappearance? Impossible. He had given her his word of honour, and yet it was very strange. Mrs. Villiers was not, by any means, a timid woman, so she determined to ask Gaston right out, and get a decided answer from him, so as to set her mind at rest. "Monsieur Vanderloop," she said in her clear voice, "will you kindly come here a moment?" "Certainly, madam," said Gaston, rising with alacrity from the piano, and coming to the fireside. "Is there anything I can do?" "You have heard of Miss Marchurst's disappearance?" she asked, looking up at him. Vanderloop leaned his elbow on the mantelpiece, and looked down into the fire, so that the full blaze of it could strike his face. He knew Madame Midas prided herself on being a reader of character, and knowing he could command his features admirably, he thought it would be politic to let her see his face, and satisfy herself as to his innocence. "Yes, madam," he answered in his calm, even tones, looking down inquiringly at the statuesque face of the woman addressing him. "Monsieur," nodding towards the door, "told me, but I did not think it true." "I'm afraid it is," sighed madam, shaking her head. "She is going on the stage, and her father will never forgive her." "Surely, madam," began Vanderloop eagerly. "No," she replied, decisively. "He is not a hard man, but his way of looking at things through his peculiar religious ideas has warped his judgment. He will make no attempt to save her, and God knows what she will come to." "There are good women on the stage," said Vanderloop, at a loss for a reply. "Certainly," returned madam calmly. "There are black and white sheep in every flock, but Kitty is so young and inexperienced that she may become the prey of the first handsome scoundrel she meets." Madame had intuitively guessed the whole situation, and Vanderloop could not help admiring her cleverness. Still his face remained the same, and his voice was as steady as ever as he answered, "It is much to be regretted, but still we must hope for the best." Was he guilty? Madame could not make up her mind, so determined to speak boldly. "Do you remember that day I introduced her to you?" Vanderloop bowed. "And you gave me your word of honour you would not try to turn her head," pursued madame, looking at him. "Have you kept your word?" "Madam," said Vanderloop gravely, "I give you my word of honour that I have always treated Mademoiselle Kitty as a child and your friend. I did not know that she had gone until I was told, and whatever happens to her, I can safely say that it was not Gaston Vanderloop's fault. An admirable actor, this man. Not a feature of his face moved, not a single deviation from the calmness of his speech, not a quickening of the pulse, nor the rush of betraying blood to his fair face. No." Madame withdrew her eyes quite satisfied. Monsieur Vanderloop was the soul of honour and was innocent of Kitty's disgrace. "Thank God," she said reverently, as she looked away, for she would have been bitterly disappointed to have found her kindness to this man repaid by base treachery towards her friend. "I cannot tell you how relieved I feel." Monsieur Vanderloop withdrew his face into the darkness, and smiled in a devilish manner to himself. How these women believed! Was there any lie too big for the sex to swallow? Evidently not, at least, so he thought. But now that Kitty was disposed of, he had to attend to his own private affairs, and put his hand in his pocket for the letter. "I wanted to speak to you on business, madam," he said, taking out the letter. "The long expected has come at last." "You have heard from Paris?" asked madame, in an eager voice. "I have," answered the Frenchman calmly. "I have now the letter in my hand, and as soon as Mademoiselle Selina brings in the lights, I will show it to you." At this moment, as if in answer to his request, Selina appeared with the lamp, which she had lighted in the kitchen and now brought in to place on the table. When she did so, and had retired again, Vandeloup placed his letter in Madame's hand and asked her to read it. "Oh no, monsieur," said Mrs. Villiers, offering it back. "I do not wish to read your private correspondence." Vandeloup had calculated on this, for, as a matter of fact, there was a good deal of private matter in the letter, particularly referring to his trip to New Caledonia, which he would not have allowed her to see, but he knew it would inspire her with confidence in him if he placed it wholly in her hands, and resolved to boldly venture to do so. The result was as he guessed, so with a smile he took it back again. "There is nothing private in it, madam," he said, opening the letter. "I wanted you to see that I had not misrepresented myself. It is from my family lawyer, and he has sent me out a remittance of money, also some letters of introduction to my consul in Melbourne and others. In fact," said Monsieur Vandeloup, with a charming smile, putting the letter in his pocket, "it places me in my rightful position, and I shall assume it as soon as I have your permission." "But why my permission?" asked Madame, with a faint smile, already regretting bitterly that she was going to lose her pleasant companion. "Madame," said Vandeloup impressively, bending forward, "in the words of the Bible, when I was hungry you gave me food, when I was naked you gave me raiment. You took me on, madame, an unknown waif, without money, friends, or a character. You believed in me when no one else did. You have been my guardian angel, and do you think that I can forget your goodness to me for the last 6 months? No, madame," rising, "I have a heart, and while I live that heart will ever remember you with gratitude and love," and bending forward he took her hand and kissed it gallantly. "You think too much of what I have done," said Madame, who was nevertheless pleased at this display of emotion, albeit, according to her English ideas, it seemed to savour too much of the footlights. "I only did to you what I would do to all men. I am glad, in this instance, to find my confidence has not been misplaced. When do you think of leaving us?" "In about 2 or 3 weeks," answered Vandeloup carelessly, "but not till you find another clerk. Besides, madame, do not think you have lost sight of me for ever. I will go down to Melbourne, settle all my affairs, and come up and see you again." "So you say," replied Mrs. Villiers, sceptically smiling. "Well," replied Monsieur Vandeloup, with a shrug, "we will see. At all events, gratitude is such a rare virtue that there is decided novelty in possessing it." "Monsieur Vandeloup," said Madame suddenly, after they had been chatting for a few moments, "one thing you must do for me in Melbourne." "I will do anything you wish," said Vandeloup gravely. "Then," said Madame earnestly, rising and looking him in the face, "you must find Kitty and send her back to me." "Madame," said Vandeloup solemnly, "it will be the purpose of my life to restore her to your arms." Chapter 19. The Devil's Lead. There was great dismay at the Pactolus mine when it became known that Vandeloup was going to leave. During his short stay he had made himself extremely popular with the men, as he always had a bright smile and a kind word for everyone, so they all felt like losing a personal friend. The only two who were unfeigningly glad at Vandeloup's departure were Selina and Mackintosh, for these two faithful hearts had seen with dismay the influence the Frenchman was gradually gaining over Madame Midas. As long as Villiers lived they felt safe, but now that he had so mysteriously disappeared, and was to all appearances dead, they dreaded lest their mistress, in a moment of infatuation, should marry her clerk. They need not, however, have been afraid, for much as Mrs. Villiers liked the young Frenchman, such an idea had never entered her head, and she was far too clever a woman ever to tempt matrimony a second time, seeing how dearly it had cost her. Madame Midas had made great efforts to find Kitty, but without success, and in spite of all her inquiries and advertisements in the papers, nothing could be discovered regarding the missing girl. At last the time drew near for Vandeloup's departure, when all the sensation of Kitty's escapade and Villiers' disappearance was swallowed up in a new event, which filled Ballarat with wonder. It began in a whisper, and grew into such a roar of astonishment that not only Ballarat, but all Victoria, knew that the far-famed Devil's Lead had been discovered in the Pactolus claim. Yes, after years of weary waiting, after money had been swallowed up in apparently useless work, after sceptics had sneered and friends laughed, Madame Midas obtained her reward. The Devil's Lead was discovered, and she was now a millionaire. For some time past Mackintosh had not been satisfied with the character of the ground in which he had been working, so abandoning the shaft he was then in, he had opened up another gallery to the west, at right angles from the place where the famous nugget had been found. The wash was poor at first, but Mackintosh persevered, having an instinct that he was on the right track. A few weeks' work proved that he was right, for the wash soon became richer, and as they went farther on towards the west, following the gutter, there was no doubt that the long-lost Devil's Lead had been struck. The regular return had formerly been 5 ounces to the machine, but now the washing up invariably gave 20 ounces, and small nuggets of water-worn gold were continually found in the 3 machines. The main drive following the lead still continued dipping westward, and Mackintosh now commenced blocking and putting inside galleries, expecting when this was done he would thoroughly prove the Devil's Lead, for he was quite satisfied he was on it. Even now the yield was 360 ounces a week, and after deducting working expenses, this gave Madame Midas a weekly income of £1,100, so she now began to see what a wealthy woman she was likely to be. Everyone unfeigningly rejoiced at her good fortune, and said that she deserved it. Many thought that now she was so rich, Villiers would come back again, but he did not put in an appearance, and it was generally concluded he had left the colony. Vandeloup congratulated Madame Midas on her luck when he was going away, and privately determined that he would not lose sight of her, as, being a wealthy woman and having a liking for him, she would be of great use. He took his farewell gracefully and went away, carrying the good wishes of all the miners, but Mackintosh and Selina, still holding to their former opinion, were secretly pleased at his departure. Madame Midas made him a present of £100, and though he refused it, saying that he had money from France, she asked him as a personal favour to take it, so Monsieur Vandeloup, always gallant to ladies, could not refuse. He went into Ballarat and put up at the Wattle Tree Hotel, intending to start for the metropolis next morning, but on his way, in order to prepare Kitty for his coming, sent a telegram for her, telling her the train he would arrive by, in order that she might be at the station to meet him. After his dinner he suddenly recollected that he still had the volume which Dr. Gollipeck had lent him, so calling a cab, he drove to the residence of that eccentric individual to return it. When the servant announced Monsieur Vandeloup, she pushed him in and suddenly closed the door after her, as though she was afraid of some of the doctor's ideas getting away. "Good evening, doctor," said Vandeloup, laying the book down on the table at which Gollipeck was seated. "I've come to return you this and say good-bye." "Aha, going away?" asked Gollipeck, leaning back in his chair and looking sharply at the young man through his spectacles. "Right, see the world, you're clever, won't go far wrong, no?" "It doesn't matter much if I do," replied Vandeloup, shrugging his shoulders and taking a chair. "Nobody will bother much about me." "Eh?" queried the doctor sharply, sitting up. "Paris, friends, relations?" "My only relation is an aunt with a large family. She's got quite enough to do looking after them, without bothering about me," retorted Monsieur Vandeloup. "As to friends, I haven't got one." "Oh," from Gollipeck, with a cynical smile. "I see. Let us say, acquaintances?" "Won't make any difference," replied Vandeloup airily. "I turned my acquaintances into friends long ago, and then borrowed money off them. Result, my social circle is nil. Friends," went on Monsieur Vandeloup reflectively, "are excellent as friends, but damnable as bankers." Gollipeck chuckled and rubbed his hands, for this cynicism pleased him. Suddenly his eye caught the book which the young man had returned. "You read this?" he said, laying his hand on it. "Good, eh?" "Very good, indeed," returned Monsieur Vandeloup smoothly. "So kind of you to have lent it to me. All those cases quoted were known to me." "The case of Adele Blondet, for instance, eh?" asked the old man sharply. "Yes, I was present at the trial," replied Vandeloup quietly. "The prisoner, Octave Braulard, was convicted, condemned to death, reprieved, and sent to New Caledonia." "Where he now is," said Gollipeck quickly, looking at him. "I presume so," replied Vandeloup lazily. "After the trial I never bothered my head about him." "He poisoned his mistress, Adele Blondet," said the doctor. "Yes," answered Vandeloup, leaning forward and looking at Gollipeck. "He found she was in love with an Englishman, and poisoned her. You will find it all in the book." "It does not mention the Englishman," said the doctor, thoughtfully tapping the table with his hand. "Nevertheless, he was implicated in it, but went away from Paris the day Braulard was arrested," answered Vandeloup. "The police tried to find him, but could not. If they had, it might have made some difference to the prisoner." "And the name of this Englishman?" "Let me see," said Vandeloup, looking up reflectively. "I almost forget it. Kestroke, or Kestrike, some name like that. He must have been a very clever man to have escaped the French police." "Ah, said the doctor, rubbing his nose. "Very interesting indeed. Strange case." "Very," assented Monsieur Vandeloup as he arose to go. "I must say good-bye now, doctor, but I am coming up to Ballarat on a visit shortly." Of course," replied Gollipeck, also rising, "and we can have another talk over this book." "That or any book you like," said Vandeloup, with a glance of surprise. "But I don't see why you are so much taken up with that volume. It is not a work of genius." "Well, no," answered Gollipeck, looking at him. "Still, it contains some excellent cases of modern poisoning." "So I saw when I read it," returned Vandeloup indifferently. "Good-bye," holding out his hand, "or rather, I should say au revoir." "Wine?" queried the doctor hospitably. Vandeloup shook his head, and walked out of the room with a gay smile, humming a tune. He strolled slowly down Lydiard Street turning over in his mind what the doctor had said to him. "He is suspicious," muttered the young man to himself thoughtfully, "although he has nothing to go on in connecting me with the case. Should I use the poison here, I must be careful, for that man will be my worst enemy." He felt a hand on his shoulder, and turning round saw Barty Jarper before him. That fashionable young man was in evening dress, and represented such an extent of shirt front and white waistcoat, not to mention a tall collar, on the top of which his little head was perched like a coconut on a stick, that he was positively resplendent. "Where are you going to?" asked the gorgeous Barty, smoothing his incipient moustache. "Well, I really don't know," answered Vandeloup, lighting a cigarette. "I am leaving for Melbourne tomorrow morning, but tonight I have nothing to do. You, I see, are engaged," with a glance at the evening dress. "Yes," returned Barty in a bored voice. "Musical party on. They want me to sing." Vandeloup had heard Barty's vocal performance, and could not forbear a smile as he thought of the young man's 3 songs with the same accompaniment to each. Suppressing, however, his inclination to laugh, he asked Barty to have a drink, which invitation was promptly accepted, and they walked in search of a hotel. On the way they passed Slivers' house, and here Vandeloup paused. "This was the first house I entered here," he said to Barty, "and I must go in and say good-bye to my one-armed friend with the cockatoo." Mr. Jarper, however, drew back. "I don't like him," he said bluntly. "He's an old devil." "Oh, it's always as well to accustom oneself to the society of devils," retorted Vandeloup coolly. "We may have to live with them constantly some day." Barty laughed at this, and putting his arm in that of Vandeloup's, they went in. Slivers' door stood ajar in its usual hospitable manner, but all within was dark. "He must be out," said Barty, as they stood in the dark passage. "No," replied Vandeloup, feeling for a match. "Someone is talking in the office." "It's that parrot," said Barty with a laugh, as they heard Billy rapidly running over his vocabulary. "Let's go in." He pushed open the door, and was about to step into the room, when catching sight of something on the floor, he recoiled with a cry, and caught Vandeloup by the arm. "What's the matter?" asked the Frenchman hastily. "He's dead," returned Barty, with a sort of gasp. "See, he's lying on the floor dead." And so he was. The oldest inhabitant of Ballarat had joined the great majority, and, as it was afterwards discovered, his death was caused by the breaking of a blood vessel. The cause of it was not clear, but the fact was that, hearing of the discovery of the Devil's Lead, and knowing that it was lost to him forever, Slivers had fallen into such a fit of rage that he burst a blood vessel and died in his office with no one by him. The light of the street lamp shone through the dusty windows into the dark room, and in the centre of the yellow splash lay the dead man, with his one eye wide open, staring at the ceiling, while perched on his wooden leg, which was sticking straight out, sat the parrot swearing. It was a most repulsive sight, and Barty, with a shudder of disgust, tried to drag his companion away, but Monsieur Vandeloup refused to go, and searched his pockets for a match to see more clearly what the body was like. "Pickles!" cried Billy from his perch on the dead man's wooden leg. "Oh, my precious mother! Devil take him!" "My faith," said Monsieur Vandeloup, striking a match, "the devil has taken him," and leaving Barty shivering and trembling at the door, he advanced into the room, and stood looking at the body. Billy, at his approach, hopped off the leg, and waddled up to the dead man's shoulder, where he sat cursing volubly, and every now and then going into shrieks of demoniacal laughter. Barty closed his ears to the devilish mirth, and saw Monsieur Vandeloup standing over the corpse, with the faint light of the match flickering in his hand. "Do you know what this is?" he asked, turning to Barty. The other looked at him inquiringly. "It is the comedy of death," said the Frenchman, throwing down the match and going to the door. They both went out to seek assistance, and left the dark room with the dead man lying in the pool of yellow light, and the parrot perched on the body, muttering to itself. It was a strange mingling of the horrible and grotesque, and the whole scene was hit off in the phrase applied to it by Vandeloup. It was indeed the comedy of death. End of Part 1